Match Day Live, the build-up.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There we go. Welcome to NUFC Talk TV, Match Day Live with Tim and Peter. We're live on YouTube and the website nufcradio.com. So please give the video a like. Keep the comments coming throughout. We'll get to as many as we can. Give us a super chat if you want to guarantee your comment being read out. And if you can, become a member for $4.99 a month, where you'll gain access to exclusive content. So by all means, do that if you can. That'd be appreciated. Yeah, we've got their trolls with us at the moment. And yeah, it's a final day of the season against Fulham away. And unfortunately, you know, the season being what it's been, we're not in contention with any European spot. So we'll see how that goes elsewhere. But yeah, it's Fulham away, but there are millions at stake for places in the league if you can jump one or two. So hopefully we can do that. And it's going to be interesting to see what team we're playing, see if the likes of Voldemort continue their fine form. How you doing, Peter, on this sunny day?
I absolutely loving it. I'm loving this weather, and I hope everyone in the chat, everyone who's watching, is enjoying it as well. It's glorious outside, so hopefully we can get a win to end the season in this beautiful weather. So all good. Obviously, we'll get into the game. We've got a few things to get stuck into, but like you say, it is a shame that there's nothing really to play for. It's the finale. It's not exactly the grand finale, unfortunately, but you know, still there's 3 points at stake, and the higher you finish, the better. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you say, lush out there. So enjoy the sun, people. If you're out there, if you're going to be out there later, I've got to make the most of this because it is England and it is the north of England. But yeah, so on to Newcastle, and I say Newcastle, but on to one particular player. There's a Lewis Hall. And obviously he's been left out of the England squad. And a lot of people are talking about that. And a lot of people are talking about, obviously the England team in general and the selection from Thomas Tuchel. I'll just say, first of all, on that, like, I do find it a bit ironic that everybody kind of clamours for a manager to come in to pick a team for England that he sees fit, and not worry about, you know, kind of public sway or big names, etc. And the moment a manager does that, who everyone deems as a top manager, who a lot of people would claim to love him to be their club manager, suddenly then, you know, sees him as the worst thing since sliced bread. And as you know, there's a lot of videos out there sort of questioning Thomas Tuchel, and you know, a lot of, some would say, hyperbole. But it's the way it is, isn't it? And I've questioned, you know, personally, I've questioned some of the decisions from my point of view. And certainly, like I said a few nights ago, I would have certainly took Lewis Hall. Absolutely. But yeah, like I say, a lot of people who've been claiming for these sort of decisions, you know, have got it, and maybe you've just got to go with it. But the proof of the eating will be in the pudding when the tournament kicks off. And we'll see what England do then. But certainly with Lewis Hall, it is disappointing for him. And, you know, I am disappointed for him. And I think he's deserved it to go to the World Cup, but obviously he's not. And I think, just to touch upon, before you come in, Peter, on that, I think one of the reasons why I think he's such a great left-back, and this was highlighted in the Barcelona performance, is he can get out of tight situations so well, and you can press him all you want, but he can get around that and actually break the press and get in behind and help the team get in behind the opposition, because Lewis Hall has broke that press. So it's that, obviously that is because of his brilliant close control. It's his link-up play once he gets forwards, and also I think it's his one-on-one defending. And we've said before, when he's played against the likes of Saka, the likes of Salah and others. He's had brilliant games against these top players in one-on-one duels. Yes, he's had ropey games here and there, and I think he did tail off after the Barcelona game, like most players. So I think that is true. So I don't think you can blame Eddie Howe for that. Lewis Hall, I think, did tail off, but it's not enough to warrant being dropped from the England squad. So hopefully he's not too disappointed and he can kick on next season. But what do you make of it? Make of it all, Peter?
Yeah, I think Lewis Hall will probably be surprised and devastated hearing the news that he's not going, because it's been said a fair few times, like this season, watching him, that he's arguably the best left back in the league. I mean, lots of people have said that, um, and for good reason. For the reasons you've just said. Um, so yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is Tuchel. Does he look at Spence and think to himself, Spence is better 1-on-1? He's obviously not. He's not as good going forwards as Lewis Hall. I don't think he's as good defensively, but I just wonder. I'm trying to find a rationale for it, and I wonder if that's what Tuchel's take on it is. You can maybe trust Spence a bit more on those one-on-ones, but because, like you said, Hall, you could say tailed off a little bit back end of the season, but I mean that's totally normal, and I don't think it didn't warrant being dropped as well. To be fair to Lewis Hall, um, so yeah, it's a really strange one. Like you say, he's not just a quality defender, but it's like having an extra midfield player when he plays in your team.
Mm.
It reminds me of Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole used to do the same thing for Arsenal, running from deep and breaking the lines from deep. And it just makes such a difference. And straight away, that you've got the opposition on the back foot, and they're now turning the other way from pressing the opposition in their own half. Suddenly, they're on the back foot. So yeah, that's what he can do. You can flip it with that, like you say, that close control, the pace that he's got, the technical ability. So why you wouldn't want that for England? It's bonkers, really. But it'll be interesting to see who does play left back for England. Will it be Spence? I can see Brian there in the chat saying he can't even get a bloody game for Tottenham. Yeah, so let's see if Spence plays today. Yeah, so but you've got Skelly there, haven't you, as well? And I think I've heard a lot of people say Skelly has played midfield a lot of the time for Arsenal when he has played. So that just makes it even more of a strange call. But like you say with Tuchel, I do admire in one way that he's quite bullish in how he's going about the job. And even though I disagree about Hall, I think there's been times in the past with England squads where you've had the likes of Foden in midfield, and I think Southgate, there's been games and there's been tournaments where he's had players like Foden, for example, where quality player, but he's not fitting into the system. Yet he would still try and shoehorn him in. I think, yeah, you needed someone to be a bit more ruthless in those situations. But so he's certainly been that, Tuchel. I'll give him that. He has certainly been ruthless.
Yeah, and I'll come back to that. I've got Flyboy there. Flyboy, Man United fan, United fan here. Yeah, and it's obviously there's more than one United, mate, and there's only one true United, and it ain't the ones that play in red. Cheeky 150 for Hall and Tonali. That should give you a little bit of money to buy Rasmus Højlund XL. Yeah, I think it is up in the air as to what happens with Tonali, but certainly, wouldn't be taking 150 for them two and then getting Rasmus Højlund. So yeah, what was it for Tonali and Hall? 150. I mean, no, it is going to be interesting to see what happens. I think it is up in the air. I know that Newcastle have said that, I think the press have leaked anyway, not leaked, but they've gave the impression that Newcastle insist that, he's part of the plans going forward. So it will be interesting to see how that works out, because Tonali's agent doesn't hawk his player around like he has done the last few months for no reason. He obviously wants him to get a move, and Tonali's obviously okay with that because he didn't stop him from gobbing off, as Bleo said in a particular documentary. So there's talk that he could go to Italy, but I've got questions whether an Italian club could afford him. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he ended up at a Premier League team. It'll be very disappointing if it happens, and some would say we stood by him and for him to go to another team, a rival, if you like, who we want to challenge in the top four. It's going to be disappointing. Yeah, and just one point, mate, about United's, Man United's. So Newcastle are called Newcastle United because the West Ends and the East Ends had two teams, and the two teams came together and formed one team, hence Newcastle United. With Manchester, you got, I think there is another team there. Oh yeah, it's a team called Man City. So I'm not sure how that United part works with Manchester, but yeah, it's a bit of a puzzle. That. So like I say, I think if you're going to say that there's a United, it must be Newcastle.
I've never seen a fan
to
base. I've never seen a fan base get as hung up about a failed transfer as Man United fans have done over obviously the Alan Shearer. Yeah, Alan Shearer signing 96. So yeah, nearly 30 years. Well, it is 30 years ago. And he's just still having to get over it. So I hope that, hope he's managed to one day. Like I would have thought all those trophies you won might have helped with that, but it doesn't seem like it does. So, but fingers crossed you will get over it someday. So
Yeah. Yeah.
a strange one, I'll say that.
The wound might heal.
Mm.
So yeah, for Tuchel to say he picked his team around trust, all players and injured players, and even players not playing in the first team at Spurs, yeah, obviously Jed Spence. And I think Spence is the biggie for me in terms of like, okay, you're not taking Lewis Hall, who you're taking instead. And okay, O'Reilly at Man City, he's absolutely immense. I don't think, he plays midfield more often for Man City, but in terms of talent, okay, I can accept that you want to play him left back over Lewis Hall, but you want a second option, and Lewis Hall would be a great option. So to have Spence instead, we've said before, you look at Spurs. I said near the start of the season, I didn't like the look of Spence because I thought he looked like a bit of a bad egg, like a lot of the Spurs players. Hence, have now found themselves in this situation on the last day of the season and walking off the pitch, ignoring Thomas Frank like he did. To me, didn't look like he was, that interested when he was playing at times earlier in the season for Spurs. He might have turned it around, and obviously Zerbi might have got his head right. Granted, he's not playing, but maybe in the dressing room, etc., in training, he's got his head right. And like I said, Thomas Tuchel has liked what he saw in the camp. So, we've got to see what happens in the tournaments. I think, yeah, there's a lot of talk beforehand. We need a big manager. Don't do what the fans want to do. Don't do what the press say. Don't do what, big clubs. Don't just pick the players for the big clubs. And he's done that. And yeah, now all of a sudden there's a lot of, outrage on YouTube, etc. So, I mean, I can't say I've got full confidence, but yeah, we will see. I mean, I always said that I think it should be an English manager because that's the whole point of the international football. It's the best of everything of one country versus the best of everything with another country, be that managers, coaches, physios, etc. So, yeah, I'll leave it there with England, and I'll come on to Newcastle. So, Connor has sent me the rumoured team for today, and I'll read it out to you, Peter. Let's have a look here. And it looks like Tonali is fit. And by the way, I've also just seen that, appreciated Connor, something else that he sent us, and that is that Tonali has also been pictured showcasing the leaked Newcastle away kit. So again, does that point to Tonali staying? Whereas Gordon is not in the photo shoot. So I think we're safe to say that Gordon likely will be leaving. And I
Yeah.
think that's a great deal for me. If we can get decent money, I think that's a great deal for us to reinvest it elsewhere, because his time had run its course for me at Newcastle. But I'll read this out to you, Peter. This is the rumoured team. So Pope, Trips, Joao, Botman, Hall, Tonali, Bruno, centre mids, Elanga on the right, Ramsey on the left, Voltamada and Asula up front. So only change is allegedly rumoured change is Elanga replacing Harvey Barnes on the right. What do you make of that?
And who did you say was left?
Ramsey.
Right. So same. Bruno,
Yeah.
Tonali, middle. Yeah.
Aye.
Voltamada, Asula up front.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's happening with Barnes? Why is he injured?
Don't know. So it is a
Right.
strange one. But maybe it's a case of like Eddie Howe having one last throw of the dice of the season to say, please give us something, Elanga. No pressure now.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's probably it. If Barnes is not injured, then I think he's probably thought, I know what I'm going to get already with Harvey Barnes. He doesn't have to prove himself. We know that he's reliable. I think more often than not. He did go bang out of form for a bit of a spell a month or two ago, but I think he's shown a bit more since then, the last couple of weeks. So I don't think there's any real question marks over Barnes unless you get a really big offer. But yeah, with Elanga, yeah, I think he's probably looked, like you say, and thought, yeah, we need to see something. We need to. The thing is, right, when you end the season as well, and even if like today where there's nothing to play for, I think players often will need just to be just reminded of what that winning feeling feels like before they go off um, on the holidays, international football, before they come back for next season. I think that winning habit, to get a taster of that is important. And I think with Elanga, he's probably thinking, yeah, you need to go off into the summer on a good note after all of what's happened before today and all of the appearances that he's made where he's just looked terrible. I think he's probably, wanting to give him a chance to kind of not redeem that, but just end it on a better note. So we'll see. We'll see if he can. I mean, there's no pressure at all on today. Well, there is a little bit. You want to try and think we can still technically catch Sunderland. So I guess you want to do that, don't you? So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got my thoughts on Elanga. I just think he's not a Newcastle player. But I know football's a funny game, funny old game in it where anything can happen, and I know things can turn around quickly when it comes to momentum and confidence. So we'll see. We'll see. I think the rest of the team is fine. I think it's good that if that is the team, then brilliant that he's still playing 4-4-2. Voltamada looked really good in that number 10. And I think it's brilliant that we are ending the season with these little nuggets, these tweaks, like you said to me, like where like we're not ending the season with one up front, with the same old, and I think we'll see when the lineup officially comes out. But Bruno Tonali, hopefully Tonali does end on a good note today, and we'll see what happens in the summer with him. It would be disappointing if he goes to Man United. Obviously, they've done much better now this season, finishing in the top 4. So they could definitely attract a lot of players being in the Champions League now. But we'll see. I'm happy with the team overall, I would say. Yeah.
You don't think Elanga should have went to the World Cup?
He is going, isn't he?
Oh, he is, aye. Sweden. Jesus, aye. Sweden qualified. Jesus Christ. Well, that'll be interesting, actually. Let's see what Elanga does for Sweden in the World Cup and see if he's any different and see if he actually plays on the left or the right. Because he actually scored a goal with his left foot for Sweden last time he played outside the box, and it was nothing like what we've seen for Newcastle at any point this season. Barring maybe that one against Man City, but even that wasn't as good as this one. And that's one to watch actually, because everyone's thinking about Volamada and others for the World Cup, but I'll have my eye on him, see what he does. And Brian says, doubt any World Cup player is playing today, because that is the thing, like, anybody going to the World Cup will be very wary about getting injured today. So that's something you've got to contend with. In the back of their minds, whatever you say, that's going to be there. But I think with Newcastle, obviously, Volamada is one of them, Langa, Bruno, quite a lot of them. Obviously, Dan Burn.
Chow?
Tell us in the chat if there's any others. Yeah, Chow. So that is the one thing. I mean, I hope none of them do get injured, because that would be good if they miss out. But at the same time, they're out there wearing the black and white shirt, and we need to get the points to just simply, like you say, get a few places up the league, finish above the Mackhams, and give us a few more million in the tank for the summer budget. So they've got to do that, yeah.
I mean, I take that back really when I say this.
Well, by the way,
just quickly, when I say there's nothing to play for, I'll take that back, because I think there is really. I think, you got to finish as high as you can, and if you can still get above Sunderland, you got to go for that. And like I say, it's not more about what's to play for as well. I think what's more important is what I said earlier about that winning feeling and those habits. Just ending on a good note, I think mentally, I think it helps. It helps going into the summer, then helps coming back for next season. If you end on a bad note and you lose 3-1, you play poorly and you don't turn up, then that's going to be the last thing they remember going away on their holidays or into the World Cup. So, as associated with Newcastle United as a Newcastle player. So, let's end on a good note.
Definitely. That's the thing. It is that momentum. It really is. And after the season we've had, if we can finish the season having won, I think, was it 4 or 5 games, that does go a long way after the turmoil we've had up until recently, in terms of momentum, in terms of positive feeling, and in terms of giving some hope that next season can be different, especially with these tweaks, like you say, if we can keep these tweaks. I know Eddie Howe kind of downplayed it in the press conference in regards to the impact it has as to where players are, etc. But it's a tweak for a reason. It does help. We can go into that in more detail. So it is something that I really hope he keeps for next season. A few comments here. So Troll says, if Burns starts at left back today, I'm less confident that we will win. Well, he didn't start left back in the last game, did he? So he was on the bench and Lewis Hall started left back. So hopefully, I agree. I would keep that the same. I wouldn't start Burn, because I think Jow and Botman are building up an understanding, and I think that's the way forward for next season. So hopefully that's the case today. But I think Dan Burn has played well for us at centre-back this season. The last few months, perhaps not so in some games, but generally speaking, I think he's done well for us this season. Very well, especially at the start. And, congratulations to him, and he shouldn't have to catch some strays from people unhappy about, Lewis Hall not going. Dan Burns done brilliantly to get the World Cup. So it's going to be great to see him playing for England. Obviously, we'll wish it was Lewis Hall as well. Obviously, Tino's going as well. So we'll see those two at least playing for us. Was a higher wishy-washy? I want goals today, and lots of them. Yep, I'll take that, mate. I think because we're playing Fulham, I think there's a chance for goals. I think there is a chance to really end the season on a high, because Fulham notoriously do not end the season well. When it comes to March, April time, the sandals come out for Fulham, because it seems like the culture there is really just survive. And they've got the finishing line to get a European spot, but every season they seem to just tail off. And Fulham away on one of the last games of the season is always a good one to have. So I think there could well be the chances there for goals. Basically it's up to us to step up. A few more comments here. So Ginger Hosking says, question: if Newcastle are trying to sign Victor Munez from Osasuna, then Alanga is done. This kid was at Real Madrid, fast and cuts in, and scores at 22. He's a future star for Newcastle. Cheers for that, mate, because I haven't seen him play. And at the same time, I am very pleased that he can play right wing. So please tell us, Ginger, does he predominantly play on the right? Because I know a lot of wingers these days, they're all over the place, left and right and central. So does he play mainly on the right? Because if he does, then I'm very happy about that, because for me, we need to sign a right winger. That needs to be the focus, even more so than left wing for me, because Alanga clearly can't be relied upon. He might get better. I think we've got doubts he will. I would maybe cash in or get a loan deal done, but ultimately he's not first choice. And Murphy, I think his time is came to an end. Maybe he's a squad player. I know some wouldn't like that, but maybe keep him as a squad player. But certainly we need somebody to start on the right. And if this lad has got the talent that you say he has, mate, then I would take that. What do you think, Peter?
Well, it's really good that we're being linked with, I was going to say with a right winger. I can see Wazza there saying on the left. So are you referring to that same player, Wazza? Are you saying he's a left winger, or can he play right as well? Because that would be really encouraging if he could play on the right hand side. That shows, I know it's rumours, but I'd like to see hints that we are looking for that right winger. Because you see with Elanga, right? I think Eddie will look at Elanga and he'll think to himself, right, I can't rely on you as the first choice. I think he will, unless he can absolutely pull an absolute masterstroke and turn it around and improve him tenfold, then I think Eddie will be kind of like realistic enough to think, I can't go into next season banking on him to be the main man on the right wing. So therefore, I think what he's going to do, I think he'll look to sign, fingers crossed, a right winger or someone who can play maybe either side, left and right, to challenge Elanga, to get the best out of Elanga that way, where he's got competition, to raise his game. And I think he'll say to Murphy, look, I want you around the club. You're going to be a squad player. I want you in the dressing room. I want you to be available for some of the cup games and to come in when there's injuries, etc.
Yeah.
And then it'll be down to Murphy, in my opinion, down to Murphy whether he will accept that kind of role. I don't think Eddie will sell Elanga. I think he'll want to. I don't think he'll give up. But at the same time, I think he's hopefully realistic enough to kind of think that you also can't go into next season as him as the first choice. That would be bold to do that. So hopefully that is what the thinking is behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Bring someone in and give him that competition to raise his game, basically.
Yeah. And if Elanga doesn't do it, then in the first 6 months of next season, you've got the January window maybe to do something in terms of outgoings and getting somebody else in to compete for that right wing spot. Because Eddie Howe isn't really the most ruthless of managers in one sense. So yeah, I agree that I'd be surprised if Eddie Howe kind of gave up on Elanga, even though I think a lot would. And like I say, even if it's a loan deal, that's a compromise for me. You're not completely giving up on him if he can go away and get his confidence up, because I think a lot of it is confidence. I think technically he's not up there. Obviously, I think he's never going to be that technical wizard, but the confidence you can see is on the floor. And if he can raise that and get his mojo back, maybe he can be a useful player for us. And a loan spell might do that, but yeah, I don't think we'll sell him. And Wazza says shopping window for Elanga and Wissa. Yeah, it's a good point, mate. I mean, Wissa's another topic in himself, isn't it? And what do we do with him? Brian says Wissa, Waltz and Elanga will be interesting what they do for country compared to NUFC. Yeah, I'll be watching the World Cup definitely for those reasons as well. And Troll says Voldemort has been playing out of his natural position in a lot of games this season. That's on Howe, not Voldemort. I agree in regards to I think he's number 10, but some say he's number 9, and some say, well, he does play number 9 for Germany, and he played number 9, I think, in his previous club, did he? I'm not sure. But so again, it's a bit of both for me. he played number 9 and played really well at times at the start of the season and scored some brilliant goals. I mean, Everton away, obviously, quality. Lob over Pickford. And that goal away to Brighton. And he had some lovely touches in the number 9 role. He also had some really poor games in the number 9 role and was outmuscled and gave the ball away a lot. So it was a mixed bag for me in that number 9 that, again, a lot of people say is where he should be. And it is ultimately, it is very minimal at times. The fact is he's got a lot of defenders on his back, and sometimes he has defenders on his back, even in the number 10. It's a case of, can he hold them off? Is he physically up to it? And yeah, again, at times he wasn't. So I don't think it's as cut and dry with Volamada in that he's the holy grail. But I agree in that I think he ultimately has been misused at times as well. And I think he was played in the number 8 too long. I do think he was isolated for too long earlier in the season. And now we're seeing what he can do in the number 10. He's in his groove. And hopefully that can continue. Any thoughts, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I've said before that I kind of don't blame Eddie for trying out Baltimore in the number 8. I know it didn't, in the end, it didn't work. I don't think. It was like you say about the number 9, a bit of a mixed bag. I think, but yeah, for the reasons you've said about the number 9 position, like you think of the games that we've had this season away from home where we've really fell short. West Ham away springs to mind, and Brentford away both spring to mind. And I believe Volamada was playing in both those games. Now I'm not, as the spearhead, I think in those games he struggled, like everyone else did. The whole team struggled, So I'm not pinning it all on him. I'm just saying if we're going to talk about him, then yeah, on some occasions I think he has looked like he's like you say, being isolated in that number 9, and I think I would point to those games as examples of that. So I think the number 10 seems to suit him the best. I think he could develop into a number 9, like as time goes on. So he's got potential, I think, to do that. But I think for now, while he's still getting the grips with the physicality, because he is still quite a slight player physically, I think he doesn't look like he's not the most. He's not exactly Joe Linton, put it that way. So I think the number 10 is a really good balance where he's kind of not being pinned on these centre halves who are going to kind of gobble him up, but at the same time, he's close enough to the goal, he's close enough to his strike partner, and we've seen how brilliant he can be when he's got options ahead of him. And also, he doesn't have to track back too much when he's in that number 10, which I think was the problem in the number 8. So definitely, I think it's been a positive end of the season for him.
Yeah.
The fact that Eddie has eventually put him in that number 10, and we're seeing the rewards of that now. So again, I just think that bodes well for next season. I think that tells you that Eddie hopefully will want to keep him, because obviously there was question marks whether he would go this summer. I think now, looking at how he's played and how he's been given a chance the last few games, I think Eddie will look to keep him and hopefully carry on with this formation. I know Trolls put it forwards earlier about whether Eddie will stick with this 4-4-2, and that is the question. And that you're right. I mean, we shall see. But fingers crossed that he does, because that again just only helps Volamada.
I really hope he does. I really do. Like, for me, if we can get a striker, I say get a striker. Asula's being that man right now, but so whether it's Asula or a new striker, I really hope that it is somebody playing ahead of him, forming that understanding. I really do. I think that'll board, like you say, well, and I think we can do a lot better next season. Got a super chat there. Once again, always appreciate your support. Peter, you look cool. Tim looks like he's dissolving. Well,
Cheers, was that?
Yeah, maybe I am, mate, in this heat. We're not used to this heat over in the northeast, but I'm not going to complain too much because before you know it, we're complaining about the cold. But no, it's nice, mate. I like the heat. I like this. It is too hot for some, but I don't mind it, mate. even if I'm melting. So sorry about that if I'm, looking like I'm about to melt through the screen. We've got Strasbourg, Steve there. Hiya, mates. Good to see you.
Right, Steve.
And we've got David there as well. Good to see you, David. And Ginger there says, question. A lot of the wingers that we are looking at, apart from one, plays both wings, but that Lille kids is left wing and a striker. But Munez, yes, is a right winger. Same with the Morocco kid from Betis, plays on both wings. Well, I think it is good in one way because you want that versatility. So, I think if we can get somebody who can play both sides, it helps with injuries, etc. I think as long as we go into the season, like you said, not relying on Elanga to be the main man. I know
Yeah.
Eddie wants to work his magic in pre-season, fine, but as long as he's not going into start games and he can build his confidence up, that's the main thing for me. Whoever was signed.
Just quickly, right, to put this out there, do you think he'll sign a player for left wing and then play Barnes right wing for next season?
I don't think he'll do that because I think Barnes can fill in there, and I did like it against West Ham because he came inside, and as the terminology is these days, created a box midfield with Ramsey coming inside as well. So you had the four of them in there with Tonali and Bruno, and I did like it because Voltemada had bodies around him, and the link-up play was absolutely brilliant. And for all I don't like Harvey Barnes on the right, if he comes inside like that, I think it can be effective at times. But I think over a long stretch of games, I think it. I don't think it would work, and I think he does look like a fish out of water over a long stretch of games on the right. Does Harvey Barnes, and ultimately you want him cutting in on his right foot from the left, don't you? So I mean, what do you think you'd do that? Like, I don't think you would personally.
Yeah, I agree. I think the problem with Barnes on the right is ultimately he hasn't got the pace to go on the outsides as much as what, say, like Gordon, when Gordon was on form, he potentially could always do that. When he didn't want to come inside, that is. I know he liked to come inside a lot, but yeah, because because Barnes doesn't have that God given sort of pace to scare the bejesus out of teams, then he will come inside pretty much all the time. So that kind of limits, I think, your options going forwards. But to be fair, Barnes, I'm just thinking the reason I put that there is because like he has got a really good cross on him, Harvey Barnes, from that right hand side. I've noticed
Mm,
on the odd occasion when he does get it right, he can cause a lot of confusion in the box when he when he puts it on the money for players who are running in there.
mm,
So yeah, I'm just thinking. I don't think he'll play Elanga as first choice. I don't think he could play Murphy first choice. We're all forgetting about Barnes is playing there. He's playing right hand side
mm,
from the last couple of weeks. So just crossed my mind. Will he look to prioritise the left wing and kind of go all out to replace Gordon and just go with what he's got on the other side? But
mm,
to be fair though, when I'm thinking about it, yeah, I think like you've got to bring in fresh blood, for that right wing because it's
mm,
even if you're going to sell a Langa, you need to do that. And even if you keep a Langa, I think you still need to do that for the reasons I said before. You need to kind of give Elanga a bit of a jolt so he's got that competition
mm,
to try and up his game if he is going to stay. Like I don't think I would keep him personally, but I think, like you say, I think Eddie will want to work his magic and try and transform him. But you could definitely do with some competition. I think, like I say, to up his game.
mm, mm. Yeah, I agree. And Connor has mentioned a few quotes as well, and I want to put this to you, Peter. It's what Eddie Howe has said about the squad going into next season. So Eddie Howe said that he wants a, quote, strong, tight squad next season. What do you make of that?
I know straight away some people are going to look at that and they're going to say, well, that shows that we're not going to have the overhaul and the amount of signings that everyone thinks that we need. probably some people will that's what they'll take from that, and I understand as well because a tight. Did he say small tight? He didn't say he used the word small, did he?
Strong.
Strong tight squad. Um, Maybe what he's hinting at is the fact that there's been a bit of disharmony this season.
Mm.
You've seen on the pitch with Gordon has upset Trips against Karabag and maybe a few other
Mm.
players from the way that he was going on in terms of the penalties. But
Mm.
and actually, do you know what? If you look at the last game, Bruno and Willock were nearly doing a bloody Dyer and Boyer. So
Mm.
I mean, some people might say that's a good thing because it shows there's a will to win, and they're not afraid to call each other out. And you need to do that sometimes. But I think he just wants a good spirit. Do you know what I mean? I think that's always his ethos is like the foundation of any kind of success has to be a good team spirit, good morale, and a togetherness. And you build on that. You build from there. You add the quality to that. So he's probably, I think, just that's what he's getting at when he says he wants a strong, tight squad. I mean, I hope it doesn't mean he's going to limit the signings too much, but
Mm.
yeah, I'm not sure if you'll have much choice in that because, like I say, I think there will be a fair few outgoings where you're going to have to replace players whether you like it or not.
Mm. Yeah. And as well, I can't wait to see how it works with the board and the director of football, Ross Wilson, with Eddie Howe in the summer because, yeah, they could be putting a lot of players to Eddie Howe. What about him? What about him? And yeah, I'm curious to see how the dynamic works between them all because it should all be set in stone now and they shouldn't have any issues going forward in this window. Got Ginger there saying again, lads, I know people want Voldemort to work out, but we also need to sign another striker in case it goes wrong. We need 3 strikers right now. We have a Sula purple patch for now. We won't know until next season. For me, we need 4 strikers because I'd be playing 4-4-2, and we have Voldemort as again. I see him as a number 10. Ramsey could play as a number 10. You know that's his versatility. I think he could do that role. It's not the same profile if you like, but I think he could do it. But ultimately, I would, I think, bring in somebody to compete with Voldemort in the number 10. And then in the number 9, hypothetically, you've got Asula and Wissa. So the question is, do you keep Wissa and bank on him and Asula being enough? Or do you bring in another number 9? To me, that's the question. And I think Wissa, he's clearly got ability. He can clearly score goals, as he did for Brentford. But I think if I'm being ruthless, if I can get a deal done for Wissa, I think I'd be tempted to do that to get him out, to replace him. And then you've got a new striker and a Sula for that number 9 role. And then you've got Voltamada. And like I say, I'd bring in somebody new, a young player, maybe, to compete with Voltamada, a forward type player who can play in those pockets behind the striker. Then you've got 4 of them competing, and you've got a variation as to how you can play. That's what I'd be thinking.
It is intriguing to see what's going to happen with Wissa. Do you know what though? I just also feel like, would you not absolutely kick yourself if you sold Wissa
Hmm.
and then he goes and starts banging them in for whoever it is that he's playing for? Like, I
Yeah.
just I feel like we might be if we sell Wissa, we might be kind of pulling the trigger a little bit too soon. Jimmy, good to have you, mate. But yeah, I think there's more to come from Wissa. Don't get us wrong. He looked really out of sorts in a lot of games when he did finally get his chance. Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? It is tricky because if you do go on next season with Wissa, you've got Wissa, Asula, Voltamada. you probably still need to sign with the striker, I would say.
Mm.
You need 4, don't you? So, but then the question is, what's the pecking order? And I think Wissa will probably want, it's not no probably about it. He will want game time. He'll probably sit Eddie, look, if I'm not really going to be a starter, if I'm just going to be a bit part player, then just tell us now, and I'll, we'll
Aye.
sort something out, and I'll go to another club.
Aye.
Um, but yeah, something tells me that I think next season he could be back to the old Wissa for Brentford. Um,
Mm.
yeah, when you score 19 goals in the Premier League, like he did last season for Brentford, I just feel like you got to have something about you to do that. And every time I saw him for Brentford, he was always a threat. His link up play was always really good as well. And I just think like we could see that for Newcastle. I think if we give him a chance, but Asula has put a spanner in the works. That's the thing. So the way he's playing now, I think maybe in Eddie Howe's eyes, he's now ahead of Wissa in the pecking order, and that might, the way Asula's playing might determine what happens with Wissa really in the summer transfer window.
Mm. I if Wissa can get up to speed physically and be able to make those runs in behind, I think that's the big thing. Again, I'm speaking from my personal point of view, but I love the idea of Voltemata playing with a speedy striker who can run in behind. I think it's a great combination. And clearly that is exactly what Asula is. And I think it's one of the reasons why we're doing better now, because we have a great balance that way. And can Wissa make those runs in behinds? He is a fox in the box. He's clever. I think he can make the runs to find space, but has he got that pace? And you don't want to be a pace merchant. I look at Nunez, and I think Nunez, former Liverpool striker in Saudi now, been linked with him. And I get the idea for the reasons I've just said. I just don't think he's a good enough player, really, to bank on in terms of scoring those goals and in some of his link-up play as well. And I think he is a confidence player. You've seen at Liverpool, it was stuck in his head, really, I think, when he was missing. A bit like Elanga. Elanga goes to get his big move. It's a mental thing. It's the mental side of the game I think he struggled with. I think the same applied to Nunez. So, yeah, I get the idea with the pace, but not really for me in terms of if he was my pick. But yeah, can Wissa get up to speed physically that way? I mean, Asula is doing the business, and it's hard to argue against Asula starting next season at this rate. But as somebody said there in the comments, is it a purple patch? That's what you got to weigh up
Yeah.
as well.
Maybe what you do is you go into the season with Wissa and Asula as the number nines, and then you bring in a player to compete, like you say, to compete with Voltemata for the number 10 spot. So essentially you got four strikers then. Two number nines, two number 10s. Maybe that's the way you go. Maybe you bring in someone versatile, I don't know, who can play both, who is just as effective playing the number 9 and the number 10. Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, don't get us wrong, because like we've seen, Wissa has not lived up to expectations, and Asula, there's always that lingering sort of question mark as to is it just a purple patch, like people have said. But we're gonna have to make a decision, either way. I think either go into the season with them two, Wissa and Asula, as the number 9, or they're gonna have to decide whether one of them goes and you bring in a new number 9.
Aye. It is 28 degrees at Craven Cottage, and there will be a water break today. And I think that was the case for the playoff final when I was watching that. I'm quite confident it was 28 degrees in some games years ago in the Premier League, and there wasn't water breaks then. What do you make of these water breaks, Peter?
I think players are getting pampered more and more, it seems, in terms of the conditions of
Mm.
football. I understand in one way, like, with the heat, it's definitely not easy to play football in this heat, and you don't want players getting dizzy, you know.
Mm.
Um, but like you say, if you think back to the '90s and the early 2000s, and all those games at the end of those seasons where the sun came out to play, w- we didn't have any sort of clamour, I don't think, for breaks. Um, I'm thinking on one hand, you have to kind of think of the players' kind of well-being, I guess. So I understand that, but
Mm.
I don't like the idea of slowing the game down um, in the way that it is being slowed down quite often these days.
Time
Uh,
out in it.
well, exactly. You've got timeouts with players who aren't injured going down, and then it seems like both teams are absolutely okay with that, and both teams will then go and have
Mm.
an impromptu half time.
Mm.
It's getting like I'm going to say NFL. I mean, I don't watch NFL, but the sport itself, football is becoming very stop start, and yeah, like Harpel says, the game has gone soft. It has because you can't really be as physical as what you used to be as well. Um, so yeah, I mean, I just think you don't want to lean too heavily into these breaks, whether it's a water break or whether it's these bloody team talks with the gaffer. Yeah, I just think draw a line under it and keep the game going.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, Brian says there that needs stopping and players booked for the fake injury BS. And I know there's a lot of comments as well, about we need to protect the players, and I understand that. And yeah, you've got to be careful that way, definitely. But I think, like you say, it's veering towards too much of a timeout. And it's these managers as well doing these silly fake injuries, telling goalkeepers to go down injured. It's quite shameless, in my opinion. And, that's a whole nother topic, really, but it lends itself to the whole, like you say, Peter, the premise of the game slowing down and the game having these breaks. Okay, water break. I mean, like I said, I understand it, but how did we get this far without water breaks?
Well,
How did the
aye,
players not suddenly, be able to, how did they not demand to stop playing on the end of season games for the last 20, 30 years up until now if it was such a hindrance to play when the sun is out? I just think it is baby steps towards the game slowing down, having all these timeouts, having all these breaks, and lo and behold, the Premier League being the fast and furious league we all love, different to elsewhere, is then a carbon copy of other leagues and um, is overregulated, basically.
aye. And plus, right, it's the same for both teams. So like part of the premise of football is you play in the conditions that present that you're presented with. So whether that is, whether the sun's out, whether it's bloody Baltic and it's freezing, whether it's chucking it down, whether it's snowing,
Mm.
you know, you've got to contend with these conditions. That's all
Yeah,
part of the challenge of football. And
exactly.
you know, so how certain individuals and players react to that is unique to each player. So if you haven't got players who can cope with that, well, that's on you, I'm afraid. That you got to manage that as a manager. Maybe make a sub or whatever. But yeah, like yeah, I know I'm going on a bit of a rant here, but you think back in the day where, I'm thinking about FA Cup games, for example, in the early 2000s and 90s. You'd go and have fixtures where the pitch was just totally cut up. There's no grass practically; it's just mud, and that again was part of the challenge of that fixture. Uh, and it's the same for both teams as well. So
Mm.
it plays into that a little bit. The idea of the conditions are the conditions. If you can't cope with that, that's on you. But
Yeah.
now it's like, oh, we've got to stop the game because yeah, the conditions are a little bit tough for these players. Like, nah, that's part of the challenge. So yeah, I don't agree
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. And as Lee says, back then they needed water breaks too, as they'd polished off 4 cans of lager before the game. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, there's probably some truth to that, Lee. So even with that, you factor that in, and we didn't have water breaks back then, and players, cracked on fine. And yeah, so what about the winter then? So do we stop the game for the winter because you know what, it's getting a bit cold here, let's get the players in, get some um
Flasks out, get the thermals out.
flasks out, get some covers out, let's just huddle for a bit, get warm up a bit, especially the goalkeepers, standing in that cold, that's a bit inhumane that. So yeah, let's bring in these breaks at winter time. Do I go down that route? Do I? It's yeah. Would like I have a quick break, stop, you can run over, get a swig of water. Absolutely. But like you say, it's the same for both teams. But how you manage the game, guess what? One set of players and one manager might be able to manage the conditions better. There's a lot of things in football that I think are moving away from why we loved it. So moving away from that, Harry Wilson is a Fulham player who's out of contract midfielder. Have you seen much of him? And what do you take up?
He's got a sweet left foot, hasn't he? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Quality player. Maybe he could do a job on the left side and left wing. But every time I've seen him, he strikes me as more of a centre mid. And I think if we're going to sign a centre mid, need someone who's more pacey. So I think he's more of the same of what we've already got in that regard. Kind of similar to Toon Army. Now that's like I say, someone who has got more kind of more pace and more acceleration to complement what we've already got, rather than being kind of more of the same. What do you reckon?
We're having severe weather warnings here because it will hit 30 degrees. Our weather maps look like they've been burned with a blowtorch. It's cold summer. And I agree with that because you look at the maps now and it looks like the whole place is literally on fire. And you look at the maps 20 years ago and red colours and all good and whatever. And it's presented as how lovely is this for the sun out, enjoy it. Well, be careful as well, obviously, sensible, but enjoy it. And it's interesting how later perception is yeah, again, I'm assuming, but yeah, I just think if we had Europe, then I think he'd be a viable option for the squad depth. But without Europe, I don't see him being a signing that we necessarily need. And our next season, and with Bruno, I mean, there is a concern about a lack of pace there. I understand that, but I think it's an opportunity to really mould Miley into a top centre mid midfielder, and I think more of a number 6 for me. And Bruno's still obviously got a lot to offer, so to me, he's the man going forward. And then get pace around them. Voldemort, get him in there as well, yes, and lack of pace. But again, if you have pace around those 3 players, out wide and up top, clearly Asula would bring that if it was him. I think you could potentially get around that. And if I was to sign another midfielder, it would be more of a number 6 anyway than Harry Wilson to either compete with Miley or to start in that position. Yeah, that's my thinking with that. So I want to just move on as well. So players who've played for both clubs, Peter, how many can you name?
So we've got Aaron Hughes in defence. We've got Alan Goma, centre half.
Right.
We have got Lee Clark in the middle of midfield. We've got Damien Duff left wing, and we've got Louis Saha up front. Beyond that, I'm not sure if I can name many others. Can you add to that list?
Damien Duff, you said him?
Yeah.
Right. By the way, the stream apparently is glitching, so I do apologise about that, lads and lasses. Please let us know in the chat if it's back on now, because it's fine for us at this end, absolutely fine, but I can see in the comments that it's glitching on YouTube, so please let us know if it's up and running now. So Fulham and Newcastle players. Did you say? I'm assuming you said Louis Saha.
Yeah.
So Mitro there, Harp, I'll say that's a good one.
Good shout.
Mitrovic. And Aaron Hughes was a good player for us. Steady
Choppy
Eddie.
says, just quickly, Choppy says Andy Cole as well. And yeah, that's true actually, yeah. That's another good one. But yeah, Hughes was Mr. Reliable, wasn't he?
He was, aye. And you know what, Lee? You're absolutely right. After saying all that, the stream needs a water break. So who am I to say about all these breaks? Cheers, David. Okay, yeah. Let us know again if it goes off. Lee Clark actually is another one, and he was a good player for Fulham. I think he played under Keegan when Keegan was there and got them promoted. Let's think. Who else is there? Ex-Fulham and Newcastle. So you said Duff, you said Goma, Hughes, Supermark.
Yeah, Lee Clark. Oh, did Distan? No, Distan didn't.
No, Man City won it. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there is more. I'm sure there's not midfielder. Let us know in the comments. There's definitely more. It's one of these things when you have to think about it. Aye.
Fitz Hall. Did Fitz Hall play for Fulham?
It's QPR.
Aye, but I played for a fair few clubs. I thought maybe Fulham as well.
He should. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I mean, he played at Loftus Road, and Fulham played at Loftus Road, didn't they, for a few years? But Scotty Parker.
Aye, good shout. Yeah.
Aye, Scotty Parker. Yeah, there is more. They're just not coming. What do you think of Scotty Parker, Peter?
I think he was maybe the right player at the wrong time. I think he was brilliant at Charlton, and then he was kind of underused, I think, a little bit at Chelsea. And with Parker, I think, you could never question his determination and his fight and his battling qualities. I think going forwards, he was a little bit hit and miss. He kind of didn't, as an attacking player, as attacking kind of centre mid, he didn't always have the quality. Whether that's linking up, playing through balls, passing, shooting. But when he did get it right, I mean, he scored an absolute belter against Charlton at the Valley from like 30 yards or 25 yards. So
Mm.
I think it's a shame it didn't work out for him because he was one of those players who you knew that was given 110% every time he pulled on that black and white shirt. And I think the issue as well was that it was quite a sort of rocky period in the club's history, I guess, because Glenn Roder came, well, Souness was there first of all, and obviously we all know what happened there. And Souness signed him, and then Roder came in and done all right, and then but then things turned sour for Glenn Roder the following season. So yeah, I think there was a lot of frustration. I think coming from the stands as well in those few years that Parker was there. Obviously, he had a bit of
Mm.
a spat, didn't he,
Mm.
with the fans? But I think everything was quite on edge in those days with the team because, like I said, there
Mm.
was a lot of frustration with how we kind of dropped off after Robson. So yeah, I think he done okay at times, but I think even he would probably admit that going forward as an attacking player, he probably didn't hit the heights that he would have wanted to at Newcastle.
Aye, and Win says there, let me bring this back up, player of the year for us in epoxy team. Yeah, like I think him and Nicky Butt cancelled each other out, I think, and um, in the second season. I mean, the first season, yeah, he was player of the year, wasn't he? That you're referring to, and he played really well then, more than number 6. And I know I get bogged down with all this terminology these days. I mean, centre mid, isn't it? But he did do more of a defensive role, I think. Whereas it seemed like in the second season with Nicky Butt coming back from being on loan at Birmingham, he had more license to go forward, did Scott Parker. And yeah, like you say, he wasn't really that player to unlock doors. And yeah, like you said, it's a bit of a shame the way it ended in one way. Um, and we've got a few like Bracewell ex-players who played for Fulham. Yeah, Bracewell's another one. Got Connor there. Mbabu, fullback, looked a good player for us. Cucci, Guthrie, Philippe Albert, and Matt Target, and Wayne Routledge as well. He played for a lot of clubs, Routledge, and he was quality for us, I thought. Definitely in the Championship, and he did a good job for us in the Premier League on the
Yeah,
right-hand side. And yeah, I think with, who was it there? There was somebody there, Cucci. I mean, he had a class celebration. I'll give him that. You wanted him to score to see it, didn't you? You know?
yeah, totally. Did we see it? Did he?
You know what? I think it was once. I think
Aye,
he got one goal for us. Literally just the one. Let's have a look. I don't know
aye.
if it was home or away, but I'll have a look.
He was very much. I mean, I don't want to sound too harsh, but kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think at that time it was like just get someone in. We just need someone who can play up front,
Uh,
and he was the man. And he was the kind of player where obviously very much the underdog coming in, like no real fanfare at all. Like a lot of
aye,
very very underwhelming signing, but you kind of want those sort of players to do well and to show their worth, and keep
aye,
people warm.
aye. Well,
But
actually, I'm wrong. Yeah.
what about the goals?
Yeah, there's actually an article on the official Newcastle website. Let's see when this was. This was this year, actually, in January. And the headline is, because they're interviewing Cucci, and the headline is, I didn't manage to score. That still hurts me. Um, so he still regrets not hitting the back of the net for the Toon. So yeah, we didn't get to see that celebration
Mm.
uh, in Newcastle colours. It would have
That
been
would have
funny,
been
like,
that would have been fun to see. Like,
aye, aye. Um, let's have a look. Alan Nielsen. Alan Nielsen. Might be before my time, Connor, I'm not sure. I know Nielsen for Spurs, who was a robust midfielder, but that's a
right?
different Nielsen. And he suffered very badly when we beat them 6-1 in the FA Cup replay. That's something that I do remember. And Keegan managed both. And obviously, hope King Kev is doing well. You know, wish him more best wishes, and we give him he's in our thoughts. because what a legend Keegan is for Newcastle, and obviously did great for Fulham as well,
Yeah.
and was part of the revolution, wasn't he, when they got took over by Al Fayed, I think anyway. And yeah, what a legend. So, do you think we'll win today, Peter? How do you think it'll go?
I said midweek that, normally when you finish a season, I think quite often you'll get a result at the end of the season that typifies or reflects the sort of the full season, the fortunes that you've had
Hmm.
throughout the 38 games. Sometimes gets summed up in that one game at the end. So with that in mind, I was thinking, we'll probably draw. Um, but the closer you get a kickoff, the more I'm thinking, yeah, we could smash these because yeah, Fulham, I think for me are always a bit of a soft touch. Like you said earlier, they've got that kind of vulnerability about them. They always have had that, I think, as a club. And once they are in the Premier League, I think they do well up to a point, and then they always tend to tail off. So um, there isn't that demand or that pressure, at a club like Fulham. I think to push on. So
Hmm.
yeah, I think. I mean, we'll get the team over very soon. That'll kind of determine um, what I'm thinking in terms of the score. Just before I ask you that, Timmy, I think Connors came back there about Alan Nielsen. He said from 91 to 2007.
So he must have played his career during those years, not necessarily with.
Okay,
Obviously, it's Fulham and Newcastle, isn't it?
yeah.
Young defender, I think.
So early
Before
90s, he must have played for Newcastle.
I'm guessing, yeah, and as well. Graham there says KK doing very well back in arena in June doing talkings. Good to see. I did see that actually. He's coming back to Newcastle to do a talking.
That's
So
really good to hear.
he'll get a lot of love
Aye.
when he comes back. And yeah, I'll always say like when he came back that second time, it was actually probably it might have been the most gutted I've ever been. I mean, we've lost big games. Maybe I'm missing those out, but it was certainly one of the most gutting times as a Newcastle fan when he left because, and I don't blame him because he had to leave. He was being completely undermined by the owner, and it was so devastating because on the flip side, even though it was a very brief spell, that end to the season was also some of my best memories and my best moments as a Newcastle fan because we beat Sunderland 2-0, we beat Fulham, Reading 4-1 at home. And it took a while to click, but when it did click, we played some great stuff. And it was like, you know what? We've got a lot of hope here. This looks like he belongs at Newcastle in that dugout. He's here. We've got Mike Ashley as a new owner, relatively new anyway. This is looking good, this. And the atmosphere was brilliant in the stadium. And it was great memories for that very short time, So obviously he's known for the entertainers era, and it was slightly before my time in terms of having strong memories of supporting the Toon. But yeah, overall, what a man, what a manager. But yeah, in terms of the game, um, yeah, I think it's their force. I really do. I mean, they're at home and they'll want to finish the season well. But I think Eddie Howe will get them up for it. But the team is out, so let me bring this up here, and I'll read it out to you. So have a look. And that's an interesting point from Hippie that I'll come on to in a moment, mate. But yeah, let's just have a look at this team. So just be a moment there. Yeah, Kevin Scott, by the way, is another one that was a Sayers midfielder, I believe. Oh my word! So it looks like his
Let
bird
us know.
back.
Well, before I come on to that, just let us know in the chat who you reckon is the best player to have played for both teams. Obviously,
Hmm.
there's lots of players there who've played for both clubs, but who's the best, do you reckon? I think I would maybe have to go either Aaron Hughes or maybe Louis Saha.
Hmm.
But yeah, Burn at left back.
Hmm.
If that is the case,
Yeah,
it's
well, I've got it
tricky.
here. Well, it's Pope in goal, Lewis Hall, Sven Botman, and Tonali, Chiao, Asula, Murphy, Voltemada, Byrne, Bruno, and Ramsey. And Trippier is on the bench. So is Alanga. Now let me just have a look at this. So, yeah, to be fair, I think that's the only thing I can think of. That it's Dan Burn at left back and Lewis Hall at right back. I mean, you could go wing backs, couldn't you? And you could go Murphy wing back, Hall wing back with the three of Botman, Chiao, and Byrne, and a midfield of um, Bruno and Ramsey and Tonali as the three, with Voltemada behind Asula. You could do that. I'd rather it was that, but we thought that last time, didn't we? Away to Forest, and it did end up being Lewis Hall at right back. What do you make of that if it is?
Really disappointed if that is the case because, like for me, Lewis Hall. I think we can all agree that going forwards, you look into next season. I don't think anyone really envisages Lewis Hall to be a right back for next season or for the future. Like, yeah, in desperate times, if you've got an injury crisis and you need to plug some gaps, then I understand. Yeah, maybe he's useful to
Mm.
play there in emergency situations. But I think this game, like we've seen from last week against West Ham and then the Brighton game at home as well, these games have been really useful to get a glimpse into what could be for next season
Yeah.
and kind of give players a chance to find their mojo with one eye on next season and yeah, Hall at right back is just not that's not what you're going to be seeing. I don't think next season, surely. So why do that today? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm assuming that is the case. Maybe it's not. I mean, looking at the lineup there, what about wing backs? Do you think out of that lineup you could have?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
yeah,
obviously, Troll says you're dreaming, Tim. That ain't happening. And I'm hoping against hope, mate, more than likely. But yeah, I mean, hypothetically, I think if you got Lewis Hall as a wing back on the left and Murphy as a wing back on the right, three centre backs there, and Chiao, Botman, and Byrne, with Bruno and Tonali and Ramsey in the middle, and Asula ahead of Voltemada in the number 10, then I think that would work better. And
yeah.
you've got the width with the wing backs. Ramsey can drift out wide. Bruno can go on the inside right, and Asula can buzz around everywhere as well. So it is. I don't really. Yeah, Trippier. I mean, you know what? Right? Is that the whole bonus thing? Is that the play Trippier again? He's getting a bonus that he's very much warranted, by the way, and he's earned. So if that is something to do with that, I'd like to know who is calling those shots, because if it is the club telling Eddie Howe to do that, then that's ridiculous by the club. You know, why'd you
Mm.
put that clause in his contract if you got no intention of honouring it? That's quite pathetic. But even then, you don't
Yeah,
have to
the
put
journalists
Lewis
should
Hall
ask
right back, by
Eddie
the
Howe
way,
about
Peter.
that. Just quickly, I think the journalists should ask Eddie about that rumor with the
They
clause in the
should.
contract with trips.
Yeah.
What were you saying before to me? What did you ask?
Well, just it doesn't mean that you have to put Lewis Hall right back necessarily, by the way, even if that is the case. You could put
No, that's it. It's
Jar, you
true.
could put Jar right back
Yeah,
and Lewis Hall
maybe
left back with
Murphy at a
Byrne
push.
alongside Botman.
Aye, at a push, you could put Murphy there. Um, and like Niall Powell says there, Shahar.
Mm,
Yeah,
mm,
he's the future. So We'll see. I wish I knew now, so I could give you my take on exactly what's what. We'll only know for certain, I think, until we see the teams on the pitch. But yeah, if it's Hall right back, I think most of us agree
Mm.
it's a strange one. So
Aye.
maybe it is wing backs. That I like wing backs, and I think the key thing with that, if it is kind of 5-3-2, is you've still got the two pronged attack, same as what you've got with 4-4-2. You've got two strikers up there, and that threat straight away is totally different to what it is when it's one up front. So whether it's 4-4-2, whether it's 5-3-2, you're still going to get Voldemort in the 10. Um, so yeah, you're going to get more men in the box, and you're going to have more options as an attacking threat. Players are closer to each other from the midfield to the strikers as well. So I'm just crossing my fingers. That's bloody well what it is. And if
Mm.
it is that, then fair enough. But going on past form, then it looks like if you look at some of the games previously with Hall at right back, it does look like it may well be that again today. So ah, yeah, not good.
Mm.
Strange one. It's just a strange one because
Yeah, and
yeah, he's
as
so good at left back, Lewis Hall.
mm, totally. And as Connor says, why is Gordon on the bench taking up a spot for youth when he's leaving? And I agree. It's this halfway house of, I don't want to play him because he might be going to Bayern Munich, but I'm not going to leave him out the squad entirely. Well, what about the young players? And even if it's just to have an experience of that match there, that's something that the young players can hold on to and take something from. And here's me, I did say months ago that I would replace Eddie Howe with Iraola. And the last four games, I have slowly started to come round that, you know what, maybe Eddie's still the man, potentially. And I've seen the tweaks that I wanted to see in terms of at least he's playing with a 4-4-2. And also, he did actually drop down Burn in the last game and played, that four in defence with Lewis Hall right back. And, again, I think Dan Burn's been a great player for us, and he's a massive leader for us. So it's not to have a dig at Dan Burn necessarily, but he didn't play him like everyone says, he's going to fit him in. So that was another tick for me. And the weekend, last weekend. And I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe Eddie, he's got it in him to do what needs to be done to refresh things and to play this formation and to play who he thinks is going to be good enough to take us forward. And Ian on this channel was on board with that as well, and he's got his optimism back. And I was getting there, and I was nearly at the point of, you know what, bring on next season, bring it on. I think we could do well, and everything's lined up in the transfer market as well with the DOF. And if it is Lewis Hall again at right back, it kind of just deflates me again, because as you've said, like, I don't see how that fits into any long-term planning. I don't see why you have any inclination whatsoever to have Lewis Hall as a right back when it negates his qualities. He's so predictable having to cut in on his right foot, on his left foot, cutting in from the right. Yeah, it's a weird one, and he should be asked about whether it's to do with the bonus for trips. Yeah, I want to be optimistic. Do you know what I mean? I really do, and it just brings back these thoughts about certain managers being available. And if Iraola goes to Liverpool and does his stuff, and we continue to play Lewis Hall right back next season, I'll be like, yeah, this was a sliding doors moment. We'll see. Like you say, I'm hoping against hope that it's actually wing backs, and he plays that. Yeah. So Claire says Barnes will go to Villa. What would you do with Harvey Barnes, Peter, in the summer?
Yeah, I think I would keep him, and I would, with Gordon leaving, I think it's pretty obvious Anthony Gordon will leave. That frees up, I think, a bit more space for Barnes. This season he's been really harshly treated by Eddie. The fact that he would put Gordon in a lot of the time on the left hand side when Harvey Barnes was saving our bacon. So I think Gordon going for me, I'd keep Barnes, and I would say to him, look, left wing, is where I see you playing your best football. So I would look to sign a left winger to compete with Barnes for that left hand side. And you've also got Ramsey who can play there, do a job from the left, and kind of come inside from the left. So yeah, I'm not sure if I would sell him. I think he might want to go. To be fair, I think Claire made a decent point there. I think he might weigh things up because I think he'll want to play. He'll want to play probably more games than what he's played this season. Like I say, I think Gordon leaving might help with that next season. But we'll see.
I think I've said before, like, to me, the surgery needs to be done on the right-hand side, and I actually may not be too fussed about going in next season with Barnes and Ramsey as the options for left wing, and Park as well, if he's given more of a chance, because then we can have the funds for right wing, for defence, for goalkeeper, definitely 2 goalkeepers. And I do like, Ramsey, I think, has been established that he's a good player, and I don't mind him coming in from the left-hand side because it allows him to link up with Voltemada. It gets him into more attacking areas as well to bring that incisive passing and threading those balls through. So, yeah, that's something that I'd be comfortable with potentially. You could sign another young left winger to compete, but like I say, you got Park there. So do you not utilise those 3, Park, Barnes and Ramsey? And then again, centre mid, you got Miley, Bruno, Joe Linton as well to come in there. And then you could sign another number 6 maybe. I don't know. But I just want to pick this comment up as well. So Tim Clark, why is he so desperate to have Dan Burn and awful Jacob Murphy in the team? Doesn't bode well for next season. Just put Trips right back and allow Hall on the left. How bad does Murph need to be dropped? The thing is with that is you don't even need to drop Dan Burn, or not drop. He wasn't in the last team, but you can still play Dan Burn. You can have Dan Burn at centre back next to Sven Botman, and have Malek Chia right back, and have Lewis Hall left back. So you can have the same set of players there. That's no worries. I know there's a whole left-footed player at centre back thing on right side at centre back, but that's not a deal breaker for me. You can manage with that. You're playing Lewis Hall right back. Never mind anything else. Do you know what I mean? So if you're going to do that, I'm sure Sven Botman can cope fine for 90 minutes in that right side at centre back position. So you could do that. That's the common sense answer if you want to have Dan Burn in for me. So why not even do that? And again, it'd be interesting if that was put to him. But we are now being joined by the man, the myth, and the legend. That is the Mighty Win. We haven't got the song to go with it at the moment. But how are you doing, mate? And what do you make of all this?
I am as baffled as what you are with the lineup, to be honest. Doesn't make any
Do you think
sense
it's Hall
at
at right
all.
back?
Well, that's certainly what it's looking like. Hall right back and Burn left back. But there is the option to play 3 at the back.
Yeah.
Which, as you've earlier said, I hope that is the answer, because otherwise it makes no sense at all having Trips on the bench and playing Lewis Hall right back. It doesn't make any sense to me anyway. I don't know. I would love to hear some form of logical explanation. Maybe our wondrous tactician Gary will be able to tell us something about that when he comes.
Yeah.
And speak of the devil.
Does that put any doubts to you, Win, about Eddie Howe? Like, how do you feel? How does that make you feel about Eddie Howe? I know you're always optimistic and could be the man. Does that put any dents in your hopes for that?
It doesn't, in itself, it doesn't put any dents in, because I'm not basing my opinion on Eddie Howe on this game and this team selection, but it is symptomatic of what he's done. The bottom line is, you know, how bad it. The big question for me in all of this is how bad is he? Well, you know, to me, he's not bad at all. But time will tell. As for whether or not he's dropped trips to avoid paying him a bonus, I was looking at the figures on one of the shows last week, and it doesn't make sense. There's not going to be a bonus on 31. You know, I can't remember what it was. What has he started? He's already started 30 now. That's 38. Sorry, is it 19 or something? If he plays more than 50% of the games. And there was no figure anywhere that made sense. That would be a figure that would put in a contract.
Why you'd pick that one?
If he plays today, he'll exceed a certain number. I will check the figures in a second. But hello, Gary. How are you doing, son?
You're Gary, Matt.
Good afternoon. Welcome, one and all. Like I say, thanks you guys for starting us off. Interesting show. Like I say, you don't realise how many players have played for both clubs until you actually look deep into it. We've had quite a few.
I was thinking Neil Viduka. Did Neil Viduka not go to Fulham as well? That nobody seemed to mention.
I think he did. There was a few of them that. Yeah, it's like Albert. I didn't realise Albert went to.
I didn't know Albert did. No,
he did. He had a loan spell there, and like I say, that was a surprise.
Is that not Mark Viduka, or is that somebody entirely different you're thinking of?
Mark Viduka, I'm thinking of.
All right, yeah. You said Neil, right? I don't think.
Yeah, I thought he said Neil.
Yeah, I was thinking that there's two Vidukas now.
Yeah, but, it's his other brother. It's like you two. It's his twin. When he didn't want to play, he put his brother on. That's why he had so in different games.
I know.
I think Viduka was the Leeds lad, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's. I mean, you know, there's been some really good players, like you guys were saying. I mean, you know, Louis Saha going to Fulham. You said he was probably the best player. I mean, obviously, I loved Albert. I thought he was an absolute quality centre half for us. And I'll never forget that goal he scored against the Manx, if I'm honest with you. He made Schmeichel look so ordinary that day. An outstanding finish from a centre-back. Probably one of the best. I was going to say probably one of the best I've ever seen from a centre-back, if I'm honest with you. Let's get back into this setup because, you know, for today's game, you can look at this from so many angles. You guys have covered most of them. I don't think, you know, when you look at, you guys mentioned about into next season, and for me, what you're looking at this season for the next season is players rather than players that are leaving. You know, there was Connor sent me earlier on the leaked potential. And there was a few. I mean, with the one that was rumoured today was Pope, Trips, Chow, Botman, Hall, Tonali, Bruno, Alanga, Ramsey, Voltamada and Asuna. And I thought, you know, when I first heard that, and apparently that was from the Chronicle. So it just proves that even the journals get it wrong every so often. And maybe, you know, you can also include that potentially, I mean, these aren't high stands at Fulham, but they reckon potentially this could be up to 30 degrees in the middle of the ground today. So are we looking at the likes of Trips maybe being a bit more fatigued potentially? And I go on to what I said before previously. It's about players being able to play in a Newcastle colour next year. So forget positioning. This is moving forward as a unit next year with the limited numbers, if you like, that we've got. I think the one really good news that I was listening to all the rumours midweek, listening to the guys in the shows and things like that, seeing Tonali in the new shirt, the new pink shirt, in the promo vids that haven't been released yet, makes me feel as though Tonali's having another season with us. So I think, you know, for me, all these little points now, and again, is Tonali's inclusion today. It's about getting a unit out there, like a band of brothers that are going to be together. I mean, you know, Connor's talking about, is it the leadership group? Is he frightened to drop the leadership group? In Streatham, it's 31 degrees at the minute. So you know, like I say, in the middle of the park today, it is going to be a bit of a boiler. So maybe there's a reason by just keeping Trips on the bench to come in if there's a requirement to change. We have still got a few guys that are 30 plus, so you know, you have got to take it. It will take it out of them today.
Would you not play a Joe right back? So you can have the same set of players, couldn't you? Like you say, it's about the players, not positions. But if you want to play those players, what about Joe right back and the two centre backs, Botman and Burn, Lewis Hall left back?
Yeah, but it's building a relationship with your two centre backs. And if you think your triangle from the back line, you see, for me, and again, I don't want to keep calling the coach's head because that's not the way we work. But when you're looking through the spine of your team, that's where you want to try and keep continuity, because literally the spine of the team is what saves goals, what creates goals. So peripheries, so anything on the right-hand side, left-hand side, going down the width, you can tinker with without upsetting the balance too much. If you upset the balance through the spine, then you get confusion. And I think I've looked at it and I've been chewing on the cud a little bit, listening to you guys, trying to get my head around several different, as you've just said, Malik Chow on the right-hand side. And I keep going back to the coach's head, if you like. The spine has to stay together. And you've also got to think of the season coming up, not this season. You know what really surprised me, and I didn't realise, Newcastle this season haven't been above 8th position all season.
Sums it up, like, doesn't it?
I didn't realise that, you know, until today.
I didn't.
Well,
Didn't realise Newcastle.
A lousy start. If you remember at the start, we're saying, you know, if we'd had those 7 points, you know, we got all the 0-0 draws and couldn't score a goal for fun. Lost against Liverpool, of course, at the start of the season, and I think we were about 15th then.
Just to mention as well, I don't want to put a dampener on Tonali, Gaz. I know you mentioned there about doing the promo for the kits. It's been said in the comments as well that Isak did do that also last summer, to be fair, and we know what happened there. I think it's an interesting one with Tonali. I think, like, in an ideal world, he would stay and he would be part of the midfield and he would see the best version of Tonali. But I just think it's an interesting conundrum with him in there, because you've got Ramsey as well, and I think both those players will want to start. I think next season is a big season for both those players, and like neither one of them is going to be happy on the bench.
No,
maybe Ramsey can play left. Maybe that's the solution. And you keep
that's his position, isn't it? You know, when you saw him at Aston Villa, when you looked at him doing his hard yards for Aston Villa, it was the inside left position that he seemed to blossom. And if you look at what he's done today, he's actually come in to a position where he floats. You look at that, you know, he went from the left-hand side to the right-hand side when he put the ball through for Asula last week. So that is what you want. You don't want somebody, and again, this is why it used to frustrate the life out of me when I looked at Anthony Gordon, because he hogs the left-hand side, then he runs inside, but he never actually moves away from that left-hand position. Ilanga, bless him, as bad as he's been, he has tried to move from right to left to try and make a difference, make an opening for maybe not himself, but somebody else. He's had a poor season, Ilanga. I thought today would have probably been one of those days where Ilanga would start just to try and get a little bit of confidence in him. But again, you know, I look at Harvey Barnes playing on that right-hand side, and it seems a shame for me that Harvey Barnes, again, I think is the ideal. If you go in narrow, he creates and he keeps the ball. And I think the one thing for me, having Murphy there, you're going to lose the ball far too often. And I think in the heat today, what the coach would require is let the ball do the work and let your feet stay. You know, don't run yourself into the ground too early, too soon in this heat. Let the ball do the work. So you want your football.
The ball is round and the feet are
your feet are flat. Indeed, that'll stay with me until I'm in the ground myself, because it was the best sentence that anybody said to me when I was doing my coaching days. You know, if you can't control the ball, then you're in a hiding to nothing, and that to me is where Newcastle have failed massively this season.
Yeah. Got a super chat there.
Yeah, go on.
Well,
You want to throw that one up?
Gaza, you're stealing my thunder, Spinal Tap. Oh, hey.
Spinal Tap.
Cheers,
So what do you? When you look at this team, then lads, do you? I mean, you said straight away.
I want to say
put a bit of a
say the
thing on it.
whistle blow, and I want to see them kick off and see where they are at kick off. That's what I want.
But the thing is,
well,
right,
it's already been confirmed. Sean McCormick has come out and said there's two changes. Dan Burn and Jacob Murphy come back into the side. Kieran Trippier and Harvey Barnes. Now, Lewis Hall to start right back. This is what I'm confirming.
Oh, right.
Lewis Hall to start right back. So Dan Burn will start left back.
I mean, the thing is, Gary, is just to come back on what you're saying there about the Burn and the Botman and Chow partnership. That kind of does make sense, and that I've sat here and I've said I want to see those two build up an understanding. I think those two going forwards are the two that should be in there, definitely next season. And it is a case of Botman himself having to prove himself a bit, isn't it, alongside Malik Chow. So when you put it like that, I actually think that does make a lot more sense. So that you don't want to break those two up. And thinking about that, yeah, I can accept that a lot more actually. Now, do you put Lewis Hall left back and put somebody else at right back out of position? You know.
Well, yeah, you could put Shahar there, couldn't you? You've already mentioned that, you know, and that's the thing for me. No, he's not even on the bench, and that you know, the biggest pointer for me now is, have these lads in the under-21s got a future at Newcastle? I don't think they have. You know, like I say, speaking to the Wolves guy the other day at the academy, and he says the amount of players that leave academies now, literally at the drop of a hat, because they don't feel. Well, listen, it's not about they don't feel as though they've got a future. All kids want to be contracted to a professional club. But because there's no chance of progression, a lot of them... Oh, Shahar is injured, apparently. That's why Shahar's not included on the bench. Right. Shahar is injured. Connor's just thrown that at me. Thank you, mate. So, yeah, there has been some interest, you know, I'm going to say, from the academy where there is nothing concrete at academy level. And what they try and do is fill the voids. Wolves have got an absolutely outstanding academy goalkeeper, and Man City, Barcelona have inquired about him. I think he's at under 16s level, if I believe. He is probably one of the best at his age group when you cross the European continent, and you look at it from that point of view. And he said the amount of teams that have come in, he now knows that the ball's in his court, not in ours. We can't promise him anything. If he wants to go to a big club, he can walk out that door tomorrow and he's gone. Obviously, age helps them because he can't go to anywhere else until he's 18. But he certainly could go to the likes of Manchester City, Manchester United, if they come knocking. And that to me is where the academy's gone these days. It is a cash cow, as Wynne likes to put it. And it's a shame. And that's what I said. Maybe the under-18s and under-21s have just, you know, played to what they can play. And there's only, like I say, there's a handful that I've seen that you could say there's a glimmer of hope. I think Alex Murphy, as good as he's been, I think he's too lightweight when it comes to getting knocked off the ball. He's done it at his own age group. He does get knocked off the ball a little bit too often for me. So again, in the Premier League, is he worth a chance? Well, yeah. I mean, you can gamble. You've seen him play against Karabakh in the Euros. So I mean, it's a hard call for me. It really is a hard call. But I think you'll see a bit more of a draft from the under-18s. I think that's where they're aiming at now. I think the under-21s you'll find just slowly disappearing.
Yeah. Gary, I wouldn't be surprised this summer if you see a kind of a bit of an exodus on the under-21s, because like we've seen now this season, there's been several games, and this being one where I think you could have seen one or two introduced and being given a chance with one eye on the future, and it's because that hasn't happened. And I think the Karabakh game for me was like a big that said a lot to me about, I think, where we are at, or where Eddie's at with a lot of those younger players. I understand in the Premier League why he was a bit more kind of like cautious of playing these players, but that Karabakh match, the game was gone, 6-1 and then 8-1.
Exactly.
20 minutes in, there's no sign of him. So that kind of tells you what you need to know, I think. So, yeah.
It is a shame, but again, with a bad season, the way it has, and again, you've got to think of what Eddie's trying to achieve here with the lads, is to give them that bounce to probably go and do it in the Premier League. When you come off a really good win, everybody's buoyant, everybody's really patting each other on the back. Maybe he was just wanting that lift, and unfortunately, it never really transpired onto the field of play. I mean, like I say, I'm not Eddie Howe, and I think that is what Eddie Howe has to start to manage if he wants this side, this team under his wing, if you like, to be a little bit more successful in the Premier League. He's got to sometimes rest some of his bigger stars, his bigger players, and have a little bit more of confidence, if you like, with the players that are going to fill the void. That to me, and this is why we made the conversation about elite managers. Elite managers don't go big names, and we all say we've got to replace the ones on the field for the ones on the field to drop on the bench. You're never going to do that with a squad of 11 players. What you need to do is try and get them on the same ability. Get somebody who's like for like, so they're vying for the same position. That's where you get that extra 5% out of that mentality. The ones that will run through that wall for you. At the minute, I think there's the elite players at Newcastle and there's the also runs at Newcastle, and we've got really very little in between. And that's why you see a massive difference when we have substitutes, when we have a change in the system. There's just far too many players show weakness for me. Somebody I think it was Chris in the chat turned around and said, do you think Elanga's gone if like Nunes comes in? And I don't think he is. I think, Eddie Howe now, if you think about it, we've got Wissa and Elanga as your main two strikers. It seems as though Wissa's days probably could be numbered. Would you think that Elanga is worth another shout up top with his pace? Again, you don't know. You don't know what's in the mindset of Eddie Howe.
All right.
You know where I am on that. I think Wissa has got far more chance of coming good than what Elanga has.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree with it.
I wouldn't be looking to lose a fortune on Wissa, but not without giving him a proper go when he's fully fit. We know what he can do. We've seen what he can do.
Oh, absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see what he does in the World Cup. That's for sure.
Yeah, same with Elanga as well, because Elanga's going with Sweden, and I was saying earlier, Gary, how like for me, I would sell him, but I think what Eddie would do, I think what he is going to do is keep Elanga, and I think fingers crossed he will still bring in a winger to compete with Elanga, because I was saying earlier that surely Eddie, I think, is realistic enough to realise that you can't kind of go into next season with Elanga as the main man. I mean, if he proves me wrong, then I'll hold my hands up. But as the main man next season, I think for me, that's too much to ask. I think if you're going to keep him, okay, fair enough. But I think he needs competition to raise his game. And he needs to be the backup to start with. And then he can maybe come into the team when there's injuries for the cup games. And if he could be inspired as well by, again, the player who you signed for that right wing spot, and that'll help elevate Elanga's game, possibly, that would be the way to go. I think that's hopefully what Eddie is thinking. I would just sell him. But if he is going to keep him, hopefully he's going to go down that route rather than just like putting all your eggs in one basket and just hoping he comes good, because I think there'd be too much pressure on him if he's the main man next season, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Paul saying Elanga can't finish his dinner, definitely not a forward. Well, to be fair, he can't even trap a ball, so he's definitely not a winger. And that is the problem for me. I just haven't seen a footballer. Yeah, I haven't seen a footballer. And that was my worry from literally the start when we signed him. I just couldn't see a footballer in him at Nottingham Forest. I think, he had a bit of luck. He had his purple patch. And I've never really rated him. But again, I know he's got the pace behind. That's where he started his career as a centre forward. As Eddie Howe start to, look at him as something different going forward. Because, like I say, if we are going into next summer as he's the main right winger, if you like, and I think that's where we have collapsed massively. Our forward play hasn't been exceptional, but our contribution on wing play hasn't been good either. I mean, everybody talks about Anthony Gordon getting 16 goals this season, or 17 goals. A lot of it's come from penalties, and a lot of it's come in European competition. So, when you actually look and break it down, what's happened in the Premier League, we've had very little come from the wings.
I'm just thinking, guys, because I didn't see your whole show. Sorry, guilty. So I'm not sure which of the start comments that you starred you've already done or didn't. But before you go, do you want to do any of the start comments that you put on while you were on your stream?
I'm just going to go and close my door in case my dog barks. So bear with me a second, boys.
I think I've done all the starred ones, mate. So if you've got some there, then by all means, crack on, win.
Well, have you done Claire G?
Yeah.
Let's scroll down a bit further then. Hippie Druid.
I didn't do that one, actually. I was going to come back to that. So it'll be interesting to see how the league evolves without Pep-style football. The only thing with that is, Hippie, is that Maresca's going in to Man City and he plays the same way. It's the sideways passing, tiki-taka. And the question is, will he do as well? And I think the likelihood is that he won't because, Pep was Pep. And I think if Maresca doesn't do as well with Man City, that's where maybe you can see the league evolving and move away a bit more from the tiki-taka because people copy what's winning and what's getting results. And the longer that Man City don't win playing that way, the more others will move away from that. And personally, that's my hope because I watched it. I've seen the cup final with Man City and Chelsea, and my word, that to me that was just so utterly boring, and it was just side to side, and players passing up opportunities to actually take a risk, not taking responsibility. But that's been normalised by this football. I'm not saying that it's, it is a way to play. There's no right or wrong way, just my personal opinion. And the unfortunate side is that when everyone copies that style of play, there's no variation, and the whole thing becomes boring. So I do hope we get to see more variation going forward with other teams and styles.
Just very quickly as well, to add to that, the one thing that sums it up, if you could sum it up in a kind of sentence, is that I think Pep ball, yes, it works brilliantly for Man City under Pep, but when you see a lot of other teams doing it, and even Man City, like you say, the cup final, there's times when even they are boring to watch. So, but basically, it's got to the point where teams will take a risk in their own half, in their own box even, but they are petrified to take a risk in the opposition's half. And that's how upside down the whole thing is, if you kind of stop and think about it for a second. It's the wrong way around, really.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what worries me about today is Oscar Bob versus Dan Burn, if I'm honest with you. If you're looking at the Fulham side, I think that's going to be an interesting one. I don't know whether you guys have seen the Fulham team. They're playing this 4-2-3-1 with Oscar Bob, Kevin, Emile Smith-Rowe as the 10 and Munoz up top. So, I mean, like I say, when you look at their forward line, there's some problems that can be caused by those players. Again, it depends on the mentality, depends on whether they want to go out and impress individually to see what type of opposition Newcastle are going to be coming up against today. And I think that is going to be a thing for me. If you look at, I'm looking at SofaScore at the minute, just having a quick look at who's been some of their best players, and the only player in a Fulham shirt that's actually in a green. I mean, Newcastle have only got 3, and 2 of them are centre backs. Is Iwobi, who's there, obviously, number 6, who sits alongside Berg. He's on 7.05. Our guys, Malik Chow-Botman and Bruno Guimaraes, who seems to be the one this season that is showing or shining brightly in a green. He's the most pointed scored, if you like, this season. So from that's SofaScore. I mean, like I say, everybody will have their own views. Like I say, Lewis Hall, he's 6.85 according to SofaScore throughout his this season. And Ramsey, who hasn't been involved too much, 6.68, and Tonali 6.92. So, like I say, you can see where everything's gone. And Asula, 6.81 in his very brief appearances with his goals. I mean, he's starting to change my mind on this lad. I'll tell you now. I always thought he was a right winger and would be good as a right winger. I think he's starting to show his light. If I'm honest with you,
You wrote him off, Gary.
I think he's changing a few people's minds. To be honest, mine included.
Aye. I just thought super chat there from cheers again, mate. Got a tenner for Langa to score.
You'll be getting on the pitch.
Yeah, exactly. But he might come on, mate. He might come on. But I didn't mean to mislead you, mate. But the rumor was that he started the game, like you say, Gary. But no, it's not getting fruition. But he might come off the bench, mate. And I think you'll get a lot of money for Langa scoring. I would have thought the way the seasons went with Langa. But just on your point there, Gary, about Oscar Bob. He was one that was spoke about last summer. And I was sitting here saying, what about Oscar Bob from Man City? He looks a really talented youngster and he can play right wing. I haven't seen loads of him at Fulham. Have you seen much of him at Fulham, and how has he done from what you have seen?
I haven't, mate. This is going to sound really weird. I only watch Newcastle. I don't watch any other football whatsoever. So the answer to that is no. I do like a little bit of a deep dive into individual players to obviously when I was doing the shows, and that is it. So like Monday for me, I would deep dive into the games the weekend, but that has been as much as I do. I don't watch. I fell out of love with football. I fell out of love with football years ago, mate. My only love is a black and white, and that is the only ones I watch.
Yeah. I don't blame you, mate, because like I say, you put games on these days and it's just like the fast and furious nature of the Premier League has been drained away, unfortunately, in a lot of games. But I'll be heading off in a minute to get a bite to eat before the game itself. But Win, any thoughts on Oscar Bob and, right wing for us?
Well, he hasn't pulled. He's had the odd special game. It's like any winger, really, and he'll have what Sam Maximum did it for us. He could be absolutely brilliant. You think, my God, but then the following week, anonymous, and he's been a bit like that with Fulham. I think he's. What did you say, Baz? His sofa score was.
Oscar Bob. It's not. Yeah, it's not massive. I mean, it's something like 6.77.
Yeah. So he's not like pulling up trees kind of thing. But he's got a bit of ability. But if he's all that, why would City let him go?
Well, exactly. I mean, like I say, he's one of those that seems to be very good when the ball's at his feet, but when the team haven't got the ball, that's when I think you always show yourself as a player or not, is how you fit into that defensive unit. Before you two go, lads, I wanted to come across with a stat that was shown earlier on X. None of Newcastle's 17 Premier League away games against Fulham have ever finished level.
Correct.
Won 7, lost 10. No specific fixture has been played more often in the competition without ever finishing level, apart from Chelsea and Sunderland, believe it or not, who also have 17. So there you go. Where we want Chelsea to win today. To the only time I will be supporting Chelsea, obviously, and us to win, so we can finish above them, which would be fantastic. And to a really poor season. I mean, it comes to something, doesn't it, where you are literally looking for the slightest little bit of happiness from games that you're obviously not involved with. It's a weird
yet, as my fellow optimist Kev said on one of the shows last week or the week before even, as bad as this season has been, it's still going to be in the top 10 seasons of all time.
Yeah, I suppose it will be.
Post-war.
It's one way of looking at it.
For 70 years.
Well, I just hope today that if you put the Lewis Hall issue to one side, which we've all said, I don't agree with it, but still, I just hope we've got Voltemada, we've got Asula. I hope they can link up. I think that Voltemada could have done with Lewis Hall, to be honest, on that left-hand side as well, to link up with, but still we've got Ramsey in there. We've got obviously Tonali's got his chance as well. So if it is still 4-4-2, that's still a silver lining, I guess,
Yeah,
from that lineup.
and I know, I'm criticised all the time for my love of Big Dan, but I think a lot of people do not take into account how much he gets forward. Yes, that of course catches him out with his alleged lack of pace getting back, but he does go venturing hither and thither a lot more than people give him credit for.
Yeah. He always tries to support the attack. Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah, just going on to what you guys were talking about. We were talking about the photo shoot earlier. You said Isak was also in the photo shoot last year, and he went. Well, believe it or not, Gordon wasn't in the photo shoot, but Tonali was. So I think, like I say, you can read into it what you will. I think if the right offer comes along with the right money, he's gone. It's simple as that. But I do think at Newcastle will be holding out to get the pennies, and there's going to be very few clubs out there that can afford Tonali's 100 million price tag, if I'm honest with you, this year.
If he goes, I just hope he goes to
abroad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, me too.
Like, if you get a lot of money for him, it's not the end of the world. I think we've got good players in that midfield area. But my worry would be if he goes to Man United or he goes to a rival, you're kind of strengthening one of your rivals then. So. Yeah,
well,
sell him abroad.
With all the stick he's been getting this season, are you strengthening them or are you weakening them?
Well, I think you'll be strengthening them because, you see, I think the issue with Newcastle is that I just don't think he complements what's around him in terms of Bruno is very similar. Ramsey is quite similar. I think Ramsey, to me, has looked better than Tonali, but they all kind of want to do the same thing. From what I can tell, the attributes are very similar. So, if you put Tonali next to someone who's quick and pacey, who's got more of that energy, I think you would see him probably thrive. But I think for me, Bruno and Ramsey have shown more than Tonali in that role that he plays. So, yeah.
Sorry, I was talking about Gordon.
Gordon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, sorry, were you talking about you hope he doesn't go to a Premier League club?
I was talking about Tonali, yeah.
Oh, right.
Tonali, yeah. That's what that was.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about Gordon.
No. Gordon wasn't in the photo shoot for the new shirts next season, where Tonali was.
Yeah, you said one was, so I thought you were talking about the one that wasn't as opposed to the one that was.
No. Well, I think like I say,
you were
Gordon,
talking about him leaving.
Yeah, I think. I mean, that's the only thing that throws me. Is what will Gordon offer you now, knowing he's in the World Cup squad, knowing he's off in the summer. If you bring him on the field of play because he's taken up a seat on the bench, what's he going to offer you mentally? I don't think he's there. I think he's keeping himself completely wrapped up in cotton wool. And obviously the gaffer thinks by keeping him involved in the squad, he's going to get something else from the squad. I don't think you do at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't have him in the squad. It's clear as day that he's going to go. So, yeah, I don't see the sense in that.
No, mate. I mean, like I say, I love this setup. I love the 4-2-3-1, the fluid 4-2-3-1 drops into a 4-4-2. And like you said, the one thing that I like about a team, when you look at a team and you start analysing individuals, Burn gets a lot of stick. You got a lot of stick in a 4-3-3 because you're caught out a lot of the time. In a 4-2-3 or a 4-4-2, what you get then is support around you. J7's not involved in this team, so what you need then is another. Now, is that the reasons why we're not seeing Sandro move out of that deeper role? He sits in between the two centre-backs because that allows Burt to go forward, knowing we've got Botman that covers that ground if needed. So, for me, like I said, it's a 11-man sport, this. It's not just an individual. And I think what we found in the past, that we have been left open wide, not by the individual that's decided to move on, by people not filling the void that is created by going in an offensive position. And I think sometimes you just need to get that team spirit back. If you move forward, can I cover that space? J7 did it brilliantly when we played Burn left back the other week. He didn't allow anything from Minte to get past him. Minte had to move over. And that's what we need. We need those bodies to come and fight for each other rather than looking at what I can do as an individual.
Yeah. Are you guys ready to go and get your...
Yeah, I'll head
Let me
off.
run
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll head off and get a bite to eat. But just on that point, I think it is down to Tonali, like you say, to snuff out that danger, isn't it? And when Miley's fit, I think he's the man to do that exact role you're saying, Gary, next season. We will
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
But on the Chelsea game, unfortunately, I ain't got much faith in Chelsea today. I don't trust them
No.
one bit.
It looks like the loss of the cup has knocked a lot of the stuffing out of them, put it that way. I think that was the only thing they'd got going for them. Yeah, and I do. The one thing that was really interesting, is the bookies can't separate these at all. It's 37% chance of win for Fulham, 38% chance of a win for Newcastle, and 25% on the draw. There you go. So
2-0 to 2.
Yeah, I've gone 2-0 to the Toon as well. Did you get Ron's in the chat win? He put down 2-1 to Fulham. Believe it or not, Ron did.
Ron Turnbull.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go for
Enjoy,
2-2.
lads.
Take care, boys. Thank you so much for the start of the show, and have a lovely afternoon in this beautiful sunshine.
We'll see you. And beautiful result to come. We hope.
Indeed.
Cheers,
Take it
lad.
easy, boys. See ya on the next one. Ta-ra.
See you later.
There you go. That's the Twins doing us a massive favour by starting the show. It's me and Win doing the live comms for the rest of today. We are literally about 23 minutes away from kickoff. Like I say, we're going to be having a bit of a look as well on the rest of the results as we go at half time. We can cover the rest of the results
on the table.
Yeah, exactly. So it will be interesting.
A few more million for rising up it, and more importantly, can we finish above the Reds?
Indeed. Like I say, there's some interesting team news. So we're going to have a quick look.
Few stars.
Go for that, mate.
A few stars done first of all. It will be interesting to see how the league evolves with Pep-style football disappearing. Indeed, it will. Sadly, I think Eddie sees Jacob Murphy as his main man on the right next season. He has been woeful, and Eddie refuses to drop him. Elanga is two-footed and fast, so good fundamentals, but his brain seems scrambled. I'm not going to disagree with that. Tom Spencer, doubt Eddie will be out in less than 5 games. What would be the point in keeping him? PIF clearly want him longer than that. Sadly. And Steve Gotti, why are we keeping hold of Big Joe? He's always injured and getting on in age, and probably our last chance at getting a good fee for him. These are the deals that should happen. Never will under Howe. So there you go.
No. There you have it. Absolutely. Let's have a quick look then at the teams. In goal, we've got Leno, Castagna, Diop, Bassi, Robinson, Berg, Iwobi, Bob, Smithrow, Kevin and Munoz. And on the bench, Lecomte, Tete, Cuenca, Sessignon, Reed, Kearney, King, Wilson and Raul for Fulham. Raul. And for Newcastle, we have Pope in goal, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Chow, Asula, Murphy, Voltamada, Byrne, Bruno G, and Ramsey. Like I say, 4-2-3-1, it looks to me. And on the bench, we've got Ramsdale, Trippier, Wissa, Gordon, Barnes, Ilanga, Willock, Alex Murphy and young Sean Neve as backup.
And who was the journalist source that you said categorically said that Hall would be playing right back?
Right, so that, believe it or not, where was I? I did see it earlier. It was...
I'm wondering how he could know and nobody else's.
Well, it's Sean McCormick. He put it out on X, saying that there's 2 changes. So Sean McCormick is...
Sean McCormick, have you?
No. He's obviously from... It looks like he's a journo of some description. But like I say,
I want to see where they're starting on the pitch when that whistle blows.
Yeah. I mean, he did say at the start that Sean McCormick did say, like this is before, obviously there was any team announcements. Anthony Gordon among the NUFC players checking out Craven Cottage's pitch ahead of today's game at Fulham. Fair chance this is his final time he will be involved in a match as a Newcastle player. So, like I say, the chances of him playing at all, I think, are very slim, if I'm honest with you.
I think it'll be Barnes coming on before him for starters. So there's going to have to be some weird goings on, I would think.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate.
For Gordon to make an appearance.
It does scream to me as though there's going to be a few changes, but not a lot, if I'm honest with you, when it comes to that. Let's have a quick look then at some of the news out there today, because like I say, this is Craven Cottage. So this is Newcastle's obviously final Premier League game of the season. There's been somewhere in the region of 2,700 tickets total sold out. Like I said, temperatures forecast to be 30 degrees plus at kickoff in the centre circle. So again, very warm day for them. The Magpies conclude their away programme in London for a fourth successive season, having won one, drawn one, and lost the other of the earlier trio. 2019 and 2021 saw them familiarly wrap up proceedings by collecting maximum points at Fulham. Eddie Howe's side can still finish as high as 9th in the table, but their hopes of European qualification are definitely over. As a consequence of that, the Magpies will enter the Carabao Cup in the second round, dates to be confirmed. Because of that, United are also looking for the third victory of the season against Fulham, following the 2-1 win on Tyneside in both the Premier League and League Cup. Obviously, we know the team's missing Miley, Tino, Kraft, Shaw still out, and Joe Litton. He's obviously in Brazil at this present moment in time, so he's enjoying his holidays early. Fulham, Joachim Anderson is suspended. Kusu Asar and Sessignon were both injury doubts, and like I say, it's been confirmed that they are missing. Silva goes into his final game of his current contract with an uncertain future. Links obviously with his home country and the vacancy of Benfica. So again, it does look whether, like I say, his mindset is elsewhere at the minute rather than the job in Tile at the Cottage. This will be the 10th time that he's managed the Cottages against the Magpies. The previous 9 meetings have all ended in 7 wins for United, 2 losses and no draws. At Craven Cottage in the Premier League this season, Fulham have won 10 games, lost 6 and drawn the other 2. Like Newcastle, they have only a top 10 finish to target on, with no prospect of European qualification. The man in the middle today is Rob Jones. A 4th Magpie match against for the Scouser this season, following on from the 0-0 draw at Bournemouth, the 3-1 loss at West Ham, and the 3-1 win at Burnley. Hopefully, we get a decent result today, because, like I say, he's been involved in literally the 3 different scorelines: a draw, a loss, and a win. James Bell is accompanying him in VAR. So there you go. That's where we are at with some news. We are literally 16 minutes away from the start of the match. Win, have you got anything that you lined up? I know you like your stats. Yeah, come on, lad. Throw them at me.
Funny little things here. Newcastle lost 1-0 at home to Everton last season, on the last game of the season, as we all remember. But they haven't lost their final league game in consecutive seasons. In other words, lost both last league games in a row since 2013. So it's a long time since we lost 2 last games in a row. Fulham have won their final league match in just 1 of the last 8 seasons. So they seem to have a habit of putting their flip-flops on early. And they've lost 6 of the last 8 against Newcastle, with both exceptions coming last season, as they did the double over us last season, of course. When playing their final league match of the season in London, Newcastle are unbeaten in their last 7, would you believe?
Yeah, it's crazy, that, isn't it?
Since they lost 3-2 at Spurs in, wait for it, 72-73. No side has drawn fewer home games than Fulham. So that ties in with the fact that it ain't going to be a draw. And Newcastle have won just 2 of their 8 Premier League games so far in 2026. If you want to go in a calendar year instead of a thing. Bernd Leno has started each of Fulham's last 149 Premier League games. There are just 5 previous examples of players starting more consecutive games. And almost inevitably, they're all goalies. Brad Friedel, Tim Howard, Pep Reina, and David James twice. Harry Wilson, who's on the bench today, has more goals and more assists than any other Fulham player. But he just can't seem to get a game today. Only 4 players have registered more goal involvement this season. In a single season for the Cottagers, one of which was our very own Louis Saha. So there you go. That's all your fancy stats for the day.
Interesting, very interesting. As always, the mighty win with his stats. We should start calling you Stato. I think, because like I say, you like your stats. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This one, I'd like to have a quick look. It's got to be a fast game. Fulham will come at us fast. We got to keep the ball, don't give it away, says Dave Spence. Yeah, it's good. I mean, like I say, that's been criminal for me this season, if I'm honest with you. The amount of times we've gifted the ball straight back to the opposition without really trying to. Sean McCormick apparently is from the Chronicle. He's one of the journals from the Chronicle.
One of the new ones, is he?
Yeah, he's one of the newies.
Well,
Gordon is on the bench to punish him. If he was not on the bench, he'd get the day off. There you go, says
no matter what.
Tony. Yeah, I think maybe that. Gavin's saying that your mic's a little bit low, Win, so if you can't really hear you, but it's all...
Get a bit nearer.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't worry, you'll hear us Wisco.
I'm going to say, you will definitely hear him. Flynn saying 1-1. He's going for a draw. Like I say, it depends on the mentality of both teams, doesn't it?
These are the sort of long, when you see long-term stats like these are, the stats that have a lot of meaning. And I know they shouldn't. It's like, back in red or black on roulette, the fact that there's been 7 reds doesn't mean there's going to be a black. It's still 50-50. But these, when you see them going back as far as they're going back, they tend to just somehow stick around.
Yeah, it's funny. I like to say things are there to be broken, if you like. But sometimes it's difficult to do. I mean, look at the 100-meter sprints. It was like, it seems as though that took years to beat. Then all of a sudden it was like beat every session. Then it's come to a halt again. My saying that, you've got to be blooming quick to get that one. Steve Waldo is saying if we are relying on Miley next season, then good luck to that one. He's not happy that Miley could be the successor. Dave saying I would pick Pope, Malik, Botman, Hall, Trippier, in Ramsey, Bruno, Tonali, if fit, Barnes, Asula and Volt. So yeah, I think that would have been the team that most of us would have expected. I don't, to be honest with you, as we saw a decent outing last week, I'm surprised he's made a change, unless some are struggling, if I'm honest with you. I'd saying Burnley's going to get destroyed, so obviously he's hoping Oscar Bobbs is going to get a red card against Burn, or Burn's going to get a red card against him, I would imagine. Would be Farmer, he's saying it's going to be a 3-5-2 with Tonali helping the back three. That makes sense. Potential. Lee is agreeing on me. First couple of seasons, we've done that perfectly. Gordon in squad as to not weaken our hand in the transfer market. Interesting. That's probably a good way of looking at it as well. Gavin saying when Tonali moves on, he will be fantastic. I'm sure he'll be making himself look human after being unaffordable 6 months ago. Yeah, I mean, maybe again, you never know with some of these players whether they do drop off a little bit just to put themselves a little bit more affordable in the shop window. Do you believe that, Win?
Listen, oh, hang on 2 seconds. I've just been bombarded. What I believe is irrelevant. We've got a whole summer of transfer rumours to get sorted, and let's give it till then. Now, I thought maybe I heard yesterday, for example, that Burn wasn't going to be playing, and I thought, well, people could be arguing, and I was thinking that maybe don't want him to risk getting injured, and potentially knock his World Cup dreams up. Gordon, I thought he won't play because they don't want him to get injured and potentially knock up a move away. So that could be multiple reasons for inclusions and absences. And, let's wait and see, yeah?
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we are literally 8 minutes away from this last game of the season. It seems, I tell you, it seemed to drag, but then all of a sudden, it just seems to have gone this season, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting one to look at.
I think when you're having a bad season, it does tend to drag, and if you're having a good season, it's over before you know it. And that's
before you can shake a stick.
That's the way of the world, unfortunately.
Yeah, Red Light saying the treatment of Song Soo Park has been pathetic. A real promise. Well, he had a storm, but then he literally dropped off a cliff. Literally in the under 21s. The problem being as well is he was playing with an injury. He didn't want to lose his spot. He was literally, he was so excited and keen to get involved in football. Unfortunately, it affected him massively. So obviously he lost his place then due to that issue. And then he got back in. And again, I think he, as with a lot of other under-21 players, was getting messed about by, I can never remember his name. Is it Anderson, the under-21s coach that left, who used Newcastle as a stepping stone for his own career? Completely destroyed a lot of the kids' confidence, if I'm honest with you. But he's starting to show a bit more form. So it hasn't been the best start of his career. I'll give you that. But he certainly looks under the right umbrella with the right approach and somebody by the side of him guiding him. I think he could be a future star. Definitely. He's certainly got that ability for him. Before we get into today's game, like I say, that's what I said. I mean, he's only a bad. If we can just ask you guys, smash the like buttons if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, give the lads some support. Chris does, and Win does a lot of work behind the scenes. If we can also keep any celebrations, you guys will probably be in front of us because obviously we get our stuff from across the pond. So if you guys can keep it out the chat until we celebrate, it just makes it all nicer for everybody else, especially if they're listening, like I say, and watching YouTube. Just gives it all. And like I say, I will be doing the comms kick by kick as I see it.
Nothing in the live chat here until we've said, get in!
Get in! Yeah, exactly. Because I have got other screens to watch as well, because I'm in charge, believe it or not, like I was last week, of the timer. Well, I usually leave it to Michael. Michael's unavailable today, so I've got to do the comms. I've also got to watch. I've got the timer on, because last week we'd gone to 5 minutes before Connor messaged me and said, you haven't started the timer, mate. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, so like I say, I do get too involved in that.
And nothing.
That's going to be an interesting. Well, no. Like I say, as soon as the ball kicks off, that is it. My focus is fully 100% behind the game and trying to give you guys the best I can give you regarding comms, if I'm honest. So we are, like I say, 5 minutes. I can see them all on my other TV in the chat. Choppy is in there. Thanks for the 14 months membership, buddy. Same old formation. Teams have worked Newcastle out, and it's all down to that idiot Eddie Howe. I'm not sure that, like I say, I don't think this will be the same formation, dude. I think this will be a slightly different. I think it'll be a slightly varied one, as you saw last week with the 4-2-3-1, with potentially, like I say, it's going to be a fluid one, so I don't think it will stick.
Yes, Choppy celebrating 14 months membership. Thanks, Choppy. How's Cockermouth?
Yeah, exactly.
Same old formation team. Oh, right. Sorry, you've just done that one. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, it come up on my other TV. That's what I said. I'd got it. It comes up there before here for some unknown reason. I don't know why. You'd think it'd come up on our screen first. But thanks, Choppy, anyway. It's lovely to have you on board. Lads are in the blue shirt coming onto the field of play. You need to get in touch with the man who's got the control. Yeah. Like I say, I've got it on here anyway. So if needs be, I can... Do we need to do anything our end?
No. As long as you're on the staff page.
Rightio. Like I say, we are, lads. Say that it looks really hot. I was saying at Craven Cottage. Like I say, it's an interesting setup there. Because, like I say, it's probably the oldest ground now, isn't it? Craven Cottage. In the Premier League?
It'll be one of them.
Especially now we've lost Everton.
Yeah, who else could be? Who's in the Villa?
Crystal
Park,
Palace.
Maybe.
Yeah, Villa. Yeah, because that's been upgraded though, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it hasn't moved. It's still there. It's still the same.
It's still the same. Yeah, exactly. It's still the same. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Well, yeah. Which again has seen. I mean, the stands there. I mean, you've still got like Crystal Palace. You've still got the old-fashioned stands there. But if you stand behind a pillar, you can't see bugger all. If you got one of those seats what's like directly in place of the goal, you're dodging the posts from the stands. Interesting place. Would-be farmer Howe went from genius to moron, idiot, fool in 16 months. He must have hit his head or developed a habit. I'm not going to say the other word. Says would-be farmer. Elias De Boyes is going 2-1 Fulham as well. Oh, no, sorry. Fulham 1 and NUFC 2. There you go. So, Castagna, Diop, Bassi and Robinson as the back four. 2 centre holding midfielders with Sanderberg and Iwobi for Fulham. Is going to be that one. And again, they're going to go with that 3 up top with Bob, Rowe and Kevin. And then obviously the man up top is going to be the one and only Muniz. That's going to be the one showing. Just waiting for everything to appear. So you might get yours just in front of ours. Like I say, we are literally a minute away, and all of a sudden I seem to have lost everything.
Yeah, they're showing on my own screen, on the English screen, they're showing Newcastle's team now.
Diddy. Can't see anything on there at the minute.
It's coming. He's got the right one now. There we go. It should be. I'll let you know when.
And Man City get the treble, and they're celebrating that one. And it was it's going to be a different setup for them next season, isn't it? Strange how Morgan Gibbs-White's not being included in the setup. Yeah, Sky showing that Hall is definitely right back. So there you go on that one.
Yeah.
Seem to, well, I think we've kicked off, and I haven't.
Well, we haven't kicked off on main.
Come on, Newcastle, says Connor. Yeah, I was trying to see if I can find the Mackham game as well, so I can keep you guys updated. Wow. Apologies. We are, like I say, we are down at the moment. I don't know what's happening. We are literally waiting for the game to start. It probably already has kicked off when I'm looking at the clock.
Well,
So apologies.
My own feed, they haven't kicked off. They're just about to.
Well, they haven't kicked off yet.
Well, they will have done because I'm always a minute now.
Yeah, I say from what I can see on mine, it has kicked off. And we are literally on the defensive. They're literally Munier's on the attack, the edge of the ball, and the ball has been blocked by Murphy. Oh, it's not. It's Willock who's in the side. And obviously now it's gone out with Kevin on that one side, who's picking the ball up and throws it back to Iwonyi. And Iwobi, sorry, I should say, not Iwonyi. Iwobi goes out. And again, he's just looking to try and throw out the ball to Bassi, and then down this right-hand side with Oscar Bob and Munoz, and it's all the way back to Pope. Malik Chow now picking the ball up again. Lovely ball through the lines, plays the ball into Bruno. Now there's a ball over the top from Murphy, but again, it's straight through to Leno, the keeper. Which, again, like I say, it was more than hope than anything else. I didn't think, like I say, Willock was going to start. Yeah. I'm going to refresh mine then because I'll let that one continue.
We're on 158.
158. I'll put that on the timer in a second. If you can continue then, Win, while I just set up.
Go on. Oh, a nice ball from Ramsey into the box. Oh,
Go on, Ramsey.
Cleared for a corner. Newcastle corner right wing. Nice football through the middle there from Newcastle.
Yeah, there you go. So it should be on the screen now. Yeah. There you go. We are literally in and we started. So we're just going to keep a close eye on what's going on now. Yeah, I've got it now. Thank you. Right, excellent. We are literally now with this corner, and it looks like Murphy is going to throw this one as an outswinger. No, it's Bruno who draws backwards.
Yeah, nicely.
Again, bast it into Bruno, who slips just as he gets to the byline. And it's Willock starting instead
Hall
of
is on the left back.
Leo Hall is left back, so there's a definite change in formation to this one. So we're going to get you into this in a second when we find out. It looks like it's it's Malik Chow that has gone to right back with Dan Burn left centre back and Botman right centre back.
And a good ball again by
looking
Ramsey.
at the minute. Ball across the field of play to Hall on the left-hand side. Plays it back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn inside again. First touch out of his feet there for Ramsey. Back to Botman. Out to Malik Chow now. So, like I say, there has been a few changes
good ball
for
out.
Newcastle.
Well done,
again,
Lewis
a
Hall.
great ball on the diagonal out to Lewis Hall from Malik Chow. Right back to left midfield. Hall back to Dan Burn, who leaves it to Willock, who again, I didn't think he expected that. Bruno picking the ball up again now, back to Willock, out to Ramsey now in central.
First time ball,
out onto that right-hand side now to Murphy. Murphy inside. And again, it's Ramsey now trying to get the ball motivated. It's gone back to Botman, out now to Malik Chow, hugging that right-hand side. Chow again decided to come back, not take a gamble, and play backwards to Botman, who goes square again to Bruno, who shows a little bit too much of that one. No. And Iwobi picks the ball up on the edge of the box. Tried to feed in Oscar Bob, but he's got a touch.
Bruno asleep.
Yeah, just lets the ball roll past him, Bruno. Again, this is what I said. He's got to get a shout from somebody there. If he's not sure, he's got to take control of the ball the way he's facing, rather than trying to do a 180 in the middle of the park there.
That was a shocking ball.
Oh, it was an awful ball. Yeah, absolutely awful ball. Again, the ball goes on the diagonal. Again, that's a phenomenal ball out to Murphy there. Yeah, I tell you something there. There's some amazing crossfield balls in these first 5 minutes. Fingers crossed that continues. The middle and it's a great ball through, but it's just a little bit too heavy for Murphy, who's not got the pace of Elanga to get onto that one.
Or Asula.
Yeah, exactly. Ball again goes backwards for Fulham. Trying to get hold of this one. And line up again, collecting the ball, all in red line up, as always, for Fulham. Iwobi going back again, starting really deep. Fulham for their build-up comes out towards Malik Chow, but he's been beaten to that one by Munoz.
Pushes him in the back.
There was literally a push in the back there, and it's going to be a free kick to Fulham. Some amazing football at the minute. Crossfield play, I must admit, has been really good.
I'm just going to go and get me medicine.
No problem. Wolves have gone 1-0 up against Burnley. There you go. Ball now back in play. Kevin plays the ball inside, and again, Iwobi loses the ball. Voltemada again, and it's Ramsey playing it just behind Louis Hall, but he's managed to keep it in play. Now Dan Burn gets it out of his feet and clears again left to right hand side. Murphy now picking this ball up, plays it on the diagonal. Now we've got Willock back to Ramsey on the square. We've got Hall out on the left hand side, plays it short to Voltemada, comes back to the right hand side, and Bruno inside to Willock. Willock goes through the legs of the Fulham player out to Murphy. Murphy again trying to play a short ball, but again it's deflected straight back to Kevin, who's on that left-hand side and having a run at Malik Chow, who gets a toe on it, and it's a throw-in to Fulham, halfway in the Newcastle half. Just waiting for this ball to come back in play. It's thrown backwards to Iwobi on the halfway line. Bassi now picking his ball up, or his Diop, I should say. Diop and Bassi playing the ball. It's going to be difficult because both Bassi and Iwobi have the same haircut. And obviously that's the only thing I do go on. Everybody's got white boots. Everybody's got a white uniform. The only thing that's different on a lot of players is the colour of the hair. And trust these two to both have dreads. So I really can't tell you who's who. I'm going to have a look at numbers if I get the chance. So apologies if I do say the wrong name. It is back with Bassi though at the minute. Now out of his feet, and Robinson goes forward, out now towards Kevinson, but it's a great challenge by Murphy. And again, it's a tug on the shirt by Kevin on Murphy. It's a free kick to Newcastle.
And a shake of hands because Kevin knew exactly what he was doing then.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it is fair play.
Can somebody shift him out the chat, please?
Long ball over the top there, but again, it's
get him out.
Ball straight over the top, which is poor for Asula. Straight back to Leno. And Voltemada sitting a little bit on the...
I don't think he's touched the ball yet, has he?
Yeah, once, like I say, short pass. I mean, like I say, he's not really had much to play with, if I'm honest with you. Nice give and go here from Fulham. Down that left-hand side, ball into the middle is to nobody in particular. Botman gets a foot on that and clears it, but it has only come back to Kevin, who goes back to Robinson. Robinson now looking on the inside. Berg plays the ball. Now, Diop plays the ball out again to Castagna, and again decides to come inside to go outside. Oscar Bob now with the ball. Plays the ball inside now to Iwobi. Again, it's some nice football. This is a chance. Deflected out by Dan Burn, I think it was in the end. Yeah. It's a corner to Fulham. Yeah, Newcastle allowing far too much space in front of them. Then Ramsey and Voltamada there just watch the player run past him and sit still. Got to start going with the players, boys. Oscar Bob. Apparently, Tonali's not inclusion was an injury in the warm-up. That's why there's been a change to what we thought was the starting lineup.
Good take.
Ball goes straight from the corner into the hands of Pope, who again throws it out, and it's Voltamada now getting forward. But again, has to go backwards. Ramsey. Again, Chow goes square. It's Botman now. Squared again to Chow. Again, Fulham not really pressing. It's just trying to close the space between man and ball. Ball down the line to Bruno. Again, just playing it back to Chow. Again, Fulham doing a job on Newcastle at the minute. Down the line it goes to Murphy. And again, it's Robinson with the last touch, and it's a throw into Newcastle. We do look a little bit all over the shop at the moment, and it looks as though it's
looking very
Willock.
Good going forward and very bad going back.
It's Willock who's playing that deep six role, though, alongside Bruno. So, again, I think you're going to see probably a little bit of a strange, shaky start because they'll have been training with Tonali sitting in that formation. Looks like it's ball now back with Bassett. Diop now down, trying to get the ball to Bob, but again, Burns sees that one. It's Hall on the edge of the box. He's trying to play a give and go. Didn't quite work off. It has fallen back to Willock, though. Who again plays it in to Ramsey. Ramsey again takes the simple job and he gives it to Chow on the halfway line. Again, it's a Welby trying to close the space. There's, you had an opportunity to get it forward then, and he delayed it. He'd take another touch, and it was blocked. Botman now, just inside his own half, gives it to Willock, who's the deepest midfielder at the minute. Ball out to Lewis Hall, who's taken a higher line. Hall again plays the ball back to Willock. Willock getting a touch and back to goal. Goes all the way back to Botman. Botman with a heavy touch. Good ball through to Ramsey. Ramsey on the diagonal out to Murphy on that right-hand side. Murphy, first time into the box towards Asula, but it's too close to Leno, who picks that one up. But again, nice play forward, Newcastle.
And it was a good cross, you know. First time. Just marginally away. That could have been.
Yeah, it's just too close. Like I say, it needs to be shaped a bit towards the penalty spot for Asula.
You know, probably in the first time ball like it wasn't too bad at all, I didn't think.
Yeah. Ball now, like I say, in to the Newcastle box, but again, it's deflected straight to Pope. 13 minutes gone at Craven Cottage. We are Fulham 0, Newcastle 0. Burn, Botman, Willock. Again, Bruno fires the ball up to Hall, who's got his back to goal again, being hampered. He's trying to turn, but Oscar Bob and Castagna get the ball back. It's now Iwobi picking that ball up. Back to Bassett. Out to Robinson on that left-hand side. Again, Fulham and Newcastle allowing Fulham to play in their own half, not really pressing. Definitely looks like a 4-4-2 Newcastle have gone with today. Ball now back with Berg. Again, just exploiting a little bit of space in midfield there. And again, it's Lewis Hall watching the ball and gets his foot on that. But again, loses the ball, gets it back and loses it again. Lewis Hall. And again, the deflection off Lewis Hall in the end for a Fulham throw-in. Take it quick up to Munoz. And he's got his back to goal at the minute. And again, got Botman backing him up and he wins that ball back. And it's Ramsey now on the run forward, trying to get forward. But again, runs into a white shirt. And I think it's Smith Rowe.
He did well to get that ball out of trouble.
Again, ball played into Oscar Bob. Castagna makes a run on the outside. Oscar Bob decides to keep hold of the ball. He will be literally on the 25-yard mark.
Push.
Robinson now got a chance to shoot, but it's over the bar from Robinson. I think that was a slight deflection on that one. So it's going to be a corner for Fulham. There you go. Again, just everybody just drops. No pressure on the ball, and it's literally fired over. We need to close that space from 25 yards because they will shoot if they have the opportunity, Fulham. Welby to take this one. Plays the ball up, and keeper then decides to come out and punch it clear. Robinson picks the loose ball up. Again, looking for that diagonal ball over the top towards Oscar Bob, but it's directed for, well, to nobody in particular. Corner flag. And it's a goal kick now to Newcastle. Some good stuff, but there's also some really awful stuff, if I'm honest with you, from both sides. So, again, Newcastle just need to put the foot on the gas a little bit and take control of this game. It's like I say, it's probably been unbalanced a little bit by the omission of Toon Army.
Kenny's saying it's 31 degrees in Fulham.
Yeah, 31 degrees. Like I say, it's 30 degrees where I am, so it's going to be a little bit warmer there. Ball is back with Leno. And it's Diop again trying to find Munoz. It's a head-on to try and find Bob, but it's Byrne who plays the ball back to Pope. Pope gets out of his feet again, looking for options, goes long over the halfway line, and it's long to a white shirt. And again, straight back towards their keeper. And again, I don't know why we do it. He just looks for nobody. He just clears his lines. I don't mind that when you're under a little pressure.
Yeah, exactly. But he had a bit of.
But when you've got time like he had there, you've got to start looking for somebody.
At least in the right general direction. I mean, where he hit it, there wasn't a single Newcastle shirt within 20 metres.
Yeah, Castagna then into Munoz. Possession 52% to Fulham, 48 for Newcastle. Not a single attempt yet from Newcastle. 3 from Fulham. Again, nothing really going to harm us at the minute. He will be back to Diop, and again back to Leno. Again, the heat is going to have a little bit of a control on today's play. There will be, like I say, breaks throughout the first and second half. Leno goes long again, looking for options. It's a good run from Robinson, who's picked up that ball. Plays the ball back to Bob. And it's Berg now, playing the ball out to Castagna on this right-hand side.
Big gap in the middle.
To Burke. Yeah, massive gap approaching there. Again, Newcastle just standing off, not closing the ball at all. Just then you get Willock closing that space down. But again, he's left a little bit on, I don't know, it's Robinson. Yeah, it's Robinson who had a tap on the outside of his ankle there from Willock. It's going to be a free kick to Fulham.
Gosh, Demila.
I mean, I don't think there was much on the ball, if I'm honest with you, from Willock. I think it was Robinson who got the touch of the ball. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's close, but he has got the foul anyway, Robinson.
Indeed.
Back to his feet now. These holes in socks today. It's a good position, this, though, for Fulham, to be fair. Very central to goal. It's going to be, it's going to be something here from this central position. 2 in the wall. I would have had 3, if I'm honest with you. Here we go. There's a chance. Oh, it's off the post, and it's a free header, and it's a goal. It's a great free kick, to be fair, from distance.
Comes back, and first to react, Fulham player, bang.
Fulham, Diop with a free header, literally from 6 yards. Got an open goal because obviously Pope's committed to the first initial shot from the free kick. The ball rebounds from, I don't know if it's the post or the bar or the angle of both. Angle. It bounces, and it's just a free header. Every Newcastle player stood watching this ball. But what a great hit that was, I must admit.
Yeah, great
from
free.
Kevin.
But
Watch everybody react to this. Just stood still, look. Murphy, Chow, crap. Absolutely rubbish. But great free kick.
I mean, you know, you're saying rubbish. Great free kick. But why? I mean, by himself.
Yeah. No, that's what I said. Nobody anywhere within 5 yards of him. That's what I said. It's crap. Nobody reacting in case that happens. And you can't afford to do that. He just runs from literally the 18-yard line into an open space. And it's Bruno who leaves him. It's Bruno's man that he runs from, and he just stands still, Bruno. Doesn't even go with him. So there you go. Absolute useless. I mean, I don't know how you can give anybody free rein like that at this level. It's beyond me. You've got to go with your runners. It's just criminal not to go with runners.
Huge gap in the middle as well. You know that was mentioned. Look at that gap there, and he just runs straight through the middle.
Yeah. It's Bruno. Bruno tries to grab hold of him, and he doesn't run with him at all.
It's fortunate that it rebounds exactly where he is, but there should have still been somebody somewhere reacting as well.
It's criminal the way Bruno just lets him go there. That's shocking for me.
It was way outside what you might call the danger area, and he started making his run as Kevin was running to take the shot.
Yeah.
The free kick. And then
I mean, listen, I'm going to take nothing from the free kick. That free kick was outstanding.
He had the momentum, and you know, fortunate that it bounced where it did, but the free kick deserved it.
Bruno gets a tap there this time off Munoz, and it's going to be a free kick. But again, you know, you can't really give anybody an excuse when not for running with your men, regardless of whether it's open space or not. You've got to stand in front of him, make it difficult for him to get to the ball. If you're not going to get there yourself. But when you just let him run and then just stand and watch what happens, you haven't got a clue whether that ball's going to be saved or whether it's going to come off the bar. You've got to go with your man. Ball into the box from Newcastle towards Botman. It's headed up in the air now. Byrne trying to get underneath it. It's fallen towards Voltemada. Crikey. Kevin taking a two-footed flying kick there towards Voltemada. Very crazy. If I'm honest with you, I don't know what he's trying there. It was
see that again.
Very Cantona-esque, that one, if I'm honest with you. Ball up into the air. Then there's a little nudge on the back from Botman. Oof. Yeah, I'm glad Voltemada backed out of that one, to be fair.
I'm trying to work out how Fulham get a free kick out of that.
Dan Byrne. It was Dan Byrne going into one of the players. I think it was Berg. So Berg went to the floor really easily. The referee's just given him the opportunity to make a decision. Ball headed clear, but again, it's fallen to Berg, who's played the ball through. And again, it's a Smith Rowe with a really poor effort on goal, straight down the throat of Pope. 1-0 at Craven Cottage to Fulham in the 24th minute. Like I say, Diop with a free header from 6 yards with an open goal. Botman down the line to Hall. Again, Voltemada gives the ball back to Hall down the line, but he's got two white shirts. Nice little back heel to Voltemada. Again, hit by a white wall, not able to get it out. Still no attempts at target for Newcastle.
First time.
Chow picking the ball up. Lays it out to Willock on this right-hand side. Down the line to Murphy. Murphy again, keeping the ball in from that pass from Willock. We've gone backwards to Botman. Goal for Sunderland against Chelsea. So Sunderland are 1-0 up.
Right.
Ball now back to Pope. Again, gets it out of his feet. He goes long, looking out towards Murphy. But again, he's got nobody to help him. And it's just so easy for Robinson there to head that one. But it's only headed back out to a goal kick to Newcastle. But again, you know, these free kick, these kicks from Pope, just awful. Trying to find Voldemort there, goes straight through to Bassey, ball over the top. Again, trying to find Smith Rowe, but it's another goal kick to Newcastle. Newcastle just on at the races, mate, at the minute.
No, I agree.
Everything going forward just looks lost at this present moment in time. Eddie Howe there's trying to shout some instructions, but again, long ball goes straight to a white shirt.
Oh.
Again, it's Bruno who loses the ball in the midfield. Smith Rowe picking this ball up. It's taken off him by Ramsey. Now Willett moving forward into the Fulham half. Out on side, it's Murphy. Again, having to come back. Ball inside to Bruno.
Oh,
there's a chance.
Man,
just taken off Lewis Hall from Castagna.
Voldemort should have had a touch.
Yeah, Voldemort in the 6-yard box stretching, couldn't get out of the ball.
Yeah,
the ball just come through towards Lewis Hall.
Lewis Hall thought that Voldemort was going to put it in. Beautiful. He would have been offside.
Yeah, it's good football. Yeah, just waiting for that one, isn't he? It's Asula, not Voldemort, who missed the ball first, and then obviously I don't know whether that threw Lewis Hall out.
Anyway, actually, when you look at it again.
Ball into the box from Bruno, but it's straight down the throat of Leno. Again, throws it out to Smith Rowe really quickly. Fulham trying to get going. Iwobi now going down that left-hand side. Murphy tracks back, and Willock back to Berg. Again, Newcastle just having a breather, standing off the ball, and it's Fulham who's taking all the play to Newcastle at the minute. Castagna. Smith Rowe back to Berg. Now out to Robinson on that left-hand side. Oh, it's a Welby, I beg your pardon. Ball down the line. Nice little turn here from Robinson. Goes in on his left-hand side. Then into the box with Munoz with a header forward. But again, that's close to Pope, who gathers that one easily. But again, another chance. Oscar Bob there doing all the tricks on that left-hand side. Ball forward again to Kevin, who again seems to have the freedom of Fulham at the minute. Ball with a Welby on the right-hand side. Oscar Bob, and it's a Castagna scooping. Castagna's there. Oh, there's another chance there for Munoz. And I think that's going to be a corner.
Dan Burn.
Oh, like I say, I thought that was... Welby sees Castagna on the run. He flicks the ball over the top. Castagna manages to keep it in goal. And it was Dan Burn who throws his body in front towards Munoz. Who puts him off. And it's Munoz who gets it off his shin in the end. And it's a goal kick to Newcastle. I mean, it could have been a corner. You couldn't really see who that come off last, if I'm honest with you.
By the way, Sunderland are in Europe.
Yeah. As it stands, Sunderland in Europe. Can you believe it? Bang average Newcastle. Struggled all
13th.
season. And that struggle. We are 13th as we speak, yeah. Ball now again. Nice give and go. In a white shirt. Again, it's Bassey coming forward with a ball. Again, it's too easy to come inside. Then a ball to Castagna. Then all the way back to Diop, who gives it to Leno. Again, Lewis Hall, really high up the field of play at the minute. Voldemort is telling him to stay there. He's covering this left-hand side. Ball up to the halfway line towards Munoz. Again, won back well by Botman. Ramsey now picking the ball up, looking forward. Voldemort picks his ball up, back to Ramsey. Ramsey out to Lewis Hall. Give him options, boys. There's nobody down this left-hand side. Goes back to Byrne. Byrne now inside to Bruno. Bruno picking this ball up. Sees an option. Willock inside to Ramsey. Ramsey now trying to give it back to Voltemada. Oh, it was Asula. Sorry. And it's just far too quick for Asula's feet because he was on his heels there, Asula. Just waiting for that ball to be placed. Yeah. On his heels to try and keep himself onside there, Asula.
That was the problem.
Just found himself in an offside position rather than getting onside and then arcing your run into the space. He's just literally a bit of a statue there, Asula, if I'm honest with you. Ball now going again, deflecting there for a Fulham throw. They take it quick. Berger picking the ball up. Bassi now picking this ball up. And again, Diop going square Fulham. Castagna, first time through the middle. It's easy. Munyi's trying to find Bob there. But again, Botman into the back. And Bruno now picking this ball up, running forward into the space. Out to Lewis Hall. First time into the box, Lewis.
Oh, he had his
just delays and goes back to Bruno. Bruno out of his feet, tries a shot, but it's straight into the midriff of Leno. Again, I think that's more by frustration than anything else, right, if I'm honest with you. Ball over the top again, trying to find... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're in 32 minutes and it's our first attempt on goal. Ball thrown out to Malik Chow. Willock, Bruno, back to Willock. Just inside the Newcastle half, Willock. Out to Murphy. Again, isolated Murphy. Coming back to Malik Chow. Bruno. Going to come square. Botman now. Onto this touchline to Lewis Hall. Oh, it's Dan Byrne, apologies. Voltemada drops deep. Again, Bruno and Voltemada combining. Go out to now to that right-hand side with Murphy. Murphy out of his feet. Can he get it into the box? No, he decides to come back inside. Voltemada. Nice little angle ball. Run. Willock. Shot at goal. It's saved by the legs of Leno. That's nice football. Oh, but again, Kevin does really well there to beat Murphy. Murphy again taken out. Big Dan Burns sees the opportunity to stick a leg out and gets that ball
Ramsey
back.
Getting back
Bruno
there.
Now to Murphy. Murphy goes on the outside to Willock. Willock now hugging that right-hand line. Going to have to come back now. Bruno. Again, Bruno just trying to keep hold of the ball. Can you give him options, blue shirts?
That's it. He's determined he wasn't going to go back, wasn't he?
Yeah, Ramsey. That's a nice turn from Voltemada. Out of his feet once. We can't do it twice, though.
Right.
And the ball back in a white shirt.
Right.
And that time it's headed clear by Chow.
3 times.
Yeah, he tried to get it out of his feet, if I'm honest with you.
Fabulous.
Yeah, crazy. Some nice football at times. Willock's down. Here we go.
Been under the cosh, but that's now 2 shots in the last 5 minutes. So
I don't know what's gone on there with Willock, but he's hit the floor again, as he does regular. He's back on his feet though, so obviously nothing wrong really. Just running his hand along the back of his hamstring. Willock from the replay there that I've just seen. So I don't know whether there's a bit of tightness there. Man United 1-0 up against Brighton.
Sunderland 1-0
Bournemouth,
against
Forest.
Forest beating Bournemouth 1-0. City beating Villa 1-0. And Wolverhampton Wanderers, could they get their first away win of the season at Burnley?
Burnley, yeah, exactly. Malik Chow now picking the ball up.
And the big relegation battle.
Bruno now.
Both 0-0 with Spurs and West Ham both drawing still. There'll be some pinhole, manhole situations going on in the crowds down there.
Yeah, they went off. Murphy now picking the ball up on the halfway line again, looking for options forward. Ball trying to be played Asula, but again, it's just far too easy into Leno's arms there. Not enough shape on that ball. But again, gets blocked out by the two centre halves, Asula. Maybe Bruno should take a bit of a copybook exercise on how to block players from making runs. Bassi now on that left-hand side, down the line, looking for Robinson. Or is it Kevin, actually? Kevin.
Nicely.
Ball over the top. Again, but it's not directed towards Asula correctly from Bruno. And it's another throw-in. I mean, since the goal, Newcastle have provided a little bit, but again, it's the final third decision-making that's gone awry. They're trying to walk through a wall at times.
Voice. Hello, hello, we are Joe Harvey's boys, sings the Thames Armada.
Again, just concentrating. It looks like there's a injury to Kevin now, who's gone down. Looks like he's holding the back of his leg. They're just waiting to see what's going on. Don't know whether he gets a knock in the back of the leg there. Now he's pointing to his shoulder. Just doing a replay of the free kick. All of 30 yards, that free kick. And I say, it beats Nick Pope, but it can't beat the bar. But Diop reacts to that rebound and heads into a clear, open goal for a Fulham goal. The only goal of the game so far in 36 minutes. And I say, we were waiting for Kevin to have treatment to his left shoulder from where I can see. Looking in a little bit of discomfort there. Certainly going to be a big loss for them, Fulham, if he has to go off, Kevin. The only problem is with him, he's a good player, but he's so bitty as a player. Some days you get a worldie, other days you get a academy rather than that. I wonder when the players go home and speak to the Robs with their hands over their mouths. Because that's all you ever see at football games these days, isn't it?
Defiant away support there.
Yeah. Are they screaming? Are they win?
Yeah.
Lovely. The away fans are amazing for Newcastle, I must admit. Ball again, long from Leno. Chow goes up, but couldn't get onto that one. Fallen towards Dan Burn. Given to Bruno. Bruno trying to play the ball back and loses it again. Berg gets the ball lost by Voltemada. So Newcastle regain possession. Malik Chow gives it square to Botman. Central figure now. Out to Dan Burn on this left-hand side. Newcastle look like they're playing with more of a three at the back since the conceding of a goal. Pushing Lewis Hall on as far as they can go. Ramsey picking the ball up, threads the ball through the middle. Baltimore now down the left-hand side towards Dan Burn, who gets into the box to try and get it into the box anyway. And he only goes to a white shirt. Castagna picking this ball up. Again now, Berg looking for the ball over the top. And it's Iwobi again, who's full of running at the minute. And Botman does well to see that ball out of danger into Hall. And now Burn plays the ball back towards Pope. It's a bit of a dodgy ball, to be fair, from Burn.
Certainly was.
Pope does well to clear that one.
Again, all these second balls are going to, white shirts.
Bassi picking this ball up again, back to Leno. Every time, you're right, every time the ball gets lost in a group of players, put it that way, it does seem as though it falls to a white shirt rather than a blue. Ball again on the diagonal for Fulham. Picked up again that second ball by Robinson. Out to Kevin, who's hugging that left-hand touchline. Seems to have recovered from that shoulder injury. Again, all the attack of Fulham seems to come down that left-hand side with Robinson and Kevin. Berg. Again, all blue shirts just standing off the white shirts of Fulham. Oscar Bob with his first touch now. Berg again picking this ball up. Again, he's got runners. Castagna back to Iwobi. Now square to Robinson. He's got Kevin on the outside. Kevin slips as he tries to cross the ball, and it's
come on,
easy for Pope. Again, Pope holding on to the ball here. Throws it out eventually. And again, it's Botman. Munyu's asking Oscar Bob to push on, but Bob's having none of it. Bruno gives the ball away. Oh, you're lucky there, Bruno.
Again.
Get a free kick. Bruno with his back to opposition goal. Yeah, Bruno's all over the shop at the minute, if I'm honest with you. Willock. Bruno picking the ball up again with a bit more freedom. Plays the ball out to Byrne on the halfway line. Plays the ball back to Botman. Byrne picks the ball back up.
That's what you want.
Back to Bruno. Again, triangles. There's a chance of a right-hand side field cross here to Murphy. Picks the ball up. And again, it's a really poor ball from Murphy. Again, making players run backwards. Willock eventually picking this ball up just inside the Newcastle half. Out to Murphy. Full to Marder. Back to Murphy. Again, 5-yard balls this from Newcastle. Trying to draw Fulham on, but it's a poor pass again from Willock. Straight to a white shirt, and now it's Oscar Bob on a run forward. He steps the ball, plays the ball through to Iwobi, who looks full of running for Fulham, into the 6-yard box. Again, Castagna with the first shot, and it's Botman with that. And there's a little crossfield from Kevin trying to find Iwobi, and it goes out for a goal kick for Newcastle. We are statues, mate, at the minute.
He was trying to go defensively. We're just not at the races at all.
I mean, how can you be outnumbered in your own penalty area? That is incredible. There's got to be some changes at this football club.
We've had 5 minutes out of 45 here.
Unreal. That first half has been appalling. Again, free header. No commitment there from Asula with that ball forward. Again, second ball has been won by Fulham. That's coming all the way through to Pope, who manages to stay on his line and collect the ball. Malik Chow now. Over the top again. Looking for Asula, who's not really got anything to work off today at all. Goal for Tottenham versus Everton. 1-0 to Tottenham.
Ooh, bad news for West Ham.
Yeah. Ball again with Berg down to that left-hand side. Again with Kevin. Back to Berg. Goal for Arsenal against Crystal Palace. 1-0 to Arsenal. Again, a little tap from Asula there on Castagna. It's a free kick to Fulham. Bassi now. Robinson. So he's done well, Robinson, I must admit. Smith Rowe picking the ball up. Done a little, as he often does. Berger going forward. Past Smith Rowe. Out to Kevin. Again. Wins a corner off two statues. Kevin for Fulham. 44th minute. Still Fulham 1, Newcastle 0. But we are literally struggling at the minute. 2-0 now to Manchester United against Brighton. Fulham winning everything at the minute, even corners. Ball now has come out to Iwobi from that corner. Now it's Castagna into the box. It's a good ball, but it's headed clear by Newcastle. Willock picks the ball up and again aimlessly fires the ball forward. And it's Fulham who collect that ball. And Bassey could be in trouble here if he loses it. Willock tried to take it off him, but it's cleared by Fulham and it's a Newcastle throw-in. Guimaraes now picking that ball up. Burn back to Botman. 5 minutes injury time now coming for this first half.
Come on, last 5. Back, ticker-tacker. Come on, try something.
Ball goes out to Murphy. Back to Chow.
Back again.
Ball now to Dan Byrne. Byrne to Hall on this outside. Again, running inside Hall. Gives it to Botman. Who goes again square to Chow. Again, not a lot going for Newcastle. Willock picks that ball up and plays it back to Murphy. Murphy got the opportunity now to go back outside. He goes to Willock, but again, it's very stop-start.
Back.
Fulham
again.
have literally all their bodies narrow, to be fair, and they are just literally working the channels. But there's a miss there for Voltamada. Picks his ball up again. Half a run from, again, it's far too obvious, too square, and it's really poor, if I'm honest with you, going forward. Straight back to Leno from Voltamada. Asula tries to make the run, but the ball's nowhere near him. It's too flat. No shape on the ball. No chance of Asula getting that one, to be fair. Newcastle just seem to be going less and less and less, if I'm honest with you, with what's going on. I think he's only touched the ball twice, if I'm honest with you, Asula, in this first 45 minutes. Again, Fulham doing their best to give the ball back to Newcastle.
Every time.
Ball back eventually to Pope, back out. Again, down that right-hand side to Chow.
Dear me, man.
Botman now picking his ball up forward for Newcastle. Hall. Down the line it goes. Dan Byrne again gets the toe off the ball. It's Castagna with the touch and it's a throw into Newcastle. Eddie Howe obviously now looking perplexed. Obviously the team talk is coming soon for Newcastle.
Right, yeah. Bit of magic from Will. Oh.
Half-time 0-0. West Ham and Leeds.
There.
Yeah. I mean, Baltimore, the top two have looked to me as though they are already on holiday, mate. That's the problem. We've had no movement, very static from the two of them up top. And like the balls are becoming very flat towards them. It's a crowded area with Fulham, lots of white shirts. They've got to move away to try to allow players to run into that space. Yeah, and it's ball played forward and it's Malik Chow playing that ball back towards Pope, who again gets pressed and rushed clearance. Oscar Bob now with a run down this right-hand side. And this time the ball is cleared by Ramsey. Iwobi with a little bit of a attempt down that left-hand side. Yeah, very poor, if I'm honest with you. We are literally coming to the dying embers of the first half. What's happened with Tonali in the warm-up, because there's certainly something happened. Just waiting for the ball to come back in play. Ball again. Straight out of play. Awful. Absolutely awful. From every single blue shirt on the field of play today. Can't really give you one player that's really done well, if I'm honest with you. All on the beach. Really poor ball forward from Fulham that time, and it's straight back to Newcastle.
Come on, just play it to the wing, man.
Back inside now. Fulton to Ramsey, and it's outside now to Murphy. Murphy gets out of his feet. Can you get it into the box? Plays it back to Voltamada. We are now in the last few seconds of what the referee wants to add on for the first half. Bruno, again, trying to drag the ball back and nearly tripping over the ball there, Bruno. Chow, and there you go. End of the first half. A really poor first half, if I'm honest with you, for Newcastle United. Fulham 1 goal up in the first half at Craven Cottage. Buddy, what's your thoughts on this game? Because for me, it's dire.
It's just symptomatic of the full season, isn't it? We haven't got any bite at all in midfield, and so we'll lose the ball, and then we'll go back into the 5-4-1-1, whatever. It's not good. Not good.
No, it's been very, very poor. If I'm honest with you, from all. I'm trying to give players any credit, and like I say, we've gone to this 3-5-2 system because of the loss of Tonali, which seemed to have totally unbalanced us. Because for me, you haven't got a midfield. We've got no wing play. You've got nobody trying to create anything down the left-hand side. And when we have the opportunities, and we've seen it, they're just delaying the ball into the box. There's bodies there ready to aim at. They've decided to take a touch and play back inside. And like I said, there's far too many bodies inside. So when Willett gets the ball, to me, the only player at this present moment in time that has anything in this first half, Ramsey's tried to do a little bit, but everybody else.
Ramsey would be my pick of the first half. Hall's done okay, but still a tendency to pass backwards. Dan Burns done okay. To be fair, you could argue that both Chow and Botman have done okay because they've just been under relentless pressure for the full 45 minutes. But one gang of people who'll not be given a toss, to be honest, is the
other days you get a academy.
There's the Toon Armada coming down the Thames. The two ferry boats that are always there. Always.
I wonder when the players go home and speak to the arms with their hands over their mouths. Because that's all you ever see at football games these days, isn't it?
Having a blast.
Indeed, having a blast. I don't know why, but I was getting myself back through my ears then from when we were doing the commentary.
It was probably from when I was doing the screen recording of
you were doing the recording. There you go. That's why then. Boos at half time from Newcastle fans. Geordie Journo saying, well, you could definitely see there certainly weren't going to be many smiley faces, if I'm honest with you. 5 touches in total Newcastle had in Fulham's penalty area in that first half. Asula only having 2 touches in the entire 45. I think that tells its own story. I just cannot, like I said, I know Tonali having this injury in the first in the warm up will upset obviously the rhythm. It'll upset everything from what has been obviously tried and tested. Let's do this one. But I wanted to see a little bit more from players, just, wanting to see out the season on a high. To me, they've been all over the shop. Thanks, Ben.
Ben saying, after playing decent for the past 3 weeks, we are back to our regularly scheduled programming. Rushed home from church for this rubbish. Love yous anyway. Cheers, Ben.
Cheers, Ben. Let's send our love to and best to Levi and the fam. I just don't know, if I'm honest with you, what's been positive, because we've looked so lax going forward. And like I say, a player out and a player in. Yes, you've unbalanced the setup and everything else, wasn't expected. I'm sure that was a shuffle of the pack for 15 minutes when Eddie Howe realised that there was an injury to Tonali. Obviously, that's going to start its own rumours anyway, with him not being included now. He's still on the bench, so it makes you wonder how bad this injury is. But like I say, apart from one or two moments, it's been really, really poor.
XG 0.08.
Oof.
Almost zero, in other words. No goal threat whatsoever. Not good enough. Not good enough.
Yeah, Ian Supermac McKay saying, is it just me or does Bruno look like he's had a stroke?
Well,
to be fair,
Bruno is symptomatic of the whole team, isn't he? He's just he's not at the races. He isn't, sorry. I love him, but
it's been, like I said, I can't even give you an explanation of why it's been so poor. Like I said, change of formation, change of personnel is the only excuse, but there's still bloody good players on this field of play that can't control the ball at times. Well, allegedly, yeah. But like I say, the mindset is elsewhere. They just aren't playing at all for the club. Hull never deserved that England spot. He's crap. That's a bit harsh, if I'm honest with you.
Who did
Josh is saying that. And there you go.
Never deserved the England. Oh, well, I think that's very harsh.
I think that's harsh. There's another, like I say, Connor saying he's Bruno. He's playing like he doesn't want to get hurt. Maybe that's another thing.
Nah, I'm not going to.
No, you're not up to that one.
No, I'm not having.
Like I say, again, though, it does make you wonder what's going on in players' mindsets. We just seem to be well out. I mean, like I say, Voltemada is another one. You look at he's hardly moved from that centre position in this 3-5-2, and like I say, some of the football in that final third has been so bad. To be fair, we'd struggle against Burnley and Wolves today.
It kind of epitomises everything all season, when we've had more. Any games where we've had more possession, we tend to get beat. And, we're just shading it with 52-48. But the possession we've had, it's just backwards all the time. When's Mad Dog going to say, look, if you get the ball, try something, go forward, forget it. Doesn't matter if you lose the ball. We're losing the ball anyway. It doesn't matter if you lose the ball. Give it a try. That would be my message at half time.
I'm just looking at the highlights. I mean, trust me, all the highlights really are white-shirted highlights. We've had one real highlight. That was the ball across that Asula and Lewis Hall missed. But apart from that, everything has really been Fulham. And what I'm seeing, mate, is the build-up. It's like a training game for Fulham. We are sitting off in the shape. They are playing the ball around us, and I've just seen, as you do in training, where you just nonchalantly kick a ball forward in the passing lanes, and there's been nothing from Newcastle. I forgot that Willock effort. If I'm honest with you, there you go. I've just seen the other one. Mackham's in Europa League spot.
Yeah. No, they're in the Conference League spot.
Oh, Conference League spot. Beg your pardon.
They can't get Europa League.
Dean is saying, I've got no sympathy for fans at the game. Singing Eddie Howe's Black and White Army, then booing at half time. Shake yourselves for.
No, I think that's perfectly reasonable. While the ball's in play, you give it your all, and when it's not, let them know what you think. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
For Vendetta, and needlessly joining in with that chorus, absolute spanners, singing Eddie Howe's Black and White Army. Booing at half time.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping he gives them a bit of a roast in at half time, I must admit. Is there anything that you've seen in the chat there that we can talk about, mate?
I'm just having a look now. I had nothing to say. I'm like saying I had nothing to say for a long time. I said it all months ago. Eddie is not good enough, and his coaching staff are not at Premier League level. There you go.
Buddy, I'm just going to go and grab myself a drink
Yeah.
to dry my whistle,
No
or wet my
problem.
whistle, I should say. And then
I'll
I'll let you have
go-
the helm for
go through
5.
a few more of these chats. Players looking like they are protecting themselves to guarantee they are not injured, so they can escape us this summer. No one in their right mind would want to play for Howe if it can be helped. What else have we got here? Here we go again. Eddie's determined to get this 4-5-1 out of possession to work. It nullifies everything we can possibly do to get forward. And V again is saying, same rubbish, different day, same players, same cult, same manager, same dross. Bring back Pogio, for goodness sake. PD Proudlock fans may be doing season roundup next week if you want a proper channel. Oh, I don't know what I'm reading that one out for. Mighty Mark, that's obviously a message to Ben saying well done winning War League, because Benjamin has walked really comfortable victory in the Prediction League, which are all welcome to join in next year. And for Vendetta, Piff can go away and take Howe with them. No bollocks among the Saudis at all. What we got here? A nice new area in Fulham called the Pier. Bars, cafes and restaurants. Well, that was taken over entirely by the Toon Armada this morning and the early afternoon, of course. As far as the game is concerned, what can we say? It's just more of what we've seen all season. To me, the big problem is lack of bite in that midfield. That when the ball breaks, when there's a second ball, any clearance of any description at all, and it comes out with a white shirt, once in a blue moon, I would say probably 1, 10, 15, it comes out with a black shirt. Borky's there. Thanks, Borky. We play like that with the best squad ever. Go on, son, rub it in. Who else have we got here? Absolute how garbage football needs to... Listen, all the how-outers, you're wasting your breath, you're wasting your fingers typing it, you're wasting your ink. The decision, it would appear, has been made. So that is what we're going to get. We've just got to see what the transfer window brings. There's nobody anywhere in their right mind is saying it's been a good season. It hasn't. It's been a bad season. But there are multiple reasons for it. I mean, it's end up there. Sunderland will be in Europe with, as it stands, 5 points more than we've got. Is anybody telling me if we'd had Isak up top, he wouldn't have been worth 5 points to us this season? When you think of the games, the 27 points that we've lost from being in leading positions, is anybody telling me that wouldn't have been different? And that all happened too late. We didn't have a DOF. We didn't have a CAO in place. It was an absolute completely butchered window, and that was largely down to PIF themselves, nobody else, deciding Isak was going nowhere. Eventually, they gave up. We could have had Ekitike. Liverpool came perfectly clearly to the tune and said, if you don't sell us Isak, no, we are going for Ekitike. And if we'd said you can have Isak, we would have got Ekitike, who was Eddie's number one target. And we then failed miserably to get a whole load of that out, because with not having sold Isak at the time, we then didn't have the cash in the pot to pay what needed to be paid to get the likes of Pedro or Ekitike, go through the list, and Buemo, the lot, and we ended up with 4th and 5th choices. And that's what happens when you do that. And even out of those 4 or 5 that we did sign, nobody can argue that Wissa and Alanga have been a success. Again, Wissa, how unlucky are Newcastle United? Well, they're unlucky enough for to buy a player who's scored more non-penalty goals than Isaac last season, and before he's kicked the ball for us, he breaks his leg playing for the Congo. So that's, again, that just sums up, what's happened here. But anyway, it looks as though Harvey Barnes is coming on. Not sure who's gone off yet. I'll see if I can find that out for you. Oh, the board's going up now, but they're not showing us the board. They're showing us Harvey Barnes coming on instead. So Murphy's come off. So it looks as though Chow will be moving to right back.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of changes, isn't it? So let's see what happens off this one. We are literally starting to... I'm just going to do the match time. Just waiting for the ball to come in play. We're off. So there you go. Newcastle kicking off. They've gone on to the right-hand side now. Newcastle back with Botman. Out to that far side. From Lewis Hall now. Back square inside with Botman. Ball forward. Willock on the turn. Plays the ball again to Voltamada. A little bit more urgency, but again, it's not the best ball in the world. But
getting to the ball.
Yeah, again, ball given away easily from Newcastle. Goes across back to Pope. Botman now into Chow, hugging this right-hand side. Willock back to Botman again, trying to draw. Trying to draw Fulham.
Forward ball.
Again, Harvey Barnes, we've been substituted today, is trying to get hold of that ball. Again, it's trying to get the ball forward to Asula by Bruno, and it's straight to a white shirt. Berg now playing the ball out. Kevin and Robinson picking this ball up, going to the byline, dink to the back stick. And it's Lewis Hall following the path of the ball. It chests it out for a corner kick straight away, 46 minutes. And it's a corner kick to Fulham. Again, it's all come from that ball forward, direct ball into a strange channel, if I'm honest with you. You're not trying to...
I'm happy to see that, actually. At least they're trying to get it forward.
Yeah, 3-0 now, Manchester United, against Brighton. Brighton are definitely on the beach. Crazy how things have changed at Manchester United under Carrick. Sunderland have gone 2-0 up against Chelsea. Ball into the box, but it's headed for a goal kick. So Mackems are doing the job. It's just a shame Newcastle aren't. Yeah, Muniz heading the ball, the back of his head there. Yeah. Wide of target.
Threpney bit head.
Yeah, Mackems have gone to 7th, according to Connor, mate. So they are into Europa. Whoa, ball out through the middle there. And again, it's lucky.
They're still in 8th because their goal difference is way behind Brighton's.
All right. I've only got a snippet from.
Hang on, because they are 2-0 up, which makes that minus.
Handball there from
3-0 down, plus 6. No, they're 15 goals behind Brighton.
Ah, right. Ball again. Voltamada faced by 2 white shirts, has to go all the way back, playing really deep at the minute. Oh, we see Gusto with an own goal for Chelsea. That's given Mackems the second goal, by the way. Ball out from Willock.
Better.
To Asula on this right-hand side. Asula doing really well into the box. Plays a square ball to nobody in particular, though. And it's headed clear by Iwobi, but it's only going to come to Chow, who plays the ball inside. Willock now trying to get to the byline, in towards the box. Nobody gambled at the back stick. And can Harvey Barnes keep it in play?
Yes,
He can. Harvey Barnes now running towards the penalty area, gives it back to Ramsey, out to Hall, all out of his feet, into the box, but it's cleared. It's a better start in the second half from Newcastle. Hall picking the ball up again. Can you play that little ball into Bruno? He can on the diagonal. Bruno gives Hall back, but it's taken off Hall's toes by Smith Rowe, and it's a corner to Newcastle. A little bit of urgency here by Newcastle, mate, which is great.
Good to see.
Yeah, indeed. And like I say, boys and girls watching, if you haven't already, smash that like button for us. That'll be great. Ball short, Hall. Bruno whips the ball absolutely into the kebab shop. I mean, come on. How hard is it to cross a ball into a box? Crikey Moses. You got all these players that are in there, all bloody 6'7" of them, and he kicks the ball out of play. He's the best player we've got. God help the rest of them.
Hey, I've got Connor in the chat, in the group chat, telling me that Sunderland have gone to 7th. I can't see how that can happen.
Yeah, that's what he's just sent me the league at the minute, and he's got it Sunderland 7th. So I don't know. Like I say, it's something we can look at, I suppose, at some point.
Oh, Sunderland are a point above Brighton, that's why.
Above Brighton, yeah, that's why. I've just had a look myself. That is exactly why.
Yeah,
Sunderland are a point above. They're 53. Everton have just scored. Looks like it.
Oh, right. So.
Oh no, sorry, they haven't. They haven't been disallowed. Here we go. Let's crack on with ours.
Anyway, let's get on with that.
Yeah, exactly. You will be into the box towards the back stick, and it's no, exactly. Not going to matter a jot now. Headed clear by Botman. Willock trying to get down the line.
Back to Pope.
But it's panic stations, mate. That's what I said. They're playing it.
Pure panic.
Yeah. Pure and utter panic. Ball now gone all the way back to Botman, and it's gone square to Dan Burn. Literally on the edge of his box. Again, Fulham allowing Newcastle just to play in their own half. They've got the goal lead. Don't need to chase the game in this heat. Voltemada, again, dropping deep. Trying to play a little round ball there. Again, Asula's literally on his heels. Not really going far.
Give it to Barnes, man.
Bruno, again, making space. Barnes into the box of the Hall, trying to find Voltemada, but Leno sees the danger and cuts that one out. Throws it out quickly to Smith Rowe. Berg now picking the ball up with Welby. Out to Robinson on this left-hand side. Again, Berg picking the ball up. Out. Again, Smith Rowe trying to find options down this left-hand side. And again, it's a poor ball there from Fulham. And Kevin, again, you see both sides of Kevin's ability there. Trying to force the issue, and he plays the ball far too hard for Smith Rowe to collect.
Villa have equalised now against City. In a
there you go. Hall collects his ball on that left-hand side, drops a shoulder down on that left-hand side, continues his run to the halfway line again, driving himself forward there. Hall has to go backwards, though.
Turned inside there, man.
Yeah, you got Hall, Voltemada inside. And again, it's a poor ball.
What a horrible ball, man.
From Ramsey there on the diagonal, try and find Willock. And again, it's Fulham who pick that ball up and collect it. 1-1 there between Bournemouth and Forest. And it's back with Diop. You will be. Again, it's very static and statuesque, if you like. Wolves, Burnley have got a goal back as well. It's 1-1 now with Wolves and Burnley. Just, again, Fulham just trying to create this little opening. Again, I tell you something now. I didn't think there was much wrong with that either. I think
there was much wrong with that.
Burn got turned inside out there from Muniz. He was 3 on goal, and the referee has gone literally. I tell you, it did. I think it was more of a tangling of legs, if I'm honest with you. Chelsea have got a goal back, 2-1 now.
Come on.
Ball drops back to Botman. Again, it's gone out of play. Malik Chow loses that one, and it's a throw into Fulham on the halfway line. 53 minutes for 54th minute, and it's still Fulham 1, Newcastle 0. Ball goes back, and Diop just playing the ball out to that left-hand side, trying to find a little bit of space there. Castagna plays the ball back to Leno.
No hurry.
Diop now. Again, it's all no press. Botman doing that high up the field of play, man. What are you doing? Leno decides to go long because obviously Botman's in no man's heath. And Kevin plays the ball over the top. Can Munoz control this? He can't. And luckily for Newcastle, the ball is out of play for a goal kick. I tell you something now, with Botman being upfield and that ball coming into the box, I was like, here we go. I mean, it was a good ball over the top of Dan Burn, and Munoz, just his first touch let him down there. And luckily for Newcastle, it went out for a goal kick. Hall down that left-hand side again. Plays a good ball down the left-hand side for Asula. This time moving away from that central position. Picks that ball up again. He's forced inside, but again, Iwobi trying to pull him back. It wasn't Iwobi again. It's Bassey. Yeah, it's a free kick to Newcastle. It's Bassey this time that commits the sin. Pulling back. Asula did well to beat him there, to be fair. Did really well. Waiting for this ball to come back in play for Newcastle. I'm sure Bruno will take it. Hopefully he doesn't hit the chip shot this time. How long do you reckon it'll be before they send Pope forward? It's Hall and Bruno and over this ball, I'm sure.
Offside.
Yeah, they always do this now. It seems to be the new thing. Ball, he's in the box, but again, it's straight to Leno. I mean, it was whizzed in by Bruno. Again, it's a poor ball from Iwobi to try and get Robinson on the route, but again, it's back to Pope, who goes long.
Panic.
Again, it's not really aiming any bit. It's just headed clear, though. It's going to be a Newcastle throw-in. Liverpool have just got a goal against Brentford. 1-0 to Liverpool. Ball now with Ramsey. Again, inside Bruno. Outside to Hall. Hugging that line. There's a lot more stability in Newcastle's shape in this second half. Nice little ball out to Willock, who seems to be the one hugging this right-hand side. Again, trying to force the ball into the box. It's a corner to Newcastle this time. Much better. Left to right-hand play. Trying to spread Fulham a little wider to give a little bit of opportunity in the middle. This stays the same. It's 17 losses. It's like Bruce days have come back to haunt us, mate. Hall with his in-swinger. Oh, it's a poor ball. Again, it's easy at the near post. Cleared, but it's only fallen back to Hall. Trying to control it. And he gets away with it. Can he beat his man? He's into the box. But again, shows a little bit too much of that ball. And now the referee's going to pull up because there's a player stayed down for Fulham who fell from a giddy height, apparently, according to him. Oh, it's Kevin again. He's fallen on that poor shoulder. Looks in a little bit of discomfort here. I mean, not seen much in that, to be fair, unless that shoulder has popped. So Hall did back into him a little bit while he was in the air. He did come down on the swivel. But it does look uncomfortable, I must admit, Kevin.
You're not very happy.
No, rolling on the floor at the moment.
How is the ref going to restart here? That's what I want to know.
Well, it'll be the ball given back to Newcastle in that deeper position. That's what they do now. They just roll the ball back to Newcastle. A good time for Eddie now to obviously talk about what he's going to do next. Interesting. I mean, what can you say about this game that we haven't already?
Insipid.
Yeah, I think that's the words, if I'm honest with you. Very insipid. Not
we
a
are
lot.
knackered.
The boogie box is back in the background.
Hello.
Oh, hello. He's been taking helium as well, which is always a good sign. There's going to be a substitute here. Kev is off. Hello. Newcastle, obviously, 46% possession to Fulham's 54. Kevin's off the field of play now.
Well, that has. They say there's a funny thing. Our good playing spell has coincided with them going from having less possession to having more possession.
Yeah. Which is crazy, isn't it, when you think about it?
Stupid.
So Kearney's on for Kevin. There's going to be a little bit of a shuffle of the pack for them, I would imagine.
About that because he has definitely been a thorn in our side.
Yeah, born out with Byrne. Oh, good turn from Ramsey. Again, trying to force the ball down the line. It's blocked by Robinson, but he does get the ball back on that deflection.
Bruno
ball eventually.
Ball.
Yeah, back from Bruno to Chow. Diagonal ball out now, trying to seek out Big Dan Byrne with those go-go gadget legs, but that's far too far forward, and it's out of play for a throw into Fulham. Deep in Fulham's half. More than hope than anything else, I must admit. He's probably been their best player today, to be fair. He will be. He's full of running.
I would probably give it to Kevin, but
yeah, but he's making things tick. He's making things happen, and like I said, there's a bit of brilliance from Kevin. But apart from that, Welby, who's and Robinson have been the two.
Put this way,
for
there's
me.
no Newcastle player man of the match, definitely.
No, there certainly isn't. Not a chance of a Newcastle player, unless the next 30 minutes give us something.
There we go. We're still doing it.
Man, we got Pinky and Perky in. Ball shots from the edge of the box. Oh, down to the left-hand side from Kearney, the new man on the field. Thought that had beat Pope then down to his left-hand post, but just past the post for a goal kick to Newcastle.
They are saying they should have had a corner. I'm not sure I disagree with them.
A bit wider. Yeah. Ollie Watkins has put Villa in the front now against Manchester City, spoiling their celebrations. And the point to the goal kick, though. So there's no clear definitive on the deflection there. Botman picking the ball up, and again, roll forward to Voltemade, who drops again to deeper and deeper and deeper. Brentford have got an equaliser against Liverpool. Botman now picking this ball up, goes out to that left-hand side. Again, just Ramsey coming inside, trying to find Willock. His voice box has completely changed. You've got too tight out underpants on, Chris. Ball on the diagonal out, trying to seek Lewis Hall, who's, again, sees himself on this right-hand side in this second half. Again, there's swaps of changes and everything happening at the minute. Looks like Hall has gone to right back. Newcastle more of the 4-4-2. But again, they're all over the shop, if I'm honest with you. There's very little positives coming from this one. Leno goes long over the halfway line again. Very central. It's Botman who heads that clear. Bruno picks up the ball, and again, he's faced off by Kearney, and it looks like Kearney has done the better of Bruno, who then gets a yellow card for handball. Yeah, it's handball. There you go. We're back.
That's better.
I don't know what's going on, but let's see how long this lasts. Because my little helium voice comes back every now. I think I'm having an issue with my mixer. But anyway, how are you,
folk? Oh, fuck.
How are you, folks?
How are you? We're all beautiful. Thank you.
This is more entertaining than this game, for sure.
It is. It is. You must admit, it is so much more entertaining than this. Well, just trying to get the ball back down the line to Robinson.
Let's see you sound angry with that voice.
Eddie Howe out.
I love it. Diop. There's a referee has pulled the game back for some unknown reason. Bruno is down now and tying his laces. Tightening his boots up. Maybe that's the problem. No, he's whispering something to the gaffer. He's had enough, mate. I think he's had enough. Bruno. Not
Elanga.
Yeah. Looks like there's Wissa and Elanga coming on. So there's going to be another shuffle of the pack.
I think this is window dressing this with Bruno.
Yeah, this is tactical, mate. This is. Give me 65 minutes and get me off the field of play. And to be fair, he's done absolutely diddly squat. So I'd prefer him off the field of play, if I'm honest. So who we've got? Bruno is off.
So Asula's going off for Wissa.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Asula's been poor today. He's not really run.
Done nothing.
No, I mean, you'll say a couple of touches.
One little cameo when he got brought down.
So who's going on the right-hand side now? Elanga on the right-hand side. I can't say that one. Boca, you naughty boy.
And Bruno's going off for no.
I think it's Wissa on for Asula and
Elanga for Gamora.
Elanga for Bruno. So it's just going to be, like I say, two guys on the right-hand side now. Willock and Ramsey as your two midfielders. Wow. Where's these stars?
Right,
Lassie picking the ball up. Robinson plays the ball back, and again it's Kearney dropping.
Any chance of this
deep.
Hail Mary working?
Ball forward from
Elanga going to suddenly have the game of his life?
Well, like I say, it's been a long time coming if he does. Again, Newcastle decide to go back. There's a white wall in front of them. Harvey Barnes again trying to get into Ramsey, but it dropped back to Byrne, now to Botman, now Chow, who, again, there's a half a press from Fulham, ball on the diagonal.
See, that's what if you try to go forward, you can get a lucky break like that.
Yeah, Barnes running directly into the box. Shot! Oh! Willock with a shot, but again, he goes wide. I mean, like I said, I wanted to see that side netting bustle there, but he didn't.
But that was all from Botman hitting the ball forward.
Yeah, I don't know how close that was, actually. Well, it wasn't close at all. The shape on the ball wasn't until it passed the post, put it that way.
Into the chip shop, I think, because
shop, I think.
According to you,
absolutely.
They haven't got a kebab shop this week.
No, they haven't. It's in London, sir.
A pie and eel shop.
A pie and eel shop, yeah, exactly. Bloody horrible. Ball deflected there from Dan Byrne because it did get deflected onto Oscar Bob. But Newcastle do come away from it in the end, and it's Byrne inside. Willock driving forward here from Willock. Elanga was through the middle. Oh, it's a ball. Again, that was dodgy, but it has fallen to Voltamara, who goes again in towards traffic with Ramsey. Plays the ball back to Chow on the halfway line. Now Botman. Again, white shirts are through the middle. You've got to go out wide, lads. and then try and draw them out. Harvey Barnes on that left-hand side. Again, looking to go down the line with Castagna, but again, too close to the line and runs it out of play. Harvey Barnes, so it's a free, throw-in, lad.
Throw-in, lads.
Yeah. Berg.
Love it.
Love it. Again, Iwobi, easily there past Willock. Oh, it's Wisser. But again, Wisser will get a yellow card for that, I would imagine, when the game stops. Inside from Iwobi. Shot! But again, it's too tame and it won't beat Pope from there. So the Wisser's only contribution so far, he's having a donkey ride from the lad going forward. Ball into Voltemada. His first touch was really poor. If I'm honest with you, Voltemada. Again, so tentative with the ball. Doesn't want to get clattered. And there's another yellow card there. I think that's gone. Oh, it has gone to Wisser. I thought it would be when the game stops. Wisser, his only contribution so far is a yellow card. Who's that Bassi running forward that beat him? The centre half. Clearing. I mean, he couldn't even keep up with the centre half coming forward. Where's he going to? Looked like he was being subbed. Did you see that then? He was walking and with his head down. I'm thinking, what, you're being subbed? By saying that, we're probably better off. It's the drinks hour now. And they're throwing on a couple of players. Well, Harry Wilson coming on. Looks like he could be a free agent.
That's not a good sign. He's free agent. I would have him.
Well, on a free, absolutely. I don't think he's any worse than what we've got. He gives you options.
We've got,
Just waiting for these substitutions to appear. Raul coming on. It looks, just had a quick look there. West Ham have scored against Leeds.
Oh, well, so they need someone from, well, they need Everton to get two, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look as though it's happening at the minute, does it?
Do you hear me now, lads?
Oh, no, that's bad. Yeah. You've got some crackling feedback in the background there somewhere. So there you go. There's been some massive changes. King is on as well. And I think Oscar Bob has gone off. Yeah, Bob Smith-Rowe and Munoz has gone off. For Wilson, King and Jimenez. So Oscar Bob didn't do very little, if I'm honest with you. You can see probably why Manchester City got rid of him. Or maybe it's just the mentality. All over the top for Elanga to try and run onto there, but again, too hard. Yeah. Still feedback there, Chris. Something crackling. He gives him a little bit more of a different dimension. Jimenez. Ooh, nasty feedback in the background there. Dodgy connection there, Chris, I think, somewhere. Ball forward. Again, Wisser trying to close the space down. Diop goes long over the top. But again, straight into Pope's hands. Throws it out. And Jimenez just trying to close and force Newcastle to play along the back line. Willock picking the ball up again in a deep roll. Byrne, who's playing left back now. Chow up to Hall, who's playing right back now. Again, loses the ball, and it's straight back in with Fulham moving forward. Down the line, Robinson plays the ball into the box. There's nobody with him. There's a shot. Oh, just past the post. on the turn there. Great shot, if I'm honest with you, from Kearney. Just whistles past Pops. Again, losing the ball in the midfield with Lewis Hall playing right back. They occupy his space, and it's a quick turn from Kearney and a half volley. Plays the ball just wide of Pope's left-hand side. Very lucky there, Newcastle, not to be 2-0 down, mate.
I think Pope had it covered, by the way.
Wow.
By the way, Fofana's been sent off for Chelsea, so Chelsea now down to 10 men against Sunderland.
Oh, crikey.
Even better news, not.
Again, Elanga giving the ball away against Harvey Barnes. Bruno Fernandes breaks the Premier League record for assists, which was 21. And then Welby trying to force things in the middle of the box. It's deflected back out to him now. Again, Welby doing all the work. Berg going on to the outside. Kearney picking the ball up. Back into Welby. Again, standing off him. He plays the Megs. And again, just tries to toe poke it.
Oh, whoa!
Dear Hernandez showing himself on the field of play and goes through the back of Malik Chow.
The good news is that even if Sunderland get the Europa League, both Milan teams are comfortably in the Champions League, so you'll still never say you mack him in Milan.
Oh, bless.
Just
square ball.
Check on Serie A there.
Oh, bless. Chow picking the ball up just inside his own half, playing again to square ball.
Oh, that was Ramsey doing a Bruno, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He got it.
Out to Burnham again, trying to play a ball into the channels.
Barnes didn't.
It's just nowhere near there.
Think about it.
Again, down the line, and it's
Well
Ramsey
done.
who gets back and picks the pocket there of the Fulham player.
And
again, a ball.
I don't know.
Two players on two minds.
Away,
he wants over the top. Voldemort now running forward, out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again stepping on the left foot, takes a bit of a shot, but again it's deflected out for a corner.
Come on.
For Newcastle.
Come on,
We have been really poor from the first 15 minutes, if I'm honest with you. 77th minute now, it's still Fulham 1.
I mean, we had
Newcastle
5 minutes. 5 minutes, 30 to 35, and apart from that, it's been absolutely dross.
We are Elanga taking this one into the box. It was a half a decent ball, to be fair, but again, a little bit too much on it. Beats all the height. Who's coming on? Neve and Voltamardorov.
Okay, now.
Don't mind that, if I'm honest. Sure, Navy getting a shot.
This is.
Yeah. It's a great moment for him. The Wallsend boys boy.
Fabulous for him, but
yeah.
I mean, what does it say to Walter Marder though?
Well, I mean, like I say, maybe there's been a chat saying that, because of the World Cup, I'll give you a break. Just do what you can. I mean, to be fair, mate, he's done nothing.
I mean, he hasn't done anything. You're right.
He's done absolutely, naff all. And like I said, there's far too many people on this field looking at the World Cup and protecting themselves. So that's the effect you've got. People say mentality doesn't change you. Mentality does change you. They're just literally frightened to get tackled, get injured. With it being the last game, there's not enough effort on this field to play in a blue shirt, unfortunately. Ball into Botman now, and Willock, Ramsey again. Newcastle going square rather than forward. Barnes in that sunshine.
Put Dan Burns centre forward.
Yeah, ball up to Alanga, who's coming narrow, and again he's been he's been dragged down there, but referee has allowed that to go on. Kearney now forward, outside. Wilson drops his shoulder, trying to get to the byline, and Willock does well there to track him. It's a corner for Fulham. Got to be their player of the season, Fulham's, I would imagine, Wilson.
That's what I'm saying, and he's on a free. Yeah, God.
Yeah. But the way we concede possession, when we're in that final third is ridiculous. Ball again. Oh, it's a give and go. He's got to be offside there, surely. No, he's not. Stop calling me Shirley. I mean, he will be there, like I say. He was free.
He's only 29, You can argue that's him in his prime.
Yeah.
I always think 28 to 30s when you're at your prime. You're not going to get any.
Bowen's just scored again for West Ham 2-0.
It didn't help them at all if Everton don't get 2.
Oh, there's a Kearney on the outside chance. Oh, what a goal!
2-0.
What a goal for Kearney there. I mean, if he's not told you what he's going to try and do previously, he's told you now. He has done an absolute worldie there into that top right-hand bin of Pope's goal from all of 25 yards. Pope's beaten all ends up, to be fair. 2-0 Fulham. Nothing that they don't deserve, mate, to be fair.
No.
Fucking wankers. This is my voice now. I can't fix it. I don't know why.
Well, you could turn your voice thing off.
No, it's
That's it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's got the effect on.
That's made this result much better, I must admit. I mean, Kearney there. I mean, look, nobody closing him down. Look, that's an incredible goal. 2 worldies. Boom. Unreal. Scottish Tom Kearney. I mean, to be fair, he was celebrated before it even entered the net, He knew where it was going all the way. Newcastle, Langer down the line. Hall, again, loses the ball to Robinson. Iwobi plays the ball inside. They've got the bit between the teeth. Fulham, Kearney trying to get the ball through to Wilson. But Cassagna now picking that ball up down that right-hand side again. Out to Wilson. Fulham enjoying their final day in the Craven. All the way back into their own half, Fulham again. Kearney.
the crowd telling him to shoot from the centre circle.
Yeah, he certainly got a shot on him, Kearney.
Every time he gets the ball now, shoot!
Oh, we say it's that first touch for Wisser, that then, the closing down. Yeah. Sure, Neve hasn't had a touch of the ball yet. Close Leno down there, though. Oh, that's Leno again.
Sean Neve doing the David Kelly stuff there, chasing lost causes. Love it.
Oh, well done. That's what I want to see. Berg again in with a tussle there with Ramsey, who's fighting for everything. But again, it's the Whites. Yeah, comes forward now on the edge of the box. There's a shot. Good saved by Pope. Another shot just wide of the post from Fulham and Wilson. Could have been 3-0. Newcastle look absolutely lost at this present moment in time. Everybody literally backing off. Gets to the edge of the box. He shoots King. Pope saves down to his right-hand side. And then it comes out to Wilson, who you'd think from there would get it on target the season he's had, but puts it wide of the post. Here we go. Another one. Murphy coming off now for Dan Burn. Another World Cuppy going off the field of play for the last 7 minutes or so. Applauds the fans there, Dan Byrne, obviously being an ex-Fulham man. Ball now could get the ball back to Chow. Long forward. Again, trying to get Sean Neve on, but Bassey wins the ball there. Again, Bassey trying to do the give and go with Kearney. Ball's got out of play for a throw-in deep in their own half for Newcastle here. Thrown into Wissa. Wissa on the turn. Again, trying to play the ball into Alanga, but it's a really poor ball. But he's lucky to get it back, Wissa, to be fair. Drops the shoulder, trying to beat Berger, but he's got a free kick there. Wissa. Again, contributed something towards the game. Chow. Again, Botman now. 17 attempts. 6 on target for Fulham. 4 attempts, 2 on target for Newcastle. Crazy. Ball with Botman. Again, just trying to move forward. Chow gives it to Alanga out on this right-hand side. Lewis Hall a bit further forward. But again, what a ball that is from Alanga. To nobody in particular. Kearney now picking the ball up for Fulham. Berger picks the ball up again, just looking to play the ball out. King and Cassagna on the run there, but again it goes away. Wilson. Yeah.
The chat
Diop coming off now.
It's just exploding.
I mean, to be fair,
with Eddie Howe,
I could understand it. Yeah, I could understand it though, mate, on this performance. You know, you try, and again, this is the problem when you getting players in to in the World Cup. You've just got no response. You know, they just look at the season being, they want to see behind them. They want to come off unscathed. And it's like, you know, there's no effort there. They can't really pass the ball 3 or 4 times and it's going straight to a white shirt. They're getting crowded out. The work rate of Fulham has been twofold compared to Newcastle's work rate. So what do you expect? It's the amount of running we've done. Sean Neves, come on. Well done there from Elanga to win that ball back. But again, the ball forward goes to a white shirt. Can we do something with this with Harvey Barnes now on the halfway line? As a turn out to Alex Murphy now on that left-hand side. Inside to Willock. Again, plays a ball behind Ramsey, but he gets it ball back. Malik Chow square. You wouldn't think Newcastle are 2 behind, would you?
There's actually virtually nothing in it. And when we're looking at the distance covered today, there's almost nothing in it. But suffice to say that Fulham are in front on sprinting, jogging, and overall distance. We are in the lead on walking.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
There's not a lot in it. It's literally, I mean, you're talking about...
No, but I mean, what I'm saying is that they've closed in packs. We seem to have gone individually to close down. And that's why I said...
It's where that walking and running's been done that matters. However, here we go.
Yeah, Elanga with the ball into the box. Again, it's headed clear.
Boosh!
Lewis Hall with a shot that he's asking for deflection, but again, it's well wide. It's well wide. Everybody's saying that it was a deflection there.
Saying it came off a Newcastle player.
Oh, is that what they're saying? Let's have a look. I don't.
I think it came off the Fulham player. The Newcastle player tried. They were very clever back heel, but I don't think it connected.
Yeah, it looked like it come off Harvey Barnes. That's what they're saying, isn't it? On that shot. But again, it's very difficult to see.
He was trying that Voldemort goal against Brighton.
Yeah.
But I think if Barnes had connected, it might have been so. Oh, nicely.
Yeah, Langer outside there. Comes back inside and
right.
he's been chopped down there by Robinson.
That's a red card, too little. A yellow card, too little, too late.
Crystal Palace and Mateta have just got a goal back against Arsenal. 2-1 now to Arsenal. Yeah, chops his legs there. He'd stepped inside. He'd beaten Robinson. But then he just literally gets chopped down. We're in the 89th minute, so we'll see
you guys
how
hear me
many
now?
more minutes we've got to suffer. Oh, there you go.
Hey!
Well,
He's
I
back.
had to get a sideline mic. Reporter's mic for this to work. My soundboard is knackered, so
Yeah, you say they will go with all this fancy stuff.
it had a great run. It had a great run. Many quotes, but it feels like it's doomed like Eddie Howe.
It certainly does.
Again, all of the chat is about nothing else except that.
Hall into the box, near post.
And can you blame him? That's the problem.
Harvey Barnes.
You can't blame him, man.
No, it's like I said. I think that, like I said, that it's just been a very, very poor game
It's been a poor
from everybody in a blue shirt. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah. Poor season. Dire season.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I couldn't believe, like I said, when I was looking this morning, this afternoon, the fact that we haven't climbed any higher than 8th all season just shows you the season we've had. And it's continued into the final day. 4 minutes of injury time.
Yeah.
So there you go. We are on. Again, it's Iwobi, the edge of the Newcastle box, looking for a third. Fulham. Robinson inside. Berger's got the ball. He goes, always trying to get the ball squared again to try and find Robinson, who's had a good game, to be fair. Kearney wins the ball back against Ilanga. It's 2-2 now for Crystal Palace and Arsenal. Having a melter there.
Well, Arsenal have got their flip-flops on, haven't they?
Yeah, of course they have.
And
Ball's gone down now.
None of them would be taking any risks because virtually every
cramped by the
player's
looks
won
of
the World Cup.
Ball bypassed all there. Robinson into the box, but it's too heavy for everybody. And again, it's out for a throw into Newcastle. And Hall stopping the game. He's down with cramp.
Yeah, I mean, he's twerking over there. I'm not sure. These guys are so fed up with this season. They started twerking before the season is over.
Yeah, man.
And by the way, we're not going anywhere. We're just gonna stay on this one for the reaction. Turn the phone line open, and
it's gonna be a blast.
Just run with it. We're not going anywhere. We're just staying in the same stream. So, cool. It's
ball down
Sean
the line
Neve
to try and get Sean Neve. Again, Bassey muscles him out of the way. And it's back with Leno. Oh, it's 8 minutes. I thought it was 4 minutes. Put that one on there. Ball long, and it's just cleared by Botman, but it's fallen to Hall. Again, trying to force through lines, and it's not a ball to be played. Kearney picks his ball up again. Harry Wilson on the edge of the box, gets it out of his feet. It's charged down by Alex Murphy. Again, it's come back to Castagna. And again, it's ball trying to play through the channels. King into the ball. There's a chance to Iwobi. Oh, it's blocked by Hall.
Well
and again,
done.
it's fallen to King again. And I don't think anybody knew where that ball was being deflected to. And then he's offside in the end. Iwobi there thought he's going to get the third one and rightly deserved, if I'm honest with you, for me. Great ball again. That's how you break lines. Lovely run from King. Plays the ball in towards Jimenez. And Iwobi had Hall to deal with and couldn't beat him. The ball gets deflected in the end. And it's a free kick to Newcastle. Again, Langer playing the ball up to Sean Neve. Again, getting muscled out by Bassey. Not getting much change out of him. Iwobi plays a good ball into the lines again. Kearney goes square. And there's an opportunity for Jimenez to try and get the ball out of his feet. But it's Willock who wins that ball back. Bassey. Robinson. Jimenez. Welby down this left-hand side again. Beats all easily. You've got Kearney in front of him if he wants it. He comes inside. Welby. Oh, he's trying to shape that ball into the left-hand side of Pope. Iwobi. He's desperate for a goal, this lad. Some lovely little skill there. Beating Hall, who's suffering with cramp. Then he beats Ramsey. Stood still there, Ramsey. Like I say, he's just trying to find that ball into that far post. It's been so much more exciting watching Fulham than it is Newcastle, if I'm honest with you, this game. And again, Lewis Hall just giving the ball straight back to a white shirt because he's completely crippled. Well, look, what can you say? Sander Berger plays the ball. Harry Wilson now. Inside with Jimenez. Jimenez then and Harry Wilson on the wrong level. Pope rolls the ball out. It's just Botman now playing the ball out to Chow. Just seeing these last 4 minutes, guys, for a very, very poor season. Callum Wilson scored on the score sheet for West Ham. 3-0 up now.
Again, doesn't matter a jot.
Drop in deep.
Unless Everton get to.
Yeah, ball out to Alanga. Down the line. Plays it inside to Wissa, who's on the turn. Again, he goes down under pressure of Berg. Trying to get something out of that one. I think the match has finished 3-0, to be fair, to West Ham. So they've done their job, if I'm honest with you.
Yep.
Can't do any more than that. Too little too late, though, I suppose, the way they've played.
And Everton obviously had the flip-flops on.
Yeah.
It was a nothing game for Leeds. They couldn't go up or down.
Yeah, Sunderland have got Europe.
Yeah.
Real.
Who'd have thought it, eh? Who'd have thought it?
I mean, if you want to put a nail in anybody's coffin, I mean, a game like today and then the Mackems getting into Europe, I mean, it's like, boom.
I am taking cold comfort from the fact that they can't get Milan.
So there's 8 more minutes to go.
Wayne, shut up, man. Read the room.
I'm not bothered about the room, man. The room's never changed.
Outside, inside to Willock. Willock trying to do something. Harvey Barnes now. Alex Murphy on the edge of the box again. West Ham just putting lots of white shirts. And Murphy didn't get a clue what he's going to do with that.
Didn't have a clue.
Not a jot. In with that one, what to do. Nearly got a nosebleed, he was that high.
We are so knackered, man.
Willock plays the ball into Barnes. Out to Murphy. Back to Barnes. Again, Fulham are happy with this because, like I say, Newcastle are going backwards. Chow now. Out to Hall. I don't think Hall wants the ball, if I'm honest with you.
Put us out of our misery.
Oh, my God. The ball through to Neve, who again tries to get a shot on.
Oh, didn't even get a
It's a throw in. Yeah, Cuenca there. It's a throw in.
With this woeful.
Like I said, what was the point in having Anthony Gordon on the bench? Seriously. There wasn't not one chance. I mean, he could have gone up top, couldn't he? In Newcastle struggling the way we've been. But he said to the gaffer,
I tell you what, it shows. Because Bruno's had a nightmare. And without Tenali or Bruno in the middle of the park,
we are lost, mate.
Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely lost.
I think, quite honestly, I think Harry Wilson on a free is like a no-brainer to me now. Get that deal done.
There you go. It is done. The curtain comes down at Craven Cottage. Fulham 2, Newcastle 0. Poor game at Craven Cottage. And like I say, what more can you say about that? Because It's been incredibly disappointing for the final game. I mean, what can you guys say about that?
Well, it's
Not the same.
Garbage, start to finish.
Yeah.
Promised so much.
What promised so much?
Didn't promise anything. That's the problem, didn't it? It's just like we didn't really. I mean, we've had a couple of half spells in 90 minutes. It says far too many mindsets on the World Cup. Don't want to be injured. Want to be wrapped in cotton wool. God knows what happened to Toon Army in the warm-up, because like I say, that's just going to give everybody now the opportunity to say, well, he's gone. He's out. He's in the summer. There's going to be a lot of more rumours coming our way. Just doesn't help the situation that Eddie Howe finds himself in, does it?
Yeah.
Yes, he finds himself in. Put himself in.
Well, exactly. There you go, speaking some sense for once. Look, at the end of the day, it's normal. What happened today is a normal game for Newcastle this season. So we shouldn't be too surprised about it. But I'm glad now that it's happened. I'm glad it happened because it doesn't hide what has actually happened this season. Because if we would have played a good, decent game, then people would have been left with that final picture that we're getting back. You see, that last game, that was great. The last weeks, but nothing's changed already.
The last few performances have been good.
If you say good, I don't know. I don't think I think they've been better. I don't think they've been good enough for Newcastle United. So many players, I agree 100%. Many players checked out completely. Many players are not bothered at the moment. And the season comes to an end in a very normal way for Newcastle this season. So we shouldn't be surprised. We should not be surprised. I don't know.
Mighty Mag there celebrating 27 months of membership. Thank you, buddy. Massive thanks to all the hosts for a great content, as always.
That's me clapping you, by the way, not clapping we hosts.
Exactly. So much more important than we are.
We wouldn't be here without you.
Exactly.
That's right, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we got to do a show. We got another hour of this crap. But it is what it is. I'm back in my cabin now.
We can't wait 4 years for another Coca-Cola Cup. Listen, we waited 70 years for a Coca-Cola Cup.
No, wait, you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you. You don't read the room, man.
I'm not bothered about the room.
But you need to be bothered.
I'm not bothered.
You need to be bothered.
We've had a bad season.
No,
get over it.
It's not about a bad season, man. These are things that didn't just start happening today or this season.
Because it was shocking last season.
It's been happening. I'm not saying it's been shocking. No. See, you keep going on about that. Things don't change. The in-game management is still the same. At some point, it was going to come back and bite you in where. And on top of that, we as a team, a dependency or a lack of idea or a lack of figuring out a way of, or maybe just we didn't choose to, which is Eddie Howe's decision, to change the tactics all season because it fit around one man in particular. You cannot tell me, I don't care what manager in the world, the worst manager in the world, I don't care. You can't tell me that you have never been able to adjust to one single player leaving. It's insane to me. And some fans like you fall into the thing about, you can't tell me, you said it earlier, you can't tell me that there's a 5-point difference between the Mackhams and us. You can't tell me that Isak wouldn't have made that 5-point gap. That's the thing. You focus on that. You focus on that 5-point gap. It's irrelevant, man.
It's not irrelevant at all.
It is.
That's the point.
Because if Newcastle had 6 extra points, it would still be a shit season, regardless of that. Don't you understand that this season?
No, right. You're saying even if we'd had an additional 6 points, which would have put us in the Europa League, it would have been a shit season. That's what you've just said that.
But no, because you mentioned the difference between the Mackhams and us. You put the difference between the Mackhams and us. You can't just say if we had
Forget
East,
forget that it's the Mackem.
It doesn't change the fact that for you it would have been an unbelievable season if we had 5 extra points.
No, it wouldn't have been an unbelievable season.
Disregarding everything else that's happened, man. Because we could have had 5 extra points just on luck alone. But you can't judge a season on that. You have to really look deep at what happened this season, or else you're bound to repeat it on the following season.
Well, I disagree.
So you're telling me that if for some reason the top whatever teams above us managed to lose, win, or whatever mathematical formula happened where we finish in Conference League, you think that would be a good season?
What I'm saying is...
No, answer my question.
Newcastle finishing anywhere in the top 8...
No, you can't disregard.
Is an acceptable season.
You can't disregard what's happened, man, in the way things have gone.
I can because what's happened is, in my opinion, the direct result of the absolutely appalling pre-season and transfer season that we have. That's all I'm saying. And everything is not down to Eddie Howe.
You got to say, of course not, but...
I think you've also, like I said, that this game, take this game out of the equation because it looks very much like everybody had switched off with the World Cup coming. But when you've lost 17 games in a season, you've only drawn 7, you've lost 17. That's Bruce days. Brucey was shown the door because he couldn't get results. Now, I agree with Chris. I think sometimes what you get stuck on is the fact that momentum moves forward. This team shows no moving forward now. Now, whether that is due to personnel shifting, it's evolution, isn't it? You've got to evolve as a team. One player goes doesn't stop a team from being a good team. And to me, that has got to be questioned towards Eddie Howe and what he's done with the rest of his team.
I am not questioning Eddie Howe.
No, but you do a lot of excusing that shouldn't be, man. But we got calls on the
Jordy Dan says $1.99. Get the fraud out of my club. Hashtag Eddie Howe.
There you go. There's another one as well
Just
about that, and they're coming in at a win, by the way. So we're gonna protect them, and because they're pulling you apart, rightly so, to be fair. But we care about you, so we're not gonna. Don't look at the chat. Block the chat away from you.
I don't care about
Sir General Greatness, because you don't care about the fans. You only care about the corporate view of things instead of the fans, the people, the blue-collar people in the bottom supporting this team. Sir General Greatness, the Happy Clappers are pathetic, ruining our club.
I'll carry that badge of praise.
There you go. Chris from London is calling, of course. Chris,
get away.
Gonna ready to lock and load from deep. Chris, are you there? Chris?
Can't hear him.
No, Chris, I don't think we can hear you, man. Let me see. Give me just 1 second. We'll try to sort it out. Guys, carry on with the conversation.
We have got, like I say, Dave Spence here. We've played young academy players at the start of the season. It may have been different. It's a shame Neve only came on the last game of the season. I think, the one thing that you are going to see is the way these young'uns, unfortunately, got bullied a little bit. And again, it's about Eddie Howe does try and protect a lot of the young'uns far too much at times. I agree, but for me, the eye test is bad when you start looking them to try and do something in a game that's already gone. They are just running around like headless chickens. There was effort there. That's what Wynn said. The lads that come on actually gave us a little bit of an injection, which is what we needed. But Wissa, a statue, nothing at all. I've seen nothing from Wissa this season. Elanga, absolutely nothing at all. And that's what I said. When you look at the bench to try and come on and affect the game of football, that's already gone. There's no effect whatsoever. In actual fact, we got worse.
Well, again, as bad as Bruno was, once he left the pitch, we were just in complete and utter disarray.
Man, we were in disarray when he was on the pitch, man. Stop.
Because he was having a stinker.
Okay, then, so it's irrelevant whether he was there or not.
Well, put it this way, he was having a stinker, but when he was having a stinker, at least we were control. We had the lion's share of possession, and within 5 minutes, would go into not having the lion's share of possession because we just couldn't get to the ball at all.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh.
Hello,
no.
hello.
We can hear you.
I thought I was muted on there.
Hello.
Listen, the phone line is I don't know if it's working. I don't know what's going on there. But either way, look, we'll try to get you in. But the point is, a lot of people right now are losing their minds, of course, and rightly so because.
And rightly so, yeah.
Exactly. So don't blame them.
I'm not blaming them.
Yeah. Right now, I mean. Just to rub it in, and you can't ignore it. As much as I don't care about what the Mackhams do, the fact that they're going to be in Europe is it's just insane, and that's going to be a wound that I'm sorry, but that's going to be open all next season. We haven't even started yet. You know, we talk so much rubbish.
Yeah, because
this season, stop, man. Stop.
All I'm saying is the good news is that they're in the Europa League, so they won't last as long as they would have done in the Conference League.
You wouldn't have said that they were going to last in the Premier League this season either, but they have. Yeah. So imagine that.
One of the favourites to go down.
Hey, listen, I'll absolutely hold me hand.
Come on, man. I don't think it's the time to. I don't think that's about reading the room. It's not the time to be talking shit about the Mackhams.
You're going on about reading the room, Chris.
You have to.
I'm too long in the tooth.
Apparently
about what anybody else thinks.
We know. And it's not about what everybody else thinks. It's about what's actually happening with the club. We know you don't care, but proper fans care, man. What's happening, okay?
What's that?
They care.
They
care.
Gives you no hope whatsoever.
And even, by the way, it's not just about Newcastle United. I think it's disgraceful that Tottenham over there are celebrating like they won the Europa League again. You know, because they're staying up in the Premier League. Clubs need to have standards. The players throwing their arms up, celebrating and all that stuff over there at Tottenham Hotspur. They're all that disgrace. No, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't celebrate.
No, they shouldn't. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
You are kidding me. If you think not celebrating, staying in the Prem is worth celebrating, then you want to go back to a few of our seasons and say how much we celebrated when we got the final point that guaranteed our safety.
Clubs like that should not be in this position. You don't put yourself in a horrible position.
And yet, clubs like us, you're saying, should always be finishing Champions League.
Exactly. We should be. Yeah.
Should be, or Europe or
Europa League. Yeah, no, we should. Yeah, we should. We shouldn't be finishing where we are right now.
Correct.
That's for certain. That's for certain. So don't get at fans for having their opinion, and the vast majority are doing that.
I'm getting at fans for over expectation, for thinking
what's
that
the
we're
over expectation?
That we're not.
No. Yeah, listen, man. It's plain and simple that this season was draws. It's not about Fulham.
There's nobody arguing that. There's nobody disputing
But you can't excuse the players on the pitch or the manager because they are the main reason. 90% of the reason what happens throughout the season. They are.
That's your opinion.
No, come on, man. Isak leaving destroys your whole season. Are you serious, man? That's bollocks, that, man. That is absolutely bollocks.
You think it's bollocks, I don't.
Okay,
we'll agree to differ.
And the vast majority don't agree with you.
And the vast majority in our particular fraternity don't agree with it.
No, in the fan base, because they're the fan base.
Not in the fan base.
Yeah, they do, actually. Yeah.
No, you can't speak for the whole fan base.
The fan base that I get to see, that I get to read.
Yeah, there you go.
They're the ones whinging, of course. Just because you go to your pub with three or few guys that don't care about the club, they just drink. They just happen to drink.
Every match day I go to with hundreds of fans in.
You don't speak to hundreds of fans, no doubt about that. Come on.
Gary, have you been Bally's with me? How many people do I talk to? How many people do I ask?
You don't speak to 100.
Almost everybody that's in the bar.
Yeah, he goes missing when it's his round.
Exactly.
That's one thing I never do.
No, I'm joking.
You're looking at the wrong side of the screen for that.
Don't blame me because the people buy the American Mag drinks, man. Don't blame me because they don't want to buy you now. Of course, man. Look at that. I mean, all right. Anyway, let's get into the chat because a lot of people in the chat are having their say. Rightly so, to be fair. And I don't know where to go. I don't know.
I don't disagree that they're entitled to their opinion.
The vast majority think that this is done.
Correct.
And they're okay. So they're in their right mind to say that. So
absolutely are within their rights to say that.
Yeah. Let's see here. What's going on with the chat? Brian Penny, Bywin, get out of NUFC. There you go. Steve Waldo, without a huge clear out, not sure how can get a tune out of this lot. Well, that's the thing.
There's going to be a huge clear out. Inevitably, there's going to be a huge clear out.
Based on what?
But based on the fact that there's 5 contracts ending, there's 3 of the top players want out. So there's going to be a massive clear out. It's a question of getting the clear in, right?
Super chat there came in from what's that? Hold on, still 45 to go.
45 minutes ago, according to the clock.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. And even if we had another 90 minutes to go, mate, there would be no score change.
The change was, son.
I think it was. What did the XG finish on? Win? Was it something like 0.16 or something stupid?
Just double check that for you.
It was criminal.
This will be fun.
Oh, 0.25. I've got it in front of me. 0.25. That's bad. I mean, that's terrible. I mean, I know XG means nothing, but when you look at the opportunities you get. Yeah, you say when you look at the opportunities against you.
0.25 in 90 minutes is just.
In 90 minutes, mate, that is clearly poor. And I think that,
by the way, we ended up yet again losing a game after we had most possession, 54 to 45. 54.3, 45.7. So 54-46, you could say. And this is symptomatic of the whole season. Every time we've dominated, and I'm not saying dominated, but when we've had the most possession, we've lost the matches. When we've had the least possession, we've won matches. Crackers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know what else to say.
Any sense at all?
Robbie, Eddie's the bad apple. Leon Oliver says Eddie Howe has become the problem. Man. Kenny W, keyboard warriors all saying how out. Well, you're a keyboard warrior and saying how in. So I wouldn't be talking about other keyboard warriors when you're using your keyboard yourself. That makes no sense.
No. Kenny is a how out.
There you go. So, but he's being ironic on that comment in particular.
Whoa, let me get that up. Adrian, thank you for much. Your £5 super chat. Big up to everyone for making it through the season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's not water off Wynn's back. He's having a chilling season. He's having a great time. But anyway, all the fans are suffering. Needless to say, Yu Lung or something like that. There we go.
Foxy's in saying Sunderland deserve it. I hate them. But as a promoted side, missing half the squad for AFCON and still qualifying for Europe is sensational. No excuses for us. We are behind them, and that hurts.
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah.
Of course it does. Anyway, we had another one. Yu Long says 12th with this budget.
13.
13th now, to say the least. Exactly. 12. Still 12.
No, 12.
We managed to be 12 above the mighty, powerful Everton, Leeds, Palace, Forest, and Spurs.
But Everton got beat.
And Spurs celebrating the Champions League right now. They just won. So needless to say. Vendetta, worst team to watch in the league. We used to be known for flair and attacking football with Mavericks. Now we are absolutely dross on the ball from front to back. Even Ashley had Ben Arfa, Kabay, etc. There you go. Yeah, no, here's the thing. This is just like Bruce football. Nothing different. No difference. It's just like Bruce football. Absolutely draws. You didn't think no matter how long we played, it was going to be either a loss or maybe a tie if we could manage to get one. But it is. You cannot. Are you seriously going to say that it's not the same football?
Yeah, I'm absolutely saying that.
Yeah, well, that means you just love Eddie Howe, which is fine. No problem. But regardless, if you actually look at this objectively, look at the football, man. There's no difference. It's absolutely. And look at, you guys like stats a lot. Look at the stats this season. I mean,
it's awful.
Absolutely awful, man. You know, and listen, I think that Eddie Howe clearly has earned respect and chances, or credit in the bank, as you guys say it. But this has been happening for a long time. So I don't know. Off grid, Ryan, go on. Sorry.
I was going to say, I think that credit's gone, Chris. I think that credit went a long time ago. And I think that's why the gaffer, has said to him, there's got to be changes. We've seen changes. The problem is you've not really seen football has been absolutely dire. Because
you know that no matter how many changes you make, if the players don't believe you no more, then it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? So
yeah, Balky's coming there. Look, what positivity did this game give you for the next year? I mean, it doesn't. Like I said, if you're looking at this to motivate you going forward, especially players that are on the fence that maybe not sure where they want to be next year, it's certainly not a great advert of football.
Yeah. Off-grid Ryan, if you are still backing this clown to turn things around, you are part of the problem. Jay Welsh, Bruno was poor. Dean B says, if Fasula is now the number 9, Eddie needs a shake. Brian Penny, the huge concern is if we needed that game to win to survive relegation, then we were stuffed all ends up. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if that was the case at the end? This team clearly has proven that we can't win a game that we have to win. The bottom line. So imagine if we were in relegation.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Fucking hell, man. What? This is insane, bro. I don't understand it, man. This team has, he says. Literally the last 3 months we should have been winning most games, and we didn't. We gave them all up.
See, there again, we should have been winning most of these games. Explain that.
What do you mean? Just about every game that we were up in the scoreboard before the second half, and we bottled it completely.
Right, you're on about losing leads.
Okay.
This is games where we've taken the lead.
Yeah, but about the vast majority of them.
That's how bad we've been playing, because we're taking the lead and all lead. That's been the whole problem.
Yeah, Wayne, that's how it works.
The main problem this season, obviously.
Yeah.
Points lost from winning positions.
Somebody come help this guy, man.
Real. 2 assassins in here, he says. Here's some money, Chris. Get a drink, man. Nothing else to say, really. Not knowing how to be a fan of Newcastle United. I don't get it.
Oh, yeah, that's right, bro. Yeah, that's the same, the local rubbish. I'm with
you. Well, hang on. This is your fellow American Toon assassin.
But he's obviously being ironic, fool. Because he was upset, by the way, when you told him that he's international, he doesn't get it. And all the international fans that we need to give us money to be a proper club once and for all.
Let's not get back into that again.
Well, there you go.
Nonsense argument as well.
There you go. I agree with you. It's a nonsense argument. I agree. Cheers, Toon.
I love all the international fans.
Yeah, right. Well, you show him a lot of love.
Adrian Pickett. The fact that won't get it.
You don't get it. You ain't got a clue. That's the problem. Who will rid us of Howe's empire of shite? Anyway,
well, there's only one set of people who can, and that's PIF. And PIF have decided in their wisdom that they aren't going to.
Or not. Or they're not bothered enough, like many fans believe.
Magnificent Seven, remember? I certainly do. Thank you.
Or that PIF is not bothered, that they're looking for new investors as well, not bothered. And whatever decisions the club makes, they're making money either way. So maybe a lot of fans do believe in that as well.
Well, that would account for the absolute shit show that happened in the summer, which I mentioned at the time, if you remember.
Here we go again. How can you expect a performance from the players while Eddie keeps putting Gordon on the bench? And those players,
know
he's going to play. I don't know. Jimmy Ray, I don't think I've listened to anyone.
Who's on the bench should have no effect at all on the way the players on the pitch perform. None. But they should be on the pitch trying to do their best. They shouldn't be worrying about who's on the bench going to come on and replace them or whatever. So it's a pointless. I can't say what point at all that statement had.
Jimmy Ray, I don't think I've listened to anyone I believe in as little as Win.
That's fine, Jimmy boy.
Listen to all the fan base, man, which is
winning.
Winning, says Brian Gar. At least you got one fan out there. Tafila, if you told me Sunderland would get Europa League and we'd finish mid-table, I'd laugh. But it's actually happened. Wow.
I would have done
No,
exactly
you're having
the same.
you're having a great season, man. Don't worry about it. You're having a great season. Jock McTudger. Is that it? McTudger?
Yeah, McTudger.
Pickle Whistlers seeing Eddie, and I don't know who Pickle Whistlers are.
No. Northumbrian says not so win out. Ravi says win needs a break. There you go.
Win has been through an awful lot worse than this season. Trust me.
Yeah. So based on that argument at all, then no matter what happens in the future, it's all irrelevant. We had the
it's not irrelevant. It's
well,
the hope that kills you.
Literally, you've been basing your opinions on hope all season, dude. Literally. It hasn't killed you yet. So, it almost did. Remember when you were knackered? Almost did, but it hasn't yet. Exactly. You've been taking L's left and right, man. I know. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that. But you got to change.
No, that's. I'm just giving whether he's 2 pounds worth.
Exactly.
That on your forehead, cuz we are losers. There you go, Waza. Exactly. Lynn Simpson.
Is that the right way around? Is what I was trying to work out.
No, you got it right.
Man. Yeah, that is an L.
Yeah, exactly. That looks like an L, man. Don't worry. Yeah, we got to get Win to, he didn't find his primary school, so I apologize to folks out there. He didn't know how to read. Lynn Simpson, I live in County Durham. Unforgivable, them lot getting in Europe. We gave them 6 points. Yeah. Oh my God, my life is gonna be unbearable. I need to move.
5
like,
points
dude,
difference.
it's
literally
it's
when we lost the title to Man United. They took.
By the way,
they took 6 points from us. If we'd won one of those games, that's a 6 point swing. We would have been a point ahead of Sunderland.
Yeah, we would have, should have, could have, would have, should have, could have, man. It's what's happened now, man. Stop thinking what would have. And by the way, you still haven't apologized when
I'm not going to apologize to anybody.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not, because you're arrogant. That's fine. But you still remember when you're in the middle of the season when people were telling you, look at the Mackhams, how they're performing. You said we'll see if it finished. That you were saying that they were going to fall off.
I'll apologize to the Mackhams.
You said that they were going to fall off at the end of the season.
No. I said they would fall off in January when they lost whatever it was. 11 players to AFCON.
Even worse. So
it was even worse. Yeah,
and Isak destroyed our season. One player when they lost 1,000 of them.
Well, no, it's not a question of just the one player. It's a question of yet again we got into Europe, and the players that from a season without any Europe, we got into Europe, and we needed to strengthen the squad. And very similar to the last time we got into the Champions League, when we signed Tonali and Barnes, they turned out to be wipeouts because Tonali couldn't play for his Barnes. Barnes got injured all season. And similarly, this season, the players that were needed to improve the squad, to carry us through those extra games, we didn't get them because of the Isak saga, because we didn't have a CAO, because we didn't have a TOF. So there you go. Swivel on it.
Swivel on it.
Somebody did say down to Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe was the reason we were in the Champions League.
The point is, man, you have this relentless pursuit to defend Eddie Howe for whatever. That you bring him up. I mean, of course.
Listen, I said if they were to sack Eddie now, I wouldn't have a single complaint in the world.
Well, it looks like you would.
Finishing 12th is unacceptable.
It looks like you would lose your mind. I mean, by the way you defend him for no reason. Go on, Gary.
All I'm simply saying is that he is not 100% the problem. Nowhere near it.
I mean, I agree with what Gary said in the chat there. I mean, financially, it made no difference regarding points this game, I mean. But when you look at the whole season as being a very, very mediocre poor season, where they've put all their eggs in one basket regarding European and domestic trophies. And again, you can't do that. I mean, we all had the chance to speak what's more important, and we all said Premier League, is the bread and butter of where you are. It's about bringing on players. It's about moving and momentum. And unfortunately, that has been second best this year to European competitions. And like I said, now, we are seeing the detriment of it. Losing 27 points from winning positions, top of the league, certain aspects, which isn't great to shout about, to be fair. So for me, if, like I said, if Eddie Howe was to say Gerrard tomorrow, might be a good sign, might be a good thing, but only time will tell now.
Yeah. Hardball says, for someone like Howe who has no other plan, yes, losing Isak was the worst thing that happened to him. Exposed.
Fair comment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you say fair comment, but it literally means he's knackered as a coach.
Well, because he wasn't given the tools to replace him.
Why wasn't he given the tools to replace? I'm sorry. I mean, Gary, sorry to interrupt, but like literally, you spent $125 million on two center forwards, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Are they as good as
he has been given the tools.
Anywhere near?
How could you know? You play one as a midfielder.
And then was that broke his leg playing for Congo before he kicked the ball for us?
And what happened the rest of the season?
Well, he's finally getting himself a bit fit. Let's see what happens next season.
Gary, please say something, man.
Let's see what happens next season.
Well, like I said, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen enough from any of them, to be fair, that we've bought Elanga. You put all of the meat on the grill. They've just, it doesn't matter who you replace. There's just not quality there. You've got to have quality to show in the Premier League, and there's been no quality there.
Everybody was wanting the Sula to be away, and and now they're not. Because he's improving.
Well, he didn't improve today, did he? He didn't improve a lot today.
Osula is who Osula is, man.
Today he was back to his bets. That's what happened to young players.
Yeah.
Osula is who Osula is.
It's just a question of perspective, and where we're going. And whoever it was saying get win after, hey, NUFC Talk TV, get your application in. You can come and replace us. Not a problem.
Gentlemen, I do have to say goodbye though, mate, because I've got to be somewhere at 7 o'clock, and it's a 20-minute drive. So thank you ever so much, everybody. Been a great season-ish. I'll see you on the next one. Take care, one and all.
Joe Barry, cheers, excellent commentary.
Or Gary, that would be a better answer.
Why did I say Barry?
Fuck you. This dude is insane, man. Look, listen, it's been a draw season, a horrible season, a dire season, a squalid season. It's been a disastrous season, but there's no water off wins back, So because the people win here are not proper fans, so unfortunately,
I'm not saying that at all. Everybody is absolutely entitled to be whinging about the season that we've had this season. That's not what I'm saying. And actually, normally, even in the dire seasons that we've been through, that's kind of been one or two highlights that you can say, well, at least that was good. And they have been so few and far between. I think probably you would take the Man United game as the highlight of the lot, with winning with 10 men and all that. And maybe the Liverpool game, even though we got beat. But that's how bad the season's been, that they are kind of the highlights,
I agree, Master Boyd. The expectation of the Spurs in the domestic side means it's absolutely embarrassing, and I agree with you. They're celebrating. A club of their size surviving relegation by 2 points in the last day. It's shameful, and it is. And I called it out when I was a fan of Newcastle. Well, I am a fan of Newcastle United. When it happened, obviously I didn't have the channel, but I was like, this shit is disgraceful. Celebrating championship, I never count that crap. Only Wankas bought that damn scarf of the championship, and I'm calling you out if you did. I think Jamie Smith is one of them, but he had a bearing as well, so maybe that. Regardless, if you're celebrating the championship, shame on you. Shame on you. Newcastle United should never be in a position to be relegated to begin with. Spurs shouldn't be in a position to get relegated to begin with. No matter what happened, we didn't have that much of draws teams to be in relegation. No matter what happened, it was bad, it was horrible, it was draws, and we blame what's his name for not investing in the team. But we shouldn't be relegated to begin with. We shouldn't be getting relegated to begin with. I can't speak for the 90s, 80s, or whatever. I'm talking about.
If we paid what we should have been paying for players and wages, we wouldn't have got relegated.
No, forget relegation. We could have been mid-table or whatever
But
if we're not good enough to be anything
it
else.
Still doesn't alter the fact that celebrating.
No, you don't get to celebrate that crap.
Yeah, you do get to celebrate. Well, there you go. That's the difference.
You don't go
That
around.
is the difference
No.
between you and me.
We clearly know that. You don't have to highlight it. We know there's a difference between
So
you.
you expect far too much. I
What
am much
far
more,
too much?
Much more of a realist.
What's realistic? Celebrating relegation or not being relegated? That's realistic to you?
No,
Are you serious right now?
Not now.
Get out of here, man.
Not now. But I would have still been doing it, by the way, had things gone completely tits up this season and we'd been down there and just avoided relegation. Damn right I would be celebrating avoiding relegation. Damn right I would.
Yeah,
And
HM,
if you
your carries
wouldn't,
here's the
you're not a fan.
No,
There you go.
No, you're not a fan. Are you kidding me? I'm a fan with proper standards. The moment Newcastle United is looking to get relegated, I'm booing and I'm decimating every single one of them lot.
And that's
it's that
really,
easy.
and that's really going to help the team, that, isn't it?
Well, you didn't say anything wrong when we were doing the same thing when Ashley was there, when Bruce was there, when we had the same stats this season than when Bruce was there. The same. And you can't say otherwise. We probably have the worst stats in the domestic league since Bruce took over. I'm just guessing.
Correct.
But look it up. Oh, we do? Exactly.
Yes,
so
yes.
That's it.
Bruce
there you
managed to finish 12th once.
Right, there you go.
I'm just saying, man, it's unbelievable. You just gotta call it for what it is, and don't get on fans. Don't get on fans for having their opinion.
What is it? Call it for what it is. What is it?
It's a shit season.
Correct.
And the manager and the players, deserve 85% of the blame for the whole season. That's the bottom line.
Right.
They're the ones who decide.
What do you then do about that?
Assess whether the manager can take us to farther or not.
Okay,
and now we have had seasons where Eddie Howe has had no Europe and we've done decent, and then seasons where we have had Europe and he's been dross. Multiple ones.
No.
We're already in their fifth year.
What are you talking about? Multiple ones? What bad seasons have I had before today?
You missed my entire point.
Under Eddie Howe? Hang on.
Eddie Howe. No. You missed my entire point.
What bad seasons have we had before this season under Eddie Howe?
We've had seasons where Eddie Howe has had the same issues that happened this season, the prior season, and the season before that. Of course, we won the Carabao Cup.
23,
but when you analyze the whole season,
when despite the worst injury list of any team
everybody
ever,
has injuries,
and Tonali being banned for the full season, we finished 8th.
He decided
and
to play long
only
stuff.
missed out on Europe. That was terrible.
We
missed out on Europe.
He decided to play long stuff for the longest time. Man, we've been dealing with this since day one, man. About his in-game management, about his decisions.
You're talking utter rubbish now.
You literally would pull up. Would you look? No, listen. You literally would put. I'm talking about 3 years ago from now. 3 years of the 5. Of course, we won the Carabao Cup.
So
the decision making, Eddie Howe's decision. Eddie Howe, you're talking about end results, man.
Champions League and won our first trophy in 70 years.
I'm sorry.
These are dross seasons by your
sorry.
standards.
I'm sorry, but I can see through the bullshit. If Aston Villa wins their final game, we don't make it to Europe, and that's just the bottom line. That's just the bottom line. And you wouldn't have been saying this, Europe twice and all that crap. You wouldn't have been saying that.
We would have still beaten the Europa League, which would have been perfectly acceptable for me.
Here. That's fine. That's fine. It's acceptable for me too. But we haven't even finished that.
A season is 38 games, not 37, as today has proven. Because the last game of the season, things happen.
Anyway, let's go to the chat there. Lee Dickinson, the clear out should also include the manager.
And you're entitled to have that view.
You know what he says that? He says that, he's telling you, Lee Dickinson, you're absolutely wrong and knackered, but you can say it. That's basically what he's saying.
Well, okay, that's fine. He thinks that. The board...
No, you think he's saying that. For many, that could be many reasons why they backed Eddie Howe for next season. They could care less about Newcastle United. So what are you talking about?
There could be as
so stop acting.
There could be as we speak offering Pep Guardiola a £20 million a year contract to come here.
But so stop saying that them backing him means
Eddie
something
just managed
important.
a worse season than Steve Bruce. No, he didn't. Steve Bruce only ever finished 12th. And we finished 12th, so it's not worse.
By the amount of money spent, yeah, it's worse. Bruce never had no money like that.
So now you were agreeing that it's to do with the amount of money.
But when you spend, you're supposed to spend rightly.
Right.
And then
why didn't
have a decent season.
Just explain, why didn't he spend rightly?
I don't know. You tell me. He's the one that made the
decisions.
decisions.
Because he couldn't get the targets that he wanted because we didn't have the money because we hadn't got the Isaac money at that time.
Boo-hoo, man. Boo. He spent £250 million, man. What are you talking about? He decided to put him in players that he chose.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, for a start, if Piff hadn't said Isaac's going nowhere, we would have had Ekatike because Liverpool wouldn't have signed him. Liverpool said to us, if you don't sell us Isaac now, we are going for Ekatike, who was about to sign on the dotted line.
We spent £250 million, man.
Correct.
Look at the players that we bought.
Third and fourth choice.
And here's the thing.
Elanga was a first choice.
Well, if you were
Dross.
You get first choices.
You couldn't have known that Elanga was going to be Dross based on his 2 previous seasons.
You get first choice signings when you're actually competing to win big trophies. Newcastle United fighting fourth, fifth, sixth spot.
At that window, we're in the Champions League. We had everything to offer everybody except money. And the reason we didn't have the money is because we hadn't done the Isaac deal.
But here's the thing. Here's the honest truth. I don't even think that we had a bad season with signings. I think we had good signings.
No, we didn't.
A few here didn't work out or haven't worked out yet. But I don't think it's the signing based on the expectation of Newcastle United. The signings are not the problem. So to me, the problem is not being able to manage these players accordingly. There you go. Because you can't tell me, other than Ilanga.
That's what you think.
But you keep on going around, and you're not like you say Wissa is going to be good, but then you also want to say that he's a bad signing. So which one is it?
I'm not saying he's a bad signing. What I'm saying is it's not Eddie Howe's fault that he broke his leg playing for Congo before he'd ever kicked the ball for us.
So is that what managers are going to say now? Like, a player gets injured, so it's not my fault, man. Season's fucked. I'm sorry, guys. You know what I mean? He hurt his leg. What do you want me to do? You know, are you serious?
Yes.
That's it. He gets hurt, and the season's over. Come on, man.
That's not the manager that I want. Not only that, Ramsey got injured as well.
Ramsey?
Yes, at the start of the season.
Yeah, but what happens after, man?
Well, Ramsey has since started to come good. He was probably he was our man of the match today.
Okay, what are you talking about?
He's had good games in the last 3 or 4.
Man, this is insane. Anyway,
no, it's only insane because
you keep talking about the beginning of the season. Okay,
no.
You know what? Eddie Howe didn't have players in the beginning of the season. No.
Clinging on to the narrative.
There is no narrative. It's only
Eddie
facts.
Howe's
it's
fault.
only facts and truth, man. That's the bottom line.
Right.
You're talking about the beginning of the season.
Well,
if that matters to the end of the season. What happened?
Of course, what happens at the beginning of the season affects what happens at the end of the season. We couldn't score a goal for 6 games. Everybody said we were 7 points worse off after the first 6 games.
This dude's talking about 6 games out of 30-odd games. And that destroys your season,
right, hang on.
And you get over it.
So
Are you
now,
kidding me?
hang on. So now a season is you do agree now that a season is 38 games.
Yeah, that's how many you play.
Yeah,
38
exactly.
Games.
So the fact that Aston Villa got pipped is irrelevant because it's 38 games.
It is relevant if you depend on other teams to do you a favor. Yeah.
No. You can't decide.
You can't decide. And for you to shout.
You can't decide that last games of the season are more important than first games of the season. The season is 38 games.
You are digging yourself
games has put us in 12th position, and that is not good enough.
You're digging yourself into a deeper hole, man. Let's just go with the comments here.
Hole,
Leon, clear out needs to include that fraud of a manager. David Spence, it's not fair fans have to watch their team play awful and loses so many games. But the fans stand by their team.
All of these
and it's in their blood. It hurts them. Supporters deserve better. Claire, manager making the appalling decisions needs to go. Gary, the players just didn't turn up today. It felt like like the end of the season, nothing game.
The end of the season, nothing game, yeah.
I feel like SCR for next season has defined us with new players we need. Gladys Elliott. I think that's
Elliott.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that. Gladys Elliott. Can we sell our squad and buy Arsenal? Well, there you go.
Well, but how much is Arsenal's squad cost? He spent over $1 billion, and their wage bill is nearly double ours.
We're not entitled to win by having the possession. No more entitlement. Toon Assassin, congrats to Sunderland doing what we could not. At least one team from the northern section of England represent. DeMarcus Oliver says, should have played Isak and Ekitike 4-4-2.
Which is what the original plan at the start of the season was to do, to buy Ekitike to play alongside Isak.
Well, take that plan and shove it, you know what, because it's irrelevant. The Bebes, Steve, unfortunately, the Happy Clappers use faith instead of their eyes, and demonstrable evidence they're as bad as how. Lee Dickinson, when are you saying we dominated that game?
All I'm saying is the stats show that we had the most possession, and when we have the most possession, we don't do well.
Yeah, the DXK says, Wayne, you're like a part of me, but on today I can't agree. You see in how we gave our trust, but freshen up the side is a must. That includes the staff next season, plus build a statue of Kevin Keegan. There you go.
Kevin Keegan, who won absolutely, and I am Kevin's #1 fan, by the way. Kevin Keegan, who won absolutely nothing.
That's much of a fan, Kevin. You need to shake up your fan base, man. If that's a fan of yours, talking shit about you.
They're all going on about facts.
Yeah.
Those are facts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying Eddie Howe or Keegan didn't win anything with that aggressiveness in the tone of voice. He didn't win anything like Howe. That sounds like whoa. If you're a fan of no. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. If I'm a fan, I don't know. If I like La Liga and I don't watch the Premier League at all, and then I hear somebody says, "Well, Kevin Keegan didn't win nothing compared to Eddie Howe," then I'm like, "Whoa, what happened with this? What's this Eddie Howe guy? What's he won? Couple of Champions Leagues, Premier Leagues. What's he won? Carabao Cup. Fuck." I'm sorry. That doesn't
never won.
Perfect, but that doesn't. The way you speak, it makes it like there's a gap in between the two. It's a Carabao Cup, mate. You need to, and maybe this season, this season has been. We had
a
proper
budget
teams
that blew Howe's budget into touch with FFP. The reason Kevin Keegan's squad did what it did and fantastic and everything was because Newcastle were the biggest spenders in the league, paying the biggest wages than anybody. We're still the only British team ever to break the world transfer record when we signed Alan Shearer. And that's how Kevin Keegan did it. And anybody who knows anything about football will tell you that Keegan knew naught about tactics. He just used to get a group of good players together, smashing, and it was brilliant at the time, the best raid we've ever had, till Eddie came along, and he said, get out on the pitch and play. His training sessions were 5-a-side so that him and Terry Mack could join in. Everybody who was connected with the club at that time will tell you that.
Yeah. Anyways, now that we're back to reality, at least Kevin Keegan did manage us in the championship, brought us up, and took us to incredible heights.
Eddie did that
we'll
with
see.
Bournemouth, then came to us and
with Bournemouth. It ain't got nothing to do with Bournemouth. Now you're going to be using Bournemouth stats with Newcastle United. Give it over, man.
Yeah.
No.
So he's done a lot. He's done everything Kevin's done.
He hasn't. He hasn't taken Newcastle United. Bournemouth, with all due respect to Bournemouth, has no expectations in their life. Newcastle United is a proper club.
What's Kevin Keegan done that Eddie Howe hasn't?
Nothing, in my opinion.
Well, there you go.
The other one hasn't known what Kevin Keegan has. No, I don't agree with you. I don't have to diminish Kevin King as a coach.
No,
some people. No, you are actually.
No, I'm not.
Some people can like Kevin King. I think that's very much
love Kevin
valuable.
King.
No.
He's my
I don't think
coach.
anybody. I don't think. Yeah, okay, whatever, man. I don't think that anybody that picks Kevin King over Howe is delusional by any means. Just because one Carabao Cup. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about, man? Once Eddie Howe actually wins proper stuff, then I can say, yeah, there's no doubt about it.
And here again, we're back down to ridiculous expectations.
You know,
one Carabao, you're diminishing the Carabao.
No, I'm not. I'm
tell
putting
that,
it where
tell that to
I'm
the
putting
300,000 people who are in Newcastle.
No. That's fine. They're celebrating. Probably 70-80% of those 300,000 are whinging about this season today. So I don't want to hear that crap. What are you talking about? People going. It's like you saying that fans in the stadium don't boo Howe, therefore they want him. What are you talking about? They're going out there to have fun, to celebrate, to watch the game. So what are you on about? Anyway, super chat there coming in from Tony. I think we had a few anyway, so let's focus on that real quick. The fact is when
after our game finished last season, we were sweating, hoping Man United did us a favour. So at that point, it wasn't in our hand. Well, absolutely
100%, Tony.
But the bottom line is the season is 38 games.
He just doesn't get it, man.
It doesn't matter, man.
Yeah, it does matter. Jonathan Francois has a super chat as well before that. We missed there. I think. Oh, actually, he has two of them, I believe. Eddie just managed their worst season. No, we read that one.
No,
this one. Let's be real. Any manager would have won a cup after that amount of money our owners have pumped into the club. Howe has done the bare minimum. Thank you, man.
The amount of money
Thank you, buddy.
The amount of money, Jonathan, that our owners have pumped into the club is still nowhere near the amount of money that all of our top competitors have put into the club and spent.
Who are top competitors? Who? Give me names.
Arsenal, Man City.
I don't want to be Arsenal. I don't want to be Liverpool.
Man City, Liverpool.
I don't want to be Man City.
Man United.
I don't want to be Man United.
Spurs, Villa, and Chelsea.
Yeah. Chelsea, okay. What about Aston Villa? Why do you choose?
We should be compared to Aston Villa. I agree.
Okay, they're fourth and one in the European League, so we're absolutely draws. What about Bournemouth? How much did Bournemouth spend? How much did the Mackham spend? How much did Brighton spend? How much did Brentford spend? How much did Fulham spend?
Right.
How much? Come on, man.
Well, forget about Fulham.
We can play this game, Brighton, but you lose.
Well, you can play it as long as you like, and I'm happy to play it. Brighton, Bournemouth, Sunderland have overachieved the way that Eddie overachieved at the start. Let's see how they continue to hang on.
This is criminal.
Because without the money, they'll never challenge. They'll be around Europa, Conference, same as we are. It's where we are entitled to be. No higher, but we should be better than what we've done this season.
So,
not disputing that for 1 second. I'm just disputing that the sole reason that we've had such a dross season is Eddie Howe, because I don't believe that. I think Eddie Howe is a good manager, and I think time will tell.
Time has told, man. You keep on going about time will tell. It's been telling you the whole time. You're not listening. That's the problem.
Sure that one?
What about getting Jose Mourinho? Mourinho is going to Real Madrid now, man. And some fans didn't want him at Newcastle United, which is insane. David Spence. There we go. Here we go again. It says Kevin left the club and registered first time around, admitting he took them as far as he could. Eddie will do the same. Will Eddie do the same? Apparently not. So, you know.
Well, again, by all accounts.
By all accounts. We destroyed that article you sent on live air with DX and everything else. The John Gibson article was rubbish. He didn't put in no resignation letter, man. Stop lying. It's a lie.
Well, all I'm saying is, if it's reported in the Chronicle, you seem to take everything else as fact.
Yeah, but the article doesn't say that, so we can't just assume it.
Wow, Bush, Adrian.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
We all wept tears of joy after the Carabao, even non-Geordies like myself.
There you go.
I've even changed Eddie Howe's black and white
there you go.
chanted. I think that should be instead of changed. Oh, wait a minute. Eddie Howe, long after thinking we need a new manager. There you go. So
There you go.
I think what Adrian's saying there, he is in the crowd, chanting along Eddie Howe's black and white army, even though he thinks we need a new manager. I'm not averse to us getting a new manager at all. I couldn't give a toss.
Get out of here.
You should just be very, very careful what you wish for.
Well, you keep on saying that. How about we careful what you wish for if you just keep a manager for the sake of doing it? How about that?
Well, no, we're keeping a manager not for the sake of doing it, because he's got a proven track record.
He's got a proven track record doing the same crap all over, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, he's got a proven track record. No, of success. Of success.
No, what success, man? This dude, man. Not even Eddie
Howe.
No,
because you want us to be in Champions League every year. You think we should be better than either City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, and the list goes on.
Not at all.
You think we should be better than them, even though our budget is half of what theirs is.
And the list goes on. Let's keep it going. I don't think I'm better than those guys you mentioned. I think I'm better than
Fulham, you're better than Chelsea?
Brentford. Yeah, we can compete with them, no doubt. Fulham, Chelsea, Brentford, Brighton, Sunderland, Bournemouth, Aston Villa. Yeah. Pretty much.
No.
Yeah. That's my expectation.
I agree.
That's my expectation.
I absolutely agree that we should be competing with Bournemouth, Villa, Sunderland, and whoever at Brighton.
And it hasn't worked.
Yeah. And this season, we haven't done it. It's poor. Nobody's denying it's poor. I'm certainly not denying it's been poor.
Trolls, if Howe overachieved, that proves he isn't good enough, Win. There you go.
No, because the reason that Brighton, Brentford, Bournemouth, Sunderland are doing as well as they're doing is because they are overachieving. Why is that not good enough?
No, but you miss this point entirely. Yeah, when somebody overachieves, that means they're doing something they're not capable of. They're just doing it for a temporary time.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
It does actually.
It means they're overachieving given the restrictions that they have. Despite the restrictions, they're still overachieving, and that makes them superstars.
In your own words, you're out of your mind, says Vendetta. There you go. Toon, those damn overachievers all above us. How dare they overachieve? Exactly. All of them, the whole lot.
Exactly.
And by the way, the ones that haven't spent a dime this whole entire window.
We have underachieved this season.
Yeah, man.
The same as Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United, Spurs have done for the last few seasons. Massively underachieved.
Yeah.
We've massively underachieved this season, largely based on throwing Leeds away.
Niall celebrating 23 months of membership. Always thinking him winning the cup is going to be a nightmare because it shrews people from seeing he is our Mark Hughes. He has to go or we are effed. There you go. Off the grain says, love this channel, but Win's making it unwatchable. Here's the thing, though. You've got to allow other people's opinions. You've got to. Because we're not going to be a channel that just agrees. Look, he is being showed, his true colors are shown for what they are. He's being out there, people see that he's knackered. So that's just the bottom line. But that's his takes. We can't censor somebody
Ryan, get
for
your
being,
application
it's just the way it is. Taffy Mackham says, look at that. We got a Mac on it. Things of the season, avoid relegation, beat the Max twice, finish above Max, qualify for Europe. Unbelievable. And Win is going to be celebrating with them. Look at that. Round of applause. This guy who calls himself a Newcastle United fan is applauding a Mackham. You celebrate. You're happy for the Mackhams and don't criticize Eddie Howe's season. It's incredible that. It's incredible, man.
So what is not, if you're a Mackham, what's not to celebrate?
Are you a Mackham? Okay, then go and celebrate then. My bad. No. You made it clear. You made it clear. You're a Mackham, so go on and celebrate, mate.
He's come in here and he's poked the bear. Good on him. I would do exactly the same if I was a Mackham. I'd have been on here as well saying, There you go,
man. You go on and celebrate, man. Michael, I'm happy to take the blame, and 8 million convinced lots will be learned. And next season will be big improvement. Yeah, well, we'll see. By the way, DX told you right there, I read the article when the headline was misleading. Actually, it said, if we'd lost Game X, the lineup could have been seen as a resignation letter. That's the way it is. There you go. More comments before we finish off here.
I said that a few times.
That's what the article that you sent about John Gibson, man.
Well, I've got it on record somewhere. I saved it.
DX literally read it on live air.
What I've said more than once this season when I've seen the lineup is that this is either a suicide note from Eddie, and every time it's turned out to. Funnily enough, most of those games were without Tonali.
No, of course.
There you go.
That's just the cherry on top, of course. Sell all the best players, keep the rubbish ones, keep Howe with no not being held to account. Yeah, it's all unbelievable. Next season is going to be unbelievable to watch. Can't wait.
How will be held to account? Don't worry about this.
Yeah, okay. Man, we keep extending the deadline.
Why do you always go on a long winning run every season? Do anything? Why are we always in that position? Well, we're always in that position because we haven't been doing well prior to it. But
our CEO and owners haven't got a clue about football. Eddie Howe's tactics are out of this world. Bad PE teacher, bad battle axe.
That bad that he's qualified for the Champions League against the Big Six twice, and he's won our first cup in 70 years.
And that's it. It's insane. He'll do the same thing next year. But we won the Carabao Cup. We won the Carabao Cup. And it's always going to be about the Carabao Cup.
I would suspect
it might be the worst thing that ever happened to us, folks.
The same next season as I said this season. If we are not within 3 points of Champions League after the
no, get out of here. Nobody believes you, man. You've said the exact same thing this season. And you didn't and then you didn't follow through with what you said. You said exact same thing this season and you didn't.
We were within 3 points of Champions League.
Man, please, man. Give me a break, man. Please. Anyways, listen, we got to go. It's been a good show.
We're getting warnings
We're getting kicked out. We've been out for a while now.
It's too long.
But listen, exactly, Paul, right? Win the flip-flop and defend again. Defend Howe again. Eddie, when will flip-flop and defend Howe again after saying 3 points of Champions League? Exactly. He's done it.
3 points off Champions League at Christmas is what I said. And I, by the way, I also said if we don't get Europe, he's got to go. And I still agree with that.
So he's got to go then?
But, what I think doesn't matter.
No. So he's got to go. You're Eddie Howe out now then?
If I was PIF,
you. So now you're gonna say Eddie Howe needs to be sacked? Yes.
If I was PIF,
screw PIF. What do you think? You said if we're not in Europe, he needs to be sacked. So are you saying he needs to be sacked?
I'm saying if I was PIF, I would sack him. But what I think doesn't matter.
What do you think, man? What is going to be your prerogative this whole summer window with Eddie Howe?
Let's see what happens in the summer window.
You are a flip-flop, man. You are the worst, man. You literally dug yourself, put the final nail in your coffin. Hold on. Still Bad Dad celebrating 27 months of 27 months of being a member of this channel should be illegal because the amount of tripe that we had to listen from Win. But thank you very much, Sean, through the ups and downs. Hold on, man. Can we read his comment? Hold on. We'll read Tony's in a moment, man. We need to read Sean's. It's time for a change. What that change looks like is up to the board, not the fans. So there you go. Time for a change, says Sean. Thank you very much for being a member for 27 months, man. Become a member, folks. And Tony there, thank you very much for that 10-pounder, mate. Thank you very much. It's much more than we deserve, but thank you very much. We are Newcastle United. We are Newcastle.
Newcastle?
Sorry, where are Newcastle in that table? How join? Hold on, man. Fuck me. How join now? Question: if Howe stays, when do you genuinely believe he can bounce back? Chris, do you fear it will be more of the same and lose ground? That's the fear. You got to go from the actions on the.
And there we have it. So Tony T, thank you, Tony. Super chat, fantastic. There we have it. The question which he rightly asks is, if hosted win, do you genuinely believe it can bounce back? Yes, I do. Chris, do you fear it will be more the same, we'll lose ground? And I assume the answer to that is yes, he does.
The only difference is I actually have a base to base that decision on, or that fear on. He doesn't. And no, you haven't, because
Just because you decide I haven't doesn't mean I haven't.
Out of your own words, these last few weeks you have said, all I'm basing myself is on hope. That's it. You have said that. Also, you have said that if we don't finish in Europe, he should be sacked. And you're not honoring that, and that very much that thought. Niall says win. If you have honor it, you'd say it.
I'm exactly honoring that.
No, you're not. You're doing that vague crap in between, man.
The question is, if Howe stays, when do you genuinely believe it can bounce back? And I say, yes, I do.
Look,
so there,
the fact of the matter is,
I don't give a toss.
The fact of the matter is, you said if we don't finish in Europe, he should be sacked. Are you wanting him?
I could not have any qualms at all.
So do you want Eddie Howe sacked? Yes or no? Do you want Eddie Howe sacked?
I don't want him sacked.
So basically, you're not honoring what you said before. Again, the biggest flip flop in the history of channel making, of fan channels.
Exactly what I'm.
No, you're not, man. No, you're not. Oh, you're done. You should have never reminded us of that. You're done.
No, I say get him sacked if you want, but be careful what you wish for.
No, you should be saying?
Fortunately, I think the billionaires that run the club, the billionaires who have probably accepted responsibility, that this season has been mainly their responsibility. They have decided that they too, have got sufficient faith in Eddie to carry on. We shall see.
We got to go, ladies and gents, but everybody sees Win for what he is. A biggest flip-flop on fan channel
Not a flip-flop
history.
At all.
Anyways, so thank you very much, folks. Thank you to all the super chatters. It's been an amazing show, of course. All of you super chatting. Your support for the channel is amazing.
Thanks very much, everybody.
It comes to an end this season, of course. Our coverage never stops, but, you know, we've
got a lot to talk about. Who likes VAR?
We'll have a lot to talk about, of
Who
course,
wants a
and
stop clock?
help us out and support the channel. Become a member.
Should
it's
we
very
be
important.
challenging the big six?
Man, don't worry. I'll have a final say on what goes on here.
Can England win the World Cup?
Anyways, we'll be definitely covering the World Cup. That's the bottom line as well, because clearly it's the biggest tournament in the world, and we'll definitely be covering that. So join us. Take care.
You guys, I will wear that flipper, flopper, and chief badge with praise.
See you later, folks. Take care.